Good morning. We're now in session. I'm Jennifer Homendy, and I'm honored to serve as chair of the National Transportation Safety Board and chair of this Board of Inquiry. I'm joined by my fellow board members, Member Michael Graham, Member Tom Chapman, Member Alvin Brown, and Member Todd Inman. Together, we comprise the Board of Inquiry for this investigative hearing, the notice for which was published in the Federal Register on July 25th, 2024. Mr. Brazy, our hearing officer, please start us off with a safety briefing.
Thank you, Chair Homendy. If you have not already done so, please silence your electronic devices. The address of our boardroom is 429 LaFont Plaza Southwest, Washington, D.C. There are approximately 150 attendees here today. Restrooms are located in the lobby, to the left as you are exiting the boardroom. In the event of an emergency, we have designated NTSB personnel. We have designated NTSB personnel to certain roles. Please stand as I call your name and remain standing until the conclusion of the safety briefing. Tim LeBaron will call 911. Jen Adler will meet emergency personnel outside of the front doors. There is a defibrillator in the lobby, just outside the doors in front of me. Elias Contanis will retrieve it if needed. Sabrina Woods is trained and willing to use the device. Lorenda Ward is trained and willing to perform CPR. Fire extinguishers are located near all exits, 2 behind the dais, down the stairs, 2 at the back of the boardroom where you entered, and 1 by security. Deidre Estes will run and retrieve one if needed. There's also a first aid kit in Conference Room A. This is the room closest to the security area. The kit is on the counter in a blue pouch, and Dana Schultz will retrieve it if needed. Next slide, please. If there is a need to evacuate for any reason, please follow Rochelle McAllister, who will lead you to the exit route and will be wearing a yellow vest. Please walk quickly, don't run, to the rear of the auditorium. Go out the doors, proceed to the lobby, through the lobby, past security. Go up the stairs and exit straight ahead through the glass doors to the outside. Once outside, turn left and follow the sidewalk to the end of the street, which is our rally point. Please do not return to the boardroom until instructed to do so. Next slide. The wheelchair accessible exit instructions are as follows. Kelly Hessler will lead you to the exit route. She will also be wearing a yellow vest. Go out the doors, proceed through the lobby, past security, immediately turn left and exit through the door, which will take you into the parking garage. To exit the garage, turn right and proceed up the ramp. Once outside, turn left and follow the sidewalk to the end of the street, which is our rally point. Should the unthinkable occur and there is an active shooter, the FBI recommends you run, hide, or fight in that order. Running improves your chances of survival. Leave your belongings behind and don't stop until you've reached a safe location. Keep your empty hands raised and clearly visible when exiting the building. Follow all instructions from the police. If there is no safe escape route, hide. Silence your cell phone. Do not call 911 until it is safe. Fight only as a last resort. Slide. If there's a need to shelter in place due to an emergency, we will remain in this auditorium. We are below ground and in a secure location. If such a situation arises, we will make an announcement. Staff and security will guide anybody in the lobby into this room. We will then secure the doors until the danger passes. Next slide. Lastly, I'd like to remind everyone that each of us has a vital role to play in any emergency. If you see something concerning or suspicious, say something to one of our NTSB staff or security staff right away. If you have any questions or concerns, don't hesitate to talk to any member of the NTSB staff. Chair Homendy, that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Brazy. If anyone here is here or watching remotely and you are not familiar with who the National Transportation Safety Board is, the NTSB is an independent federal agency that's charged by Congress with investigating every civil aviation accident in the United States and significant events in all modes of transportation. We issue an official determination regarding probable cause as appropriate. We will issue safety recommendations to prevent future accidents. We also investigate certain incidents that present significant safety issues, and we strive to accurately identify and report all relevant facts, conditions, and circumstances relating to each accident or incident we investigate. When necessary, we hold investigative hearings. An investigative hearing allows the NTSB to gather sworn testimony from witnesses on issues identified by the investigative team for a specific event or systemic safety issue. This hearing is an important part of our ongoing investigation of the accident that occurred on January 5th, 2024 in Portland, Oregon. Investigative hearings are fact-finding proceedings. The purpose is to receive testimony and evidence which may be of aid in determining the cause of an accident. At about 5:14 p.m. Pacific Time, a Boeing 737 MAX 9 operating as Alaska Airlines Flight 1282 returned to Portland International Airport after the left mid-exit door plug departed the airplane in flight, leading to a rapid decompression. The airplane landed on runway 28 left at Portland International Airport without further incident, and all occupants, 2 flight crew members, 4 cabin crew members, and 171 passengers deplaned at the gate. 7 passengers and 1 flight attendant received minor physical injuries. I say physical injuries because this was quite traumatic for the crew and the passengers, and injuries we can't see, which we often don't talk about, can have profound, lasting impacts on lives and livelihoods. So on behalf of the entire agency, we are so sorry for all that you experienced during this very traumatic event. For those in the room, Elias Quintanas from our Transportation Disaster Assistance Division is here to provide support to anyone who may need it, and I believe he's at the back of the, oh, Elias is right there. Can you raise your hand? Stand up. Great, thank you. This hearing will consist of 4 panels. Overview of Boeing 737 MAX 9 manufacturing and inspections. Events surrounding the opening and closing of the mid-exit door plug. Safety management systems and quality management systems, and Federal Aviation Administration oversight. These topics were identified at a pre-hearing conference with the technical panel, parties to the hearing, and the Board of Inquiry, which we hosted last week on August 1st, 2024. As a reminder, if anyone has information they would like to share with the board, whether you're here or not here, or the investigative team, please do not hesitate to reach out to us at witness@ntsb.gov. Again, witness@ntsb.gov at any time. You may also email me at chair@ntsb.gov, and I will share that information with the investigative team for follow-up. I'd now like to introduce the NTSB staff we have in the front row. They consist of the technical panel. Mr. Doug Brazy is our hearing officer. Mr. John Lovell, our investigator in charge for this investigation. Mr. Picholo Cruz, lead aerospace engineer. Mr. Nils Johnson, aviation accident investigator, maintenance. And Dr. Sabrina Woods, senior human performance investigator. In the back row, we have Ms. Leani Benitez Cardona, who will operate the audio visuals. We have Ms. Sierra Giuliano, who will operate the timer. And we have Mr. Tim LeBaron, Director of the Office of Aviation Safety. Behind me is Mr. Eric Johnson, who will provide legal support. Now, let's turn to the parties to the hearing. Thank you all for your cooperation with our investigation to date. Federal regulations guide how we designate parties to an NTSB investigation and to an NTSB investigative hearing. They are those persons, governmental agencies, and organizations whose special knowledge will contribute to the development of pertinent evidence. The parties to this hearing have been designated in accordance with these regulations and selected for their technical expertise in their respective fields. As I call the name of each party, I ask the designated spokesperson to identify themselves and then introduce others at their table. We're going to go today in alphabetical order by organization. So we'll start with Airline Pilots Association.
Good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Captain Steve Jangelis. I'm the Aviation Safety Chair for the Airline Pilots Association. With me today is our party coordinator, Captain Mark Henniger from Alaska Airlines. Captain Craig Boxrucker is here also from Alaska Airlines, as well as Captain Dennis Vorpal. Along with me is ALPA staff, Chris Heck, and Captain Jeff Perrin, our Accident Investigation Board Chair, is also with us today. Thank you,
Captain. Alaska Airlines.
Good morning. My name is Max Tidwell, Vice President of Safety with Alaska Airlines. I have with me today Mr. Ben Allen, Peter Geltz, John Seitz, who is our Director of Flight Safety, and Jason Lai, who is our Maintenance and Engineering Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Tidwell. Association of Flight Attendants.
Good morning. I'm Seth Heipel. I serve as the AFA, Association of Flight Attendants, Air Safety, Health, and Security Chair at Alaska Airlines, and as the AFA Party Coordinator for the accident. With me are Chris Wachowski, Director of the Air Safety, Health, and Security Department at AFA, Dinker Modicum, AFA's OSHA Specialist, Rhonda Ruderman, Chair of AFA's Aircraft Technical and SAE Committees, and Steve Vincent, AFA Investigator for the accident.
Thank you, Mr. Heipel. And we will go with Federal Aviation Administration.
Good morning, Chair. David Gerlach as the spokesperson for the agency. I have to my right Matt Rigsby, who is the FAA IIC, and then Ms. Hillary Hines from Aircraft CERT. Brian Hilgrow, Brian Knapp, our witnesses today, and Chris Stevenson, our General Counsel's Office.
Thank you, Mr. Gerlach. And International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers.
Morning, Chair. My name is John Holden. I'm President of Machinist District 751. With me, I have AMTI John Petrozelli. We have our General Counsel, Jonathan Shapiro, Business Rep Lloyd Catlin, and our witness. And we also have Business Rep Grievance Coordinator Daniel Swank.
Thank you very much. And Spirit Aerosystems.
We have Heather Meyer, myself, which is Vice President of Quality at Spirit Aerosystems. We have Mark Dombroff, Counsel, and then we have witnesses Bill Brown, Greg Brown, and Mike Roney with us sitting at the table.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all the parties. As a reminder, only party spokesperson may question the witnesses on behalf of their organization. As we announced on June 27th, Boeing remains a party to the investigation, but not to this hearing. As such, the company is not permitted to question the witnesses during these proceedings. However, I am very pleased that Boeing has joined us today. Thank you for your continued work with us on this investigation. We have a shared goal, collective duty, to ensure improvements to safety. Your assistance in developing the most complete and factual record for this investigation is critical. And again, thank you for being here. And that goes for all the parties. On behalf of the NTSB, I'd like to thank you for your assistance with our investigation thus far. Parties are essential in helping us develop the facts around an investigation. With that said, as a reminder, all of your organizations have signed a party agreement that lays out the rules of conduct, which remain in effect throughout the course of this investigation. This includes, but is not limited to, the provisions of 49 Code of Federal Regulations, sections 831.11 and 831.13, which respectively specify certain criteria for participation in NTSB investigations and limitations on the dissemination of investigation information. I'm now going to ask each party spokesperson, and when the Boeing witnesses come up, them to indicate whether you understand and remain committed to upholding the NTSB party agreement in its entirety. Please answer yes or no when I call your name. By organization. ALPA?
Yes.
Alaska?
Yes, ma'am.
AFA?
Yes.
FAA,
Yes.
IAM,
Yes.
Spirit.
Yes.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the board, I'd like to thank the many witnesses testifying at this hearing in support of aviation safety. Witnesses will be questioned under oath. They will remain under oath until the conclusion of the hearing. We ask that all witnesses, and this is important, all witnesses be present for the entire hearing, both days, unless you have coordinated in advance with the hearing officer, because you may be recalled later for further questioning. The witnesses have been selected because of their ability to provide the best available information on the issues pertinent to this investigation. The witness list was reviewed by the parties to the hearing last week at the pre-hearing conference. In the interest of time, we will not describe the witnesses' credentials. Instead, we have pre-qualified each witness by documenting their qualifications in writing. You may review each witness's biographical information in the public docket, which opened to the public this morning. I'd now like to provide a general overview of the hearing and appropriate conduct for the proceedings. You may wish to refer to the hearing agenda for more detail. We expect each day to run from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. With that said, we can and will go longer if needed. I will remind everyone that before I came to the NTSB, I worked on the Hill, where we had 17 to 20-hour markups. We will not leave until all questions are asked. We will break for a 1-hour lunch at about 1:45 p.m. each day, and we will have breaks throughout. The first break will occur after the technical panel asks questions before the parties begin to ask their questions. However, if you need a break, pass me a note. I'm not that formal. Throw a sticky up here. So, today's panel 1 will run from about 10 a.m. to lunch. The topic is overview of Boeing 737 MAX 9 manufacturing and inspections. Following lunch, panel 2 will run till about, well, whenever. We'll cover the events surrounding the opening and closing of the mid-exit door plug. Tomorrow, we'll begin with panel 3, safety management systems and quality management systems, which will take us to the lunch break. And following lunch, we'll have panel 4 on FAA oversight. We'll follow the same process for all panels. Mr. Brazy will reintroduce the members of the technical panel and swear in the witnesses. And then witnesses will be questioned first by the technical panel, second by the parties, third by the Board of Inquiry. Parties will have designated time during each panel to question the witnesses. Each party will keep their questions to 5 minutes or less. We have a timer to help you stay on track. We do anticipate being able to accommodate more than one round of questions per panel. I will make all rulings on the admissibility of exhibits, appropriateness of questions, and pertinence of proffered testimony. If a party spokesperson objects to any question asked during the hearing or wishes to discuss admissibility of an exhibit or the pertinence of proffered testimony, please raise your hand and wait to be recognized by me. A word about conduct. This is not an adversarial hearing. This doesn't mean tough questions won't be asked. They should be asked. This is an investigation. However, the board does not permit cross-examination of witnesses in the legal sense, nor do we assign fault or blame for an accident or incident. As a result, we will not permit questions related to fault, outside litigation, or legal liability in general. Questions related to legal liability or fault are not relevant to the fact-finding purposes of an investigative hearing or our statutory mission. We're here to improve safety. Before I invite the hearing officer to introduce the exhibits, I'd like to acknowledge the many people on Team NTSB who've made this hearing possible. Office of the Chief Financial Officer, Office of the Chief Information Officer, Office of the General Counsel, Office of the Managing Director, Office of Aviation Safety, Office of Research and Engineering, Office of Safety Recommendations and Communications, and of course the offices of members Graham, Chapman, Brown, and Inman, as well as my team. I'd also like to give a shout out to our summer interns, Sierra Giuliano, which again is in the back, and Natasha Mahadillo. Who has assisted us in the preparation of this hearing? Our other fabulous interns are Jacob Wells, Caden Nuri, Jeremy Braden Edwards, and Matthew Chin. Thank you all for your work throughout the summer. Next, the hearing officer will describe the exhibits. Mr. Brazy.
Thank you, Chair Hamidi. Exhibits for this hearing include reports produced by NTSB investigative staff, videos and other documents submitted by the technical panel members, witnesses, and parties to support the testimony and questions you will hear over the next 2 days. The exhibits for the hearing are in the docket. The docket number is SA Sierra Alpha 543. The NTSB is authorized by statute to disclose information to carry out its mission, but we protect confidentiality and proprietary information to the greatest extent possible. As such, the exhibits contain redactions. These are the result of negotiations between parties and the NTSB regarding the disclosure of information claimed to be personally identifiable, security sensitive, or proprietary in nature. Though redacted, the exhibits contain sufficient information so that members of the public can refer to them during the hearing and throughout the NTSB investigation. The exhibits entered into the record and any presentations, along with other records of the investigation, become part of the NTSB public docket and are available via the NTSB website, ntsb.gov. The public docket opened this morning. Party spokespersons and witnesses have been provided electronic copies of the public docket containing the exhibits identified above. The docket is located on the investigation page, which you can access in one of two ways. You can visit ntsb.gov, or if you've joined us in person, you can scan the QR code on the back of the hearing agenda. On the investigation page, you will find the link to the public docket on the right-hand side, just above the map. A transcript of the testimony taken during the hearing will be prepared and entered into the docket as soon as possible. In addition, Mr. Johnson will keep a list of any documents that are identified during the hearing which are not currently exhibits in the NTSB public docket. As a reminder, if a party to the hearing has a new exhibit to propose in accordance with 49 CFR 845.9, it will not be admitted unless the chair determines that good cause has been shown. The documents will be submitted after the hearing and entered into the public docket. While the parties do not participate in the analysis of our evidence, you can submit written comments for our consideration. This is where parties can state their views for the record, such as the potential conclusions that may be drawn. We strongly encourage parties to submit written comments which are beneficial to our analysis. Our regulations provide two separate opportunities to do this. First, you may submit comments on the hearing per 49 CFR 845.13. Following an investigative hearing, any party to the hearing may submit proposed findings to be drawn from the testimony and exhibits, and a proposed probable cause and proposed safety recommendations designed to prevent future accidents or incidents. The proposals shall be submitted within the time specified by the investigative hearing officer at the close of the hearing and shall be made part of the public docket. Parties to the investigative hearing shall serve copies of their proposals to all other parties to the hearing. Such comments are due to me, the hearing officer, within 30 days after the close of the hearing, and that's Friday, September 6, 2024. We ask that any submissions be sent to us electronically. The second opportunity to submit comments is through the traditional party submission process outlined in 49 CFR 831.14. Any party to the investigation designated under 831.11 may submit to the NTSB written proposed findings to be drawn from the evidence produced during the course of the investigation, a proposed probable cause, and or proposed safety recommendations designed to prevent future accidents. A due date for this submission will be provided at a later time. You may avail yourselves of one, both, or neither of these opportunities. If you do send comments at any point, they will be included in the public docket. As mentioned, we will consider party comments during the analysis phase of the investigation. and our preparation of the final report. Chair Hammondy, that concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brazy. I'll now ask Investigator in Charge John Lovell to provide an overview of the accident. Floor is yours.
Good morning. As you heard in the Chair's opening remarks, on January 5th, 2024, about 17:14 Pacific Standard Time, Alaska Airlines Flight 1282, a Boeing 737-9 MAX, returned to Portland International Airport, Portland, Oregon, after the left mid-exit door, MED plug, departed the airplane, leading to a rapid decompression. Shortly after takeoff, the captain said that while climbing through about 16,000 feet, there was a loud bang. Both flight crew said they immediately donned their oxygen masks. They added that the flight deck door had blown open due to the rapid decompression in the cabin. It was very noisy and difficult to communicate among themselves and with the cabin crew. The flight crew immediately contacted air traffic control, executed emergency procedures, landed on runway 28 left, and taxied to the gate without further incident. After the rapid decompression, meanwhile, in the cabin, the emergency oxygen mask deployed, and the cabin crew performed their safety functions to assist passengers, to include secured the cockpit door that had blown open, donned oxygen masks so that they could then assist passengers, attempted to communicate to the flight crew, but it was so loud that they could not hear a response, assessed the condition of the cabin, issued instructions, and did appropriate individual checks on passengers, such as an unaccompanied minor. And they prepared the cabin for the emergency landing. The left MED plug was recovered from a neighborhood backyard. The plug and the associated hardware are shown on this slide. The accident airplane was equipped with an MED plug, which is a customer option. The MED plug is not meant to be opened during operation. It is only operated during inspections. The investigation found that the MED plug left the Boeing Renton manufacturing plant and was delivered to Alaska Airlines without the 4 bolts having been installed that were required to secure it to the fuselage. The left MED plug was installed and pre-rigged on the fuselage on July 18th, 2023 at Spirit Aerosystems. You will hear more about this process in the first panel that talks about manufacturing. The close and verify pre-rig task was accomplished on July 28th, 2023 per production order. The fuselage was shipped by train to the Boeing Renton facility on August 31st, 2023. Evidence showed that the required 4 retaining bolts were installed. At that time, it was inspected and no non-conformance reports or NCRs were issued against the MED plug. If a discrepancy is noted with the plug, an NCR is generated and the repair or rework is performed. Boeing does not open the MED plug unless a discrepancy is found. The Boeing production process typically has 9 factory flow day positions in the 737-9 final assembly process, 6 of which can affect the MED plug. Records show that on September 1st, 2023, an NCR was created noting 5 damaged rivets on the edge frame forward of the left MED plug. On this slide, the yellow circles show the location of the damaged rivets. To rework the damaged rivets, access required opening the left MED plug as shown on the slide now. The rivets were replaced per non-conformance order and was completed on September 19th, 2023 by contract Spirit Aerosystems personnel at the Boeing Renton facility. The MED plug was then closed and the airplane was delivered to Alaska Airlines. As stated earlier, post-accident evidence showed that the retaining bolts were not installed. The blue circles show the location where the bolts should have been installed. Insulation is covering the 4th location. More details about the opening and closing of the left MED plug will be discussed in panel number 2. This slide shows that between September 18th, 2023 at 5:16 a.m. and September 19th, 2023 at 10:56 p.m., the MED plug was opened, the rivet rework was performed, and the MED plug was closed. This information is the culmination of NTSB's review of Boeing's Shipside Action Tracker, or SAT, of text messages, photographs, interviews, installation plans, non-conformance records, and non-conformance orders. Panel 3 will discuss the quality management system and voluntary safety management system, and panel 4 will touch on FAA oversight so that by the end of this investigative hearing, there should be a better understanding of how the 4 retaining bolts escaped established processes. NTSB staff was notified of the accident on the night it occurred, and the NTSB GO team launched the following day to Portland, Oregon to investigate. The listed people on this slide assisted in the conduct of and are supporting this ongoing investigation. The chair of the NTSB traveled with the investigative team and acted as the agency's spokesperson. Next slide. The NTSB invited qualified persons to act as parties to participate in the investigation. These entities included Airline Pilots Association, Alaska Airlines, the Association of Flight Attendants, Boeing Commercial Airplanes, the Federal Aviation Administration, the International Association of Machinists Union, and Spirit Aerosystems. As the chair mentioned, Boeing is a party to the investigation, but is not a party to this investigative hearing. Madam Chair, this concludes my opening statement, and I now turn it over to you as chair of the Board of Inquiry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Level. We'll now begin with the first panel. Will the hearing officer please introduce once again the members of the technical panel, bring up the witnesses, and then swear in the witnesses?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Will our witnesses please take their seats at the table across from the room, please? Chair Hamidi, the first panel is Overview of the Boeing 737 MAX 9 Manufacturing and Inspection. The panel will address Boeing 737 MAX 9 production in general, the training of mechanics, turnover and retention, mechanic experience, pairing and assigning of tasks, the process of documenting nonconformance, description of the shipside action tracker system and its intended use, description of the Common Manufacturing Execution System and its intended use, and the process for documenting the removal of previously installed parts or components. The NTSB panel, starting to my right, is composed of Mr. John Lovell, the investigator in charge, Mr. Picholo Cruz, lead aerospace engineer, Mr. Nils Johnson, aviation accident investigator for maintenance, and Dr. Sabrina Woods, senior human performance investigators. Witnesses for panel 1 are composed of the following individuals. From my left, nearest the board members, Ms. Elizabeth Lund, Chair of Quality Operations Council and Senior Vice President for Quality at Boeing Commercial Airplanes. Mr. Doug Ackerman, Vice President of Supplier Quality, Boeing Commercial Airplanes. Mr. Terry George, Senior Vice President and General Manager for Boeing Programs at Spirit Aero Systems. Mr. Scott Graybon, Senior Director, 737 and P-8 Quality at Spirit Aero Systems. And Mr. Lloyd Catlin, Business Representative at the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers. I now ask that the witnesses please stand to be sworn in. Please raise your right hand and please answer by saying, I do. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please be seated. As a reminder to the witnesses, you will remain under oath until the conclusion of the hearing. We ask that you answer questions factually and avoid analysis. Finally, please push the microphone button to talk and then push it again when finished. Chair Hamidi, these witnesses have been pre-qualified and their respective experience and qualifications appear in the docket as exhibits. I would now like to turn the questioning over to Mr. Cruz.
Before you begin, Mr. Cruz, two things. One, because I asked the parties and now that Boeing is up here, I'm going to ask Ms. Lund on behalf of Boeing to indicate whether Boeing understands and remains committed to upholding the NTSB party agreement in its entirety. Please answer yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you. And for a word of caution for everybody here, Board of Inquiry, technical panel, parties, witnesses, there are a number of names of personnel. Some are not redacted, some are redacted in the docket. Do not use name. You can use positions. You can use what work crew, not names of those personnel who have been redacted. Thank you so much. Mr. Brazy.
Mr. Cruz.
Good morning. Mr. George, what are your roles and responsibilities as the Spirit Aero Systems Senior Vice President, General Manager of Boeing Programs?
Can I ask the staff to pull the microphones closer, and can you repeat that question one more time, Mr. Cruz?
Sure. Mr. George, what are your roles and responsibilities as the Spirit Aero Systems Senior Vice President, General Manager of Boeing Systems?
I'm the leader for Wichita and Tulsa, mainly the Boeing programs for all of the operations, which includes fabrication, assembly, the support groups, and also tooling and facilities.
Thank you. Similarly, Mr. Graybon, what are your roles and responsibilities as the Spirit Aero Systems Senior Director, 737 P-8 Quality?
Good morning. I'm responsible for the oversight of the quality organization, covering the 737 as well as the P-8 to ensure that we are performing to meet the compliance requirements.
Thank you. Mr. George, the Spirit Aerosystems hold a production certificate?
We do not.
Okay. Could you...
Can I ask the witnesses to also speak up and pull the microphone? Thank you.
Could you generally describe what components Spirit Aerosystem manufactures for the Boeing Company and describe the Spirit Aerosystems fuselage manufacturing process in the Wichita plant?
So in the Wichita plant, we have all of the Boeing forward sections. We also have the 737, the entire fuselage. Most of the Boeing propulsion end items, so the strut nacelles. In Tulsa, we have mainly the wing components for the Boeing aircraft.
What is the company's organization and reporting structure like, starting from Spirit production personnel?
Well, like I said earlier, I'm the senior vice president, so I have 9 or 10 either vice presidents or directors that report to me. Most of them in Wichita, but also one in Tulsa. And again, it's divided into, for example, the 737 fuselage has a leader, the propulsion package has a leader, the 737 thrust reverser has a leader, my fabrication area has one, the tooling and facilities group has a separate leader, the same in Tulsa. That's generally how we're organized.
Madam Chair, I believe we have a video that might, and Mr. Cruz, a video that might explain the production better. If we could call that up, I would request.
Okay, good morning. Yeah, so let's pause here, please, on this slide. This video is a time-lapse video of the build of the 737 fuselage at Spirit Aerosystems. So I'm going to ask that you pause on the first 2 slides. There's some technical data that may help everybody in the room understand what you're going to see through the time-lapse video. It takes approximately 3 minutes for the entire video. Okay? Please proceed to the first slide. Okay, let's pause. So this is the Spirit responsibility. All areas in blue, like Terry just mentioned, are what Spirit is responsible for. This video is going to concentrate on the fuselage section, which is the tubular section running diagonally on the screen. The fuselage is made up of 6 independent sections that will all become one piece, one part number at the very end. It will also comprise approximately 70% of the total structure of the 737. Okay, next slide. Okay, let's pause here for just a second. So this is the Spirit work statement. This is specific to a single fuselage. There's approximately 18,000 parts per fuselage, 200,000 fasteners per fuselage. At the current rates, that equates to approximately 6.2 million fasteners per month and 74 million fasteners per year. There's also 288 suppliers, that's both domestic and international. It's important to note that based on the size and scope of this build, Spirit is an AS9100 certified facility, meaning that our quality management system conforms to the international standards for aerospace manufacturing. We do that through the use of approximately 250 quality inspectors who perform both in-process as well as final inspections. And it's also important to note that both Boeing and the FAA historically and currently have had an on-site presence at Spirit to help oversee quality as well as regulatory oversight. Okay, so let's proceed with the video, and this is it'll move pretty quickly. So the video takes place entirely in Wichita, Kansas. This is our global logistics center where detailed parts are received from all around the world, as well as Spirit fabrication. Spirit also receives raw material. This raw material, such as this aluminum, large aluminum plates, will be made into skins on the 737. Spirit processes at our own facility. Following processing, those detailed parts will be brought to the floor. They'll be made into assemblies, and they'll feed the sections that were described on the first slide. These are our floor beams. Floor beams are made for each section of the fuselage. Each section, the floor beams will be integrated into each section before the sections are moved into being integrated into a final fuselage. Spirit also uses technology such as what we call SPIFFy, which is both a touch and a scanning technology used to measure fastener head heights. So this is also our auto fastening machinery, similar to SPIFFy, where 50% of the through skin fasteners are done through our auto fastening process. Following auto fastening, the majority of drilling and filling is done by hand. Upon completion of each section, the sections will be lifted up by crane that you see here, brought over to our integration area where they'll be lowered onto positioning pogos. The positioning pogos then laser align first the lower sections, and then the forward and aft sections are brought together. Spirit also uses industrial engineering type technology that ensures that the proper person is at the proper place at the proper time throughout the build in the fuselage. Once the laps and joins are completed, you now have all sections have become a single fuselage. Once complete, the fuselage will be lifted out of integration and brought over to our seal bay area by crane. In seal bay, the interior and exterior seal will be applied. From there, it'll go to our camo facility. In camo, it'll be primed, painted, and corrosion inhibitor applied. Spirit also has a facility in Subang, Malaysia. In Subang, we do detailed parts as well as assemblies. This is where the mid-exit door plug is built, packaged, and shipped to the Wichita facility. Once received in Wichita, the door will be installed and pre-rigged, as noted earlier in the statements. Once all the structure is complete on a 737 fuselage, the unit is placed on a rail car and prepped to ship. At this point, Boeing, Spirit delivers the fuselage to Boeing. Boeing then pulls the fuselage approximately 2,000 miles over a course of about 12, on average 12 days, to its Renton facility, the 737 plant in Renton, Washington, at which point the empty fuselage will be stuffed with electrical, hydraulics, interiors, and be integrated into a 737 aircraft.
Thank you for that presentation. How many manufacturing lines are there for the 737 fuselage in Wichita?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes. How many manufacturing lines are there for the 737 fuselages in Wichita?
Currently, we have 10 integration tools. That's the best way I can answer that question. And what Scott just showed you, when we were loading each of the sections into integration tools with the help of the AIT manipulators, there's 10 of those.
And how long does it take to manufacture a 737 fuselage in Wichita?
Again, difficult question. If we think about starting with the purchase of raw material, it's 12 months. So we purchase raw material, we fabricate parts, we do sub-assemblies, we also assemble the sections and then into integration. So generally, it's about a 12-month time period.
What Spirit documents are used to manufacture the fuselage?
In order to manufacture the fuselage, Spirit utilizes what we call IPs, which are instructions. Each section is built up via all the instructions, make the detailed parts and the assemblies. I'm not sure does that answer your question?
Yeah, is there like a hierarchy of documents that you have as far as the production orders or anything like that? Well,
we follow our IPs, our production orders, as well as our procedures and policies. We also have BACs, which are Boeing documents that have very specific requirements that we must meet.
Does Spirit own the documents or does Boeing?
Spirit owns our work orders. Boeing owns certain specifications.
Okay. And how often are the manufacturing documents audited for clarity and ease of use?
Well, Spirit's under a continual audit process. We audit based on either certain findings throughout other audits or annually in certain areas. It really does depend on if there's been any findings and how often. If we audit, let's say, annually, if we've had findings in certain areas, we'll perform additional audits.
Could you please describe the Spirit process should there be a discrepancy during the manufacture of a fuselage? How is this discrepancy tracked and managed?
If a discrepancy is found, we really have two means to document. One is called a pickup, what we refer to as a pickup. A pickup is a non-conformance that does not require an engineering disposition to be brought back to engineering requirements. The second means that Spirit utilizes is an NC, a non-conformance. What that is we'll refer to as a tag. The defect will be detailed on the tag, location, type of defect, part numbers, reference to drawing numbers. Engineering will provide a disposition of how to correct the defect. It will not be brought back to engineering, original engineering, but it'll be brought back to another acceptable means for engineering. Engineering has the final say. Once the engineering disposition is created, the operations team will perform the rework. Quality team will re-inspect and accept.
So in discussions with Spirit personnel, the investigative team heard the term defect and nonconformity in manufacturing. Can you describe the difference?
A nonconformance is it's an item that does not meet the engineering requirements. The term defect, it's difficult with the word defect. Everything is a nonconformance in quality. A defect can be a nonconformance, but just because there is a defect, it doesn't necessarily mean there's a nonconformance. And I think that's an important note. You can see something that is ugly, but it doesn't mean it's a nonconformance.
Those Spirit production documents show that there are inspection points in the manufacturing records. How and who determines these inspection points?
Inspection points are determined by quality, manufacturing, or engineering, typically, depending on where, how the build is made. You can have an inspection point added by having additional findings later on throughout the build as we mature, just to add an inspection point to add an extra layer of oversight.
Is there a difference between Spirit manufacturing personnel inspections and Spirit quality personnel inspections? If so, what are the differences?
Spirit manufacturing doesn't perform inspections, with the quality team performs inspections. Manufacturing can identify an area to be inspected, but only a qualified Spirit inspector can actually perform the inspection.
Is there any certification requirements to be the quality inspector?
Quality inspectors are a specific job code which is different than a manufacturing person. Spirit quality inspectors also go through training in order to become inspectors.
So should Spirit Systems decide there needs to be a change in the manufacturing process, are any changes coordinated with Boeing? And how does Spirit communicate this to the FAA?
I would say we have updates to our manufacturing plan continuously as a part of continuous improvement. Generally not coordinated with Boeing, but there are times where there is a need for coordination with Boeing. It is not coordinated to the FAA from Spirit.
So with those changes, how are the implemented changes communicated to the manufacturing personnel?
But we have job paper or installation plans. That's what tells the manufacturing community how to perform the work. If there's a change, we have a term of a red flag. So on that installation plan, it will flag it that there's a change to give the mechanic a heads up.
So where are all your production records kept? Is it in a system of some sort?
Yeah, production records are kept in our MES system, manufacturing execution system.
And what is your typical Spirit record retention policy for these records?
I'll have to come back to you with exactly how long we hold on to the records are for the lifetime of the airplane. I just don't know how long we keep them in Wichita. We then put them in long-term storage. I just don't know what that time frame is.
Thank you. Dr. Woods.
Thank you. I believe this question is for Mr. George. By all means, pass it off if that's incorrect. At the time of the accident, what was your average production rate for the year for a 737 fuselage?
At that time, it was 38 airplanes a month.
And currently, what is your production rate?
Production rate is 31 airplanes a month.
What goes into dictating how your production rate fluctuates?
Generally, it's Boeing controls the master schedule, if you will. They're going to determine number of deliveries, et cetera. Our rate is going to be based off of their rate. There is some buffer inventory between us, so it doesn't always have to be exact, but it's very similar.
When you change that rate, what sort of change management process does Spirit employ to ensure that you maintain the same level of conformity and safety with each change?
We go through a rate readiness process, and basically what you're doing, you're looking at all resources, so human resources, tooling, machines, space. From there, we're doing our calculations of what additions need to be made to be able to go from a lower rate to a higher rate. Obviously, hiring personnel, adding the equipment, et cetera. Did that answer it?
It does. Thank you. So, given the last 5 years or so, has Spirit Aerosystems ever decided against a rate change of any sort? For instance, trying to go from a lower rate to a higher rate, or conversely?
You know, that's a good question. So with COVID and the MAX grounding between ourselves and Boeing, there were times where we had some very great conversations about should we or should we not go to a particular rate increase. So they have the authority. So we are obviously going to fall in line on whatever that rate increase is. But because of the situation in the last 5 years, we have had some good conversations relative to should we or should we not.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson?
Morning. Two things about my group of questions. My group of questions are for Spirit, so I don't care what Mr. George, Mr. Brown, who answers. Also, the perspective is at the September 2023 timeframe. If something's changed between September 23 and now, please describe in effect in September.
Nils, we can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Did you guys catch that, or should I repeat?
I think we got most of it.
Okay. Do out-of-sequence production tasks ever occur on the 737 production line?
So when we think about, excuse me, out-of-sequence is relative to Spirit, as opposed to Spirit and Boeing. So we'll just start right there. We do have out-of-sequence activity. I would just, for example, the last 7 months, obviously we try to minimize it. And there's a management decision associated with how much is enough. I would tell you the last 7 months, for example, we've been at our lowest levels ever in terms of out-of-sequence or travel work.
Okay. Do you have a formal process for dealing with out-of-sequence production tasks?
We do not, meaning that, and I've seen this, again, I'm 41 years with Boeing and Spirit, so I've seen it done a couple of different ways where you would actually create travel IPs, but we do not do that, and we haven't done that since we became Spirit 19 years ago.
In January of 2023, the investigative team witnessed at Spirit an MED plug being installed on a fuselage. The technician was observed using a lubricant not called out by the engineering documentation to assist in closing the plug and to protect the seals from damage. Did Spirit authorize the use of a lubricant contrary to the requirements of the engineering documentation?
We have had some good conversations with the Boeing company because both companies rig these doors. This particular med door with the end gate and the bulb seal and the friction associated with it, you have to have a lubricant of some type. Otherwise, you're going to tear the seal. And the conversations through the years have been, what's the appropriate lubrication? So everything from Vaseline to baby powder to liquid soap, etc. And so, to answer your question, it was left up to the mechanic at that time to determine what the appropriate lubrication should be. Since that time, we have created engineering green line that now calls out the Dawn soap as the preferred lubricant.
Okay, so the corrective action was formal documentation in the engineering documentation to call out the right lubricant?
It was. It's through a green line. It exists today. It actually officially went into effect, I think, sometime in May.
What is the process Spirit Aerosystems uses to remove a previously installed installation?
Spirit has a removal process. It's a documentation. Anytime you have a completed installation, the paperwork is closed, so Spirit performs a removal. A removal documents anything that needs to be taken apart so that the formal documentation exists to put it back together.
Madam Chair, Niels, I think just one correction. I think you said January 2023 and you meant 2024, correct?
I meant September, what it was as of September 2023. At the time the 8789 was being fabricated.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Has Spirit had any issues with undocumented removals?
Spirit has, throughout our very complex build, there has been times where we have had undocumented removals. Those are corrected via corrective actions inside of our factory, as well as disciplinary actions if needed.
Okay, I was going to ask what the corrective actions were that you put in place to prevent it from reoccurring, and you're saying changes to the process and formal corrective action.
Yeah, so we have to be careful with if someone, let's say, misses a removal process. The first thing we have to learn is, did they miss a removal process because they just didn't understand the process? At which point they need to be retrained and re-educated on how the removal process works. Otherwise, we will look at disciplinary measures for avoiding a process.
If Spirit finds an issue or an escape related to manufacturing, what is the process for corrective action on the production line? And the second question is, how is Boeing notified when this occurs?
So can you repeat the first part of that just to make sure I'm clear on the answer?
Yep. If Spirit finds an issue or an escapement related to the manufacturing, what is the process for corrective action on the production line? I'll stop there.
Okay, so if there's an escape from Spirit Aerosystems and it's identified by Spirit, we have a notice of escapement process. That process, the first thing we do is look for scope and bound. What was the defect? what was the escape, I should say, when did it occur, what aircraft are affected, what line units are affected. So we look for scope and bound first. We'll also then formally perform line checks throughout our factory, meaning we will look at everything that's in our production system and perform an inspection to see if there is any of those defects found in our production system. At that point, the NOE will be written with the scope and bound for anything that is not what is no longer in Spirit's possession. And then the corrective action will be, we do a root cause corrective as to why the defect occurred. Is it a manufacturing issue? Is it a planning? Is it an engineering issue? Whatever that is, and that'll then be corrected.
And what is the process used to notify Boeing if this happens?
The NOE process. So once the defect is determined to have escaped the Spirit factory, and we give them a notice of investigation now, which as a preliminary to the notice of escapement, it's more of a heads up. So if Boeing then has an aircraft that, let's say, it's ready to deliver, they'll know that there's potential for this defect to occur. Then the true official notification is the notice of escapement, which is the formal document that is then released to Boeing indicating what units are affected, what exactly is affected, and working on the root cause corrective action.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cruz?
Thank you. Ms. Lund, what are your roles and responsibilities as the Chair of Quality Operational Council and the Senior VP of Boeing Commercial Airplanes?
Thank you. I have 3 primary roles. Number 1, as you mentioned, is the chair of the Quality Operations Council, which is a role in which I represent quality across the Boeing company at the executive level, so representing all business units at our executive council. I also, as you mentioned, am the leader of quality for Boeing commercial airplanes, and in that role, I lead a team of approximately 7,400 quality professionals across the BCA organization. And then lastly, I am responsible for the development and execution of our comprehensive safety and quality plan, which we have put in place post the Alaska accident.
Thank you. Similarly, Mr. Ackerman, what are your roles and responsibilities as the Vice President and Supplier Quality Boeing Commercial Airplanes?
Good morning. I have 2 responsibilities that cover the parts that we bring into our factories. Part of it is for our external supply chain, where I have a team that is responsible for working with our external suppliers to oversee their quality management system and ensure we have conforming parts coming in. The other half is for our internal fabrication organization, where we build parts internally that come into our factories, and I have responsibility for the quality organization in fabrication.
Thank you. Ms. Lund, does Boeing hold a production certificate?
Yes, we do. We hold PC 700, which allows us to produce commercial aircraft.
And what is the company's organization reporting structure like, starting from the production personnel and the manufacturing process?
The reporting structure is that for the personnel in the manufacturing process, there are mechanics and inspectors. The mechanics roll up through our manufacturing organization and report to, in many cases, the programs, the 737 program, 677, 787, or the fabrication division. The inspectors are located on a program, work with the program, but report directly to me as an independent organization of quality.
Can you please explain the Boeing production process of building an airplane?
I can, and I'd like to pull up 2 exhibits if I could pull up
Sure.
Boeing Exhibit 1.
Yes.
All right, to start with an overview to answer the question, we have 3 production lines to build our 737 in final assembly. There are 10 flow days. Our first 3, flow day 1, 2, and 3, you will see those only listed once. They are housed together. There are 3 positions in float A1, 3 positions in float A2, 3 positions in float A3 in a tool located there. From that point, you will see float A4 through 10, we split into 3 lines. And for a point of clarity, I will comment that at the time of September 2023, we were running only 2 lines to build our 737s, the west line and the central line. We were using the east line to pull airplanes in to do rework, but not in the baseline build of the aircraft. If you could pull up Exhibit 2, please, just a little bit more detail of how we build the aircraft. Oh, that was it. Thank you. If we can go back. Thank you so much. In float A1 through 3, this is the location where we load the fuselage into that tool. You can see the tool I was referring to there in float A1 through 3. This is where, again, in September of 2023, we would do an initial inspection of the fuselage. That has since changed, but we would do an initial inspection of that fuselage, and we start to do things like install the blankets, ensure the airplane is ready, and start to do the basic work on the fuselage. When you move to float A4, that is really our join position. That is where we put the wings on the airplane, the horizontal stabilizer, vertical stabilizer, and the gear. That's where it really becomes an airplane, not a fuselage. Then we continue through the process. In float A5, we start to load the back of the airplane, interior components. We start to do some rigging. We make sure our fuel tanks are good to go. Float A6, we turn power on the airplane. That is where we turn it into a live airplane. We start to begin some of our testing. We really start to build out the interior. Float A7 is really where we start to do our functional testing throughout the airplane. If I may, Mike, could I ask you to just move that chair out of the way so I can see that screen? Thank you. Thank you. Float A7, we start to do our baseline cabin testing and our flight control testing. That lasts for the next few. Float A's 7, 8, and 9, we start to test the airplane, make sure our systems are working, and we really finish out the interior build as we get near the end. By float A9, we hang our engines. We make sure everything is ready to go. 2 points I will comment on in this flow that I think are relevant. When the fuselage is in the tool in float A1 through 3, that's where we do our initial verification of the rig for this mid-exit door plug on the airplanes that have the plug. And then at the end of the line on float A9, we do our final fit and fair rig of that plug as well. When the airplane gets to float A10, we finish up the work and we get it ready to move outside from the factory.
Thank you. What was the production rate of the 737 fuselage or airplane prior to the accident?
We had approved ourselves to build at a baseline rate of 38 aircraft per month, but we were producing at a rate lower than that, upper 20s to low 30s.
And after the accident?
We are still approved to produce at a maximum rate of 38, but we dropped our rate considerably lower to the single digits, and we are now working our way back up to the 38 airplanes per month, but we are still in the 20s at this point.
Thank you. Dr. Wood.
Ms. Lund, you just gave us an overview of shortly before the Alaska Airlines accident and then after, but in the last 5 years, how has your production rate for the 737 line fluctuated?
Prior to COVID and prior to the Lion Air and Ethiopian MAX accidents, we were producing at a rate on the 737 line of 52 airplanes per month. After the grounding of the airplane, we slowed that down virtually to 0. And it has been at a lower rate than that since. Coming out of COVID, when the market came back, we were returned to service on the MAX. We started to increase that rate again steadily. And as was stated a moment ago, we had been approved to reach 38 airplanes per month, but had not produced 38 airplanes in a given month prior to the MAX accident or to date.
Would you please describe for us what sort of change management process does Boeing enact to ensure the same level of conformity and safety which each incremental changes?
And is that specifically with regard to rate?
With regard to rate production.
Thank you. Yes, we have a rate readiness process. The rate readiness process is run by the airplane program who's building the product. It starts usually more than a year in advance of any given rate increase. It, as my colleague Mr. George referred to, we do many of the things that he talked about at Spirit, but it is a comprehensive list across the value stream of what needs to be done to increase rate. We ask the questions on staffing, we ask the questions on capital equipment, tooling, engineering resources, and we have a section at Boeing dedicated to the supply chain where we go out to our suppliers. We ensure, as Mr. George described, that they too are capable and ready of going up to rate. We have at least monthly reviews in this process. Starting about 2 to 3 years ago with the implementation of our safety management system, we also began to run a safety risk management assessment for every rate increase so that we could look for hazards, we could understand the risks to the system. That is all part of this exercise, and it culminates in a capstone event. I will also comment that as we go through these monthly reviews, culminating in the capstone, we also include the FAA in those reviews. They are welcome to join us, and in my history, the last few years do attend, at least virtually, these capstone events and these meetings, where we ensure that we are ready across the board prior to approving or authorizing that rate increase. One other point that was brought up earlier is, since the accident, as a part of our ongoing dialogue with the FAA and our comprehensive quality and safety plan, we have established a set of 6 key performance indicators, or KPIs, that we are using to roll up and indicate a healthy factory. We have set control limits per these KPIs as part of our safety management system. And we watch these control limits, and our agreement with the FAA is going forward. These 6 KPIs and our performance to those control limits will also be an added part of this rate readiness process.
And then, similar to the question that I asked Spirit, since COVID, when your demand did increase, have you ever decided against a rate increase? And if so, what were the considerations for that?
We have. And in fact, over the last 2 or 3 years, we have decided against them much more than we have decided for them. We delayed the rate 31 and 38 rates on the 737 multiple times. The considerations and the primary reasons that we delayed were twofold. Number one was supply chain readiness. The feedback we got from the supply chain, are they ready? And number 2 was the staffing and training of our own employees and being ready there as well.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz.
Thank you. Ms. Lund, what are the manufacturing documents used by Boeing to build an airplane?
There is a set of documents that we use similar to what was described, but certainly it starts with an installation plan. The installation plan is housed in our authoritative system of record, which we call CMIS. The Common Manufacturing Execution System, I believe Spirit referenced it as just MES. We are MES, but it is our common system of record. That is where our installation plans are housed. They reference a set of drawings. They reference BPIs, which are the processes we use to manufacture under, and specifications as well, which give engineering guidance. And then there is a set of documents that we use, like nonconformance records, as were mentioned earlier, when there is a nonconforming condition that needs to be documented as well.
Can you please describe the Boeing production document hierarchy?
Our document hierarchy is authoritative documentation, which are those documents to which our employees work to. Those are those housed in CMIS. They are the installation plan, the drawing, the documents that we must be able to pull up to meet the Code of Federal Regulations as we build product. From a quality management system, we have our quality documentation, which is developed to ensure that we also comply with all of the CFRs there. The hierarchy there really starts with the CFRs, our quality manual, and then our policies, PROs, BPIs, and process guides as you work down that hierarchy.
The Boeing production documents show that there are inspection points in the manufacturing records. How and who determines these inspection points?
The inspection points are decided similarly to as just was described earlier by engineering, by our planning organization, by our manufacturing or quality teams, as the case may be. But we have an abundance of processes. We have a process that lays out the fundamental guidance for how that happens, and we follow that guidance as well.
All right, similar to the question that I asked Spirit, what is the difference between the inspection accomplished by a Boeing manufacturing personnel versus a Boeing quality inspector?
The inspector role at Boeing, like at Spirit, are those who do an inspection. When employees do their work, they place a stamp. The stamp, the authoritative media, the stamp, as I like to call it, is the document that an employee places that says, I've done my work. Manufacturing mechanics typically stamp their work, stating that they did it in compliance with the requirements when they build it. An inspector stamps their work, stating that they have inspected it.
Is there training or certification needed in both cases?
There are certifications required for both mechanics and inspectors for certain activities. But as was described, there are different job skill codes, and different job skill codes perform different functions. An inspector is a different skill code than a mechanic. They are trained in those skills. We certainly recently have done a great deal of enhancement to that training as well, but we train them in those skills, and for certifications for specific jobs or activities, they are provided those certifications when required as well.
Okay. And how often does Boeing review its processes and documentation, and in particular its BPIs, to ensure coherence and clarity?
We have a process document that ensures that we review every BPI no longer than every 5 years. There are some that we do every 3 years, and certainly we do them more frequently if there are suggestions that there's something missing, findings, concerns that come up within Boeing or that come up from an audit, either internal or FAA or whatever it may be. We adjust more frequently, but every BPI will be reviewed no longer than every 5 years.
In each of the sections of the BPI, there's a specific to roles affected to that BPI. What is Boeing's expectation when it lists these roles?
Our expectation is that for any BPI, that the employees whose roles are affected will be following the requirements of that BPI specifically. It's a summary of the people in their roles who would need to go to those BPIs become familiar with those BPIs and ensure they are following them.
Can each of these roles flag an issue in the production process if it was necessary?
Each of these roles absolutely could flag an issue in the production process, and people beyond just those roles can also flag an issue if they see something wrong in the production system.
Can you please describe the process for identifying a BPI that needs to be revised? The revision process, and how are these audited? And obviously you already said there are set schedules to when they're being revised, but
when we find that a BPI needs to be revised for whatever reason, there's a BPI owner. That BPI owner is responsible for the content of that BPI. We propose the revisions. We send it out to a group of employees, depending on what the BPI is. Sometimes we have a workshop. Sometimes there will be a team that is formed to work on it. Sometimes an individual can make the changes, but it's routed for comments. We also now have a approval panel within the quality organization that if there are significant changes to that BPI, it comes to the leadership team to also review that BPI. And then in many cases, the contents of these BPIs are actually approved by the FAA. So after Boeing is comfortable with what we would like to propose, we then send it to the FAA for their review and approval as well. And after all approvals are granted, it goes into effect.
so basically you say that you do solicit feedback from manufacturing personnel when the BPIs need to be revised. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So, Mr. Catlin, can you please, before I ask you a follow-up question to Ms. Lund, can you please tell us what your role is or responsibilities for as an IAM business representative?
I'm a business representative in Everett, Washington for the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers. We represent the members who are on the floor, who are building the airplane, inspecting the airplane. Often, usually to our collective bargaining agreement, but we're often engaged in conversations about things that are happening on the floor as well.
Would you care to comment on Ms. Lund's answer with regards to soliciting feedback from manufacturing personnel with regards to BPI revisions?
Yeah, there is a process. When you get into the system that stores all the BPI's pros and policies, there is a group of people who do perform writing reviews on each change to each command media document. But these are not people that are on the floor. They are people that are selected from manufacturing, from quality engineering. These are not people who are down working on the airplane, building the products, being forced to or being required to follow the processes that are defined in the command media document.
Ms. Lund, how are enhancements to the process made and how is it filtered down to the production personnel?
Enhancements to the process are made through the revision process that I think I just described. If you have another question, I'm happy to answer it. And it's filtered down. We have a weekly summary at this point that is flowed out to employees, letting them know what's changed during the week. I will comment that enhancing that process is one of the areas that we are working on as part of our improvement plan, as we've tried to look very broadly at areas that need improvement, things we've heard from our employees that need improvement. That is an area that needs improvement, and we are working on ways to improve that and collecting feedback from our employees about ways that would be more effective to communicate those changes.
When a discrepancy or defect is found in manufacturing, how is it recorded and tracked, Ms. Lund?
When a discrepancy is found, it is recorded on a non-conformance record. There are several times, for the sake of simplifying, but generally capturing it, there are two kinds. There is a non-conformance record which does not require a disposition, as Mr. George described, as Mr. Graybond described, where a part can be brought to its drawing configuration. We sometimes call that a pickup. You may hear that word here. Those terms are sometimes used interchangeably. And then there is a disposition required, NCR, where the part cannot be brought back to its original configuration per drawing, at which point we go to engineering. We'll get a disposition on that part to ensure that the steps that we take to repair it are conforming, compliant, and safe per engineering definition.
Mr. Catlin, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, no, she's correct. We have multiple different types of nonconformance. We've got the lowest level nonconformance, which is a general pickup, which you can return the airplane to condition without an engineering disposition. And then there is the engineering disposition tag that requires engineering to give us a rework instruction on how to return the airplane to a condition. It's never going to be returned to a per drawing condition, but it is a disposition that allows us to continue building the airplane out. It's in the non-conformance management arena.
Ms. Lund, how are out-of-sequence production tasks handled? Is there a specific procedure or process to ensure the production steps aren't missed?
There are a few different ways, but in general, when a job record, when an installation plan is fired, which means it is due, it's come up on our SEMA system. A work order is fired for us to build the aircraft. When that is not complete, that stays with the aircraft record. That paperwork stays open, and as we proceed through the build, we ensure that all paperwork has been accounted for. In terms of out-of-sequence work, I want to hit a couple of items there. We have a BPI for traveled work, for which it primarily describes the requirements for traveling work once you leave the factory and you were to go to the ramp. We certainly operate by that BPI and have traditionally. Traditionally in our factory, we have also had what we call a precedence network, or a precedence network of critical jobs, which we watch, and we make sure that this precedent network, that the critical job prior to another job is complete prior to starting to work on that job. And we use that precedent network to also help us manage out-of-sequence work. Lastly, I will state, since the accident, we are significantly changing how we manage traveled work. And so that is what I would call pre-2024. Since the accident, as a part of our improvement activity, we are implementing a process where we are using safety risk assessments through our safety management system to assess work when it travels out of position, to ensure that we have a plan to work it, that it can be worked from a product safety and a personal safety standpoint safely. We identify how many positions in the factory floor it could move before it could create a safety issue or cover up work or increase out of sequence work. We do that, and then we manage to that. And again, that is just an implementation, but we are having good results from that so far.
Thank you. You mentioned that all the production records are kept in CMIS. What is Boeing's record retention policy for all these records?
Some records are required to be kept for life of airplane. Other records are to be required to be kept for, I believe it's 1 calendar year plus 10 years, so slightly more than 10 years. There are record requirements, and we abide by all of those depending on the various pieces of records.
Thank you. Johnson.
All right. My questions again go back to November of 2023, so please use that in response. Ms. Lund, what is a shipside action tracker?
Shipside Action Tracker, sometimes also referred to as SAT. So if you hear that, that's the acronym SAT that we use for Shipside Action Tracker. The SAT system is fundamentally a communication tool. Next to areas of the airplane, we have what we call a Line Side Support Center, or an LSCC. There are cross-functional representatives who sit next to the airplane. Their job is to assist the folks building the airplane and inspecting the airplane, the managers, the mechanics, the inspectors, the fulfillment team, when they need help. They use the SAT in order to help communicate. So if a mechanic were to need something, he could go to the LSCC and put it in SAT, and it communicates to different functions. If they need a part, if they need engineering support, if they need supplier support, it is a communication tool used to let people know when the floor needs help or needs something.
As a follow-up, who initiates the SAT?
A SAT can be requested by anyone on the floor. Typically, it's someone in the line side support center who writes the SAT.
Who is able to update the SAT?
I believe it's typically, again, the people in the line side support center or those who are working in the SAT system.
Per Boeing procedures, is a shipside action tracker considered an official production record for the airplane? Please explain.
A SAT is a communication tool. It is not what we call the authoritative system. SAT does not authorize an employee to work on an aircraft. SAT, as I mentioned, requests help. It lets people know if we need them to come to the airplane. It lets them know what's going on. It allows us to elevate issues so management can get visibility, can come and help when appropriate or reprioritize work. It does not authorize work on the airplane. So in that way, it is not an authoritative system. That is done through CMIS.
Switching gears, could you please explain the mid position, the different configurations of a door that are possible on a 737-9 MAX?
Yes, where there's the mid-exit door plug, the two configurations. You can have a working door in which the door is installed. It works just like a door that you see on an aircraft with a handle, and it can be open and closed and is intended to do that on a regular basis. Or if an airline does not want that door, they can have a plug, the structural mid-exit door plug. So on the fuselage side, the cutout, for lack of a better word, the design, the opening for the door will remain in the fuselage. The plug acts as a structural element to close that. So when you look at it from the inside of the aircraft, you'll see nothing there. It's not intended to open, so the seat rows and the interior stowage bins and things can continue right through that. If it's a door, you obviously have to have an opening for people to exit, for that door to be opened, etc. So you could have a structural plug or you could have a working door.
Is the MED plug considered primary structure?
I will only pause on the word primary. It is considered a structural element of the aircraft.
And what does it mean to be a structural element to the airplane?
A structural element of the aircraft means that it is intended to carry structural loads. It is intended to operate as a piece of structure, not as a moving component, but it is intended to be a part of that structure of the fuselage.
Why did Boeing introduce the MED plug option on the 737-9 MAX?
I was not on the program at the time, so I will start by saying it was originally designed and implemented on the 737NG. That design was carried over to the MAX, but it was introduced on the NG, I believe, around the 2009 timeframe. I believe it was introduced because some of our customers wanted to carry enough passengers that we needed another exit door to meet the requirements. You have to have so many exit doors, such a distance apart in order to meet the evacuation requirements of the FARs. We had customers who wanted to carry more passengers. There was another door that was needed. I believe that was the original purpose of that door. And then there were other customers who came back that did not want that door. So the design solution was keeping the baseline fuselage design similar and then allowing a customer to either have a working door or a plug, depending on the configuration they were choosing.
How is traveled work defined at Boeing?
Traveled work is defined as work that does not get completed in the position in which it was originally intended to do. So if we fire a work order for a job to get completed in flow day 3, and it doesn't get completed in flow day 3 and remains open, that would be considered traveled work, which had traveled to flow day 4.
Can you describe how the rate of traveled work has fluctuated over the last decade on the 737 production line?
Traveled work historically, through my experience with Boeing, has gone up and down periodically through the years. And that is something that I've seen repeatedly through my history. The 737 data represents that as well. There are times when traveled work will go up somewhat, and there are other times when it comes down to a very low level, again, very much as Mr. George described it for Spirit.
Could you please describe to us the BPI 1581 removal process?
BPI 1581 is our Boeing process instruction guide that talks about the need to, when the need comes up to remove parts from an airplane, a job which had been previously completed, a part that is installed and stamped off on an airplane needs to be removed for whatever reason or condition. BPI 1581 is the documentation that gives the processes and the requirements in order to remove that part for assembly.
Is this BPI used, or process used across all Boeing production facilities?
It is. Boeing commercial airplanes, I can speak for, yes.
What is the formal training given to manufacturing personnel is allowed to write removals? And again, remember, this is September of 23.
Thank you. In September of 23, the primary training that would have been given initially would have been the on-the-job training for an employee who comes into a role, would be trained on the job when they needed to do that work. And then to supplement that, particularly as it relates to removals, when an issue is seen or something is happening, we will also issue quality alerts. And there had been several quality alerts related to BPI 1581, which would supplement an employee's knowledge or a reminder of that BPI.
Okay. Back in September, was there any recurrent training for personnel who wrote removals?
There is training for BPI 1581. There is an initial training for BPI 1581 that people needed to take. As of September of 2023, the best of my knowledge, there was not recurrent training. There is now.
What is your overall assessment of BPI 1581?
At the risk of giving an opinion and not a factual statement, but I think it's fairly factual, I would say it is detailed. There was a lot of data, and it is complex. As a part of our initiative to simplify much of our command media, BPI 1581 with removals has its very own element of our comprehensive plan. It's a sub-swim lane all its own, because we know we really do need to simplify that BPI.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Catlin, what is the IAM's role in the aircraft manufacturing process at Renton?
It's our members who do the manufacturing and the quality inspections on the airplane from the beginning to end.
How many IAM workers are there in the Puget Sound area for Renton?
In Renton alone, I think we're at about 11,000. Throughout the IAM in Puget Sound, we're at about 33,000 members.
Okay. How many IAM members are FAA airframe and or power plant certified?
I do not have that number.
Do you know if there are certain job groups that require an FAA certification, A&P, to be in that group?
There used to be. Our AMTs, aircraft maintenance technicians, inspectors used to, but that requirement went away several years ago.
Okay. What does the IAM do to help new members be successful in the aircraft manufacturing process at Boeing?
Well, currently we are in the process of starting our Machinist Institute, where we will be providing some pre-employment training. We refer to it as red light, green light training. But at this point in time, we do have one center open down in the Seattle area. The training of employees per the BCA Quality Manual, Section 7.1.2, is the responsibility of the Boeing company.
How does the IAM promote safety to its members at Boeing?
Well, we have through our joint programs, we have several different processes that we have. We've implemented the SHEER process that allows employees to, working with Boeing, allows them to implement safety issues, concerns that get elevated up through management. We have Article 16 in our collective bargaining agreement. We also have entered into the tri-party agreement with the Boeing company, which is part of the speak up process. And when our members have concerns about safety or quality on the airplane, they can file a speak up report, which goes to the team, gets evaluated by regulatory quality systems oversight, then goes to our members on the tri-party agreement, has visibility with the FAA as well.
Have you ever, or what do you know about the SAT system at Boeing?
That system is a system that I've used several times, many times throughout my career at the Boeing company. It's a communication tool. Depends on what the issue is. As a quality inspector, I often ran into planning errors on installation plans. Some of them would require manufacturing engineering. Some of them would require quality assurance planning. I could write a SAT to get ME engaged in addressing the planning error on the IP. Quality assurance planning used a different process, but if manufacturing needs a part, they would write a SAT. It's literally a communication tool. It has no authority to change the configuration of the aircraft.
Is it an effective tool?
To get the help needed, absolutely.
What type of training do IAM personnel receive regarding the use of BPIs in the production process?
Very little. In our initial training, there is some discussion about it, but there's no official training to how to access the system, which is referred to as 1 PPPM. That's where all of our command media documents are stored. Very little training on anything about the BPIs. There's not a lot of training. You will find in the IPs, there will be references to a BPI. But prior to, back before 2017, we had something called required reading. And every Friday, we would get a notification in our email saying that there has been a change to a BPI, a policy, or a pro that would affect our organization. And then we would have a requirement to go in, review those changes, and then we would have to acknowledge that we have reviewed them. 2017, that stopped. It became recommended reading, and then that kind of went away, and now we're down to, in the north plant up in Everett, we see tip sheets. Down in the south, in the Renton plant, we see quality alerts. But other than that, there's nothing that really tells our members when a BPI has changed. And when you look specifically at BPI 1581, since October of 2010, that BPI has changed 35 times. It went from 28 pages to 58 pages. And nobody really knows what those changes are.
What does the IAM tell its membership to do if it finds a issue with the BPI?
Usually it's reported, put in a speak up. That is one of our only avenues. You can take it to your manager, you can take it to the LSCC, but if you want to drive action, you can put it in either through a SAT or you can report it up through speak up, and then it will usually get addressed.
How does the IAM promote the criticality of manufacturing an aircraft to its membership?
Well, we do it through, number one, in our on our onboarding. We have our opportunity to meet with every new hire that's going to come into the IAM on day one. We have a conversation with them about that point, and then we hold our local lodge meetings. We have communications with them, but we don't have an arena where we are participating in Boeing training, where we are an active participant in any of these. Most of the training falls on the responsibility of the Boeing company through their quality manual.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cruz?
Can we just break for a second? So we are going to take a 10-minute break. 10 minutes, good? 10-minute break. We're going to break, actually, I'll leave it to 11:05. A little more than 10 minutes. When we come back, we're going to come back to the technical panel. One thing I want everyone to do, see where my microphone is? Right in front of my mouth, right? Don't be afraid of it. Come right up to the microphone, and here's why. It's not just because we have people in the room, we've got fans back here, but people online, thank you, Gail, for emailing me, cannot hear. And so they are straining to hear. We are a very transparent agency. We want people to be able to follow along. And it's not just witnesses, but also the technical panel. And we're also straining up here. So right here is your microphone. Don't be afraid of it. Talk right in. Speak up. Okay? And then for the camera, there's a request to see name tags so people can see who's speaking if they're remote. So if we could back that up a little bit so that people can see name tags and follow along on who is speaking, both on the technical panel, the witness table, and amongst the parties. We want to make sure that everybody can participate whether they're here or not. So thank you. We will be back at 11:05. All right, Mr. Cruz, I'm going to let you start whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question is for Mr. George or Mr. Graybon. You guys decide who will answer these questions. Spirit previously shared that there are 288 suppliers in making the 737 fuselage. Who are your major suppliers?
Oh, let's see. TAI out of Turkey would be one of them, Horizon, the PCC companies, Korean Air, KI. Let's see.
Okay. Does Spirit have any suppliers that work in the Wichita factory?
Yes. So for example, on the 787, the wiring that's done on the 787 associated with the floor grid is done by a third party. But that's pretty unusual. And from there, mainly if we have a quality issue, for example, then we'll invite the supplier in to help.
Well, I guess what types of controls
can you all hold for a second? Whoever's back there at the door, if you could close the door or come in or leave and take your conversations outside. Thank you so much. Continue on.
I'll ask the question again. What types of controls are in place for the supplier work, and who is responsible for their work?
Well, our supply chain organization is responsible to manage the supplier. They are responsible for their work generally. If it's a nonconformance, for example, that they're in our factory repairing,
And what types of audits does Spirit conduct on the suppliers, and how often is it done?
Audits relative to them working internally with us?
Yes.
I don't know that we have any audits relative to that. Like I say, it's very unusual for a supplier to be working within the four walls of Spirit.
Madam Chair, I guess I just want to clarify the question. Patrol, are you talking about audits that we conduct on the suppliers themselves at the supplier facility?
No, it's basically suppliers within Wichita, the plant itself.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think I answered that.
Okay. So how many supplier auditors does the Spirit have?
We have a supplier audit group, and I'm going to just throw out a number here. It's 30 or 40 in terms of Spirit personnel that conducts that.
Is there certification or training for these personnel to be auditors?
Not that I'm aware of.
So how are the auditors' work plan determined by Spirit?
Again, are we talking in the supply base, or
basically your Spirit auditors that look at your suppliers themselves?
Yeah, I think I can take that one, Terry. So Spirit audits its. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Spirit audits its suppliers. We have a like Terry mentioned, a supplier quality audit team. They regularly go out to the suppliers. They'll be on site with the suppliers, looking at their processes and their procedures. We regularly audit suppliers, similar to how Boeing will come in and audit Spirit. So looking at the scope and scale of the supplier and looking at their procedures, depending on what they're delegated to do. Some suppliers can have delegated inspection, for instance, at which point we'll perform audits on their inspection processes and procedures.
So is there any communication then with Boeing with regards to some of your audits?
Can you expand on the question?
Yeah, I mean, so during your findings in these audits, is there a reason or is there a tool communicated between Spirit and Boeing with regards to some of those audit findings?
Generally, we only refer those findings back to Boeing if there's been an escape of some kind through one of the suppliers. Otherwise, it's Spirit's oversight of the supplier. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. Dr. Woods.
Thank you. Mr. Ackerman, I believe you're the only one who hasn't had an opportunity to tell us about your roles and responsibilities as the VP of Supplier Quality. Would you please do so now?
Thank you for the question. I did cover my roles and responsibilities, but just to reiterate, I do have responsibility for all of the parts, whether it's our external supply chain and overseeing the suppliers or our internal fabrication division.
Thank you for that. So for BCA, approximately how many suppliers does Boeing have?
It varies over time, but roughly speaking, we have about 1,200 active suppliers right now.
And similar to the questions that we presented to Spirit, about how many supplier quality auditors do you have within the organization?
I have about 200 auditors that are distributed around the world under an organization that I have that's supplier facing. I have a team that covers Europe. I have 2 different teams that cover North America, and I have a team that covers Asia and Southeast Asia.
And do these employees have any sort of specific training or certification that they need to be an auditor?
They do have training on their auditor function as supplier quality representatives, yes.
And for certification purposes, is there any sort of certification that they require?
I don't believe there are specific certifications with the exception of we have a group that oversees special processes, things like anodizing or non-destructive testing, and I believe they do have certifications.
And is the training a one-time thing, or is there recurrent training?
There is both onboarding training and then there is recurring training.
Can you generally describe for us what type of audits Boeing conducts on its suppliers?
There's a variety of different audit tools we use. Typically, there's, or one common tool is a quality management system audit. It's in some ways similar to an audit to the AS9100 standard, but it's evaluating the internal procedures and policies of the supplier and their adherence to those policies. But we also have tools that are more part specific. So we'll do an audit of the production of an individual part at a supplier, or we'll do a manufacturing process audit where we take a type of manufacturing process and audit the production of multiple parts that go through that process.
And what sorts of timelines are you considering? Is it quarterly, yearly, monthly?
We do have, each supplier quality representative has a region, and they'll touch each one of those suppliers at least annually, but typically more than that. It is somewhat risk-based today, where we see a particular set of risks that would warrant more audits. As part of the comprehensive plan, we're moving to a more structured oversight where we have more forward-looking data that comes into our systems, an evaluation system, and then a more risk-based driven engagement with a supplier. And I should add, and then there are some suppliers where we have a full-time on-site presence, typically major structure suppliers. There are some other facilities where we do have full-time presence.
And how are the results of these audits communicated, and to whom are they communicated to throughout the Boeing company?
So the audits would, if there are any findings as a result of an audit, that would get documented and submitted to the supplier in the form of what we call a SIR, a supplier evaluation request. We log all of those SIRs, so we see internally in our data systems where we have repeat findings at a supplier, or where we have an audit that would indicate a higher level of risk and indicate future action is needed.
So along that same vein, what controls are in place for your suppliers to ensure that they're adhering to Boeing's quality standards?
I would say that the primary control is those audits where we go out and do those evaluations at the supplier, but we also look at a broader data set for all of our suppliers. We look at defect rate. We look at, Scott described earlier, notice of escape. We look at notice of escape rates from suppliers. We look for trends in that data that would indicate additional oversight, responsibility, or escalation with a supplier is required.
Prior to the accident occurring, how often was Boeing auditing Spirit, for instance?
Spirit is one of the suppliers where we have a full-time on-site team. We have about 15 people, I believe, that are dedicated to an audit function. That was prior to both the accident and the manufacture of this fuselage. So it's roughly on a 2-week cycle.
And has that changed since the accident?
We have brought additional auditors in. We also support ongoing FAA audits at Spirit as well.
You said additional auditors, but has the rate of audits also increased?
I don't think the rate of audits has increased since the accident, no.
Prior to the accident occurring, high level, what sorts of issues were the auditors finding with their audits of Spirit?
The frequent types of audit findings we were identifying and writing up were things like control of FOD, foreign object debris, tool control, protection of parts, and compliance with manufacturing plans, where I'd say the most common. Or accessibility to manufacturing plans would be a better way to frame it.
And has the rate of supplier-generated defects changed over the last 5 years? And if so, how has it changed?
If you were to look at a 5-year window specific to the 737 fuselage or broader than that?
Specific to the 737.
We have seen ups and downs in the data. We saw some elevation going on in late 2022 going into 2023. And we started taking escalation steps as a result of that.
What do you mean by escalation steps?
We started with increasing the size of the team we had on site. It was in about May or June of 2023 that I put a senior director on site to have a supplier quality executive lead the team there. We started increasing the team, and then in May of 2023, we started introducing Boeing inspections where we would actually do inspections in the Spirit production system. We identified some specific areas based on a risk assessment that we did at the time. And we did that risk assessment concurrent with Spirit, particularly Spirit Engineering.
Thank you. Back to Spirit, Mr. George, can you please describe how your workforce demographic has changed over the last decade or so? And by demographic, I specifically mean experience, prior experience in manufacturing, skill, longevity with the company, that sort of thing.
Would characterize it 5 years ago, before 95% of the folks that we brought in had sheet metal experience in assembly. Now it's completely opposite. It's 5% of the folks that we bring in have sheet metal experience. Therefore, over that same time period, we've gone from a 2-week training to currently we have a 6 to 8 week training. Again, going through blueprint reading, work instructions, how to drill, how to install a fastener, sealant, those type of things.
What kind of assessments or safety risk assessments has Spirit done on how these changes in your workforce have affected quality control?
We're in the very beginning of our SMS journey, and I think that would capture it for the most part. Other than that, we haven't done much of a risk assessment relative to the tenure of our sheet metal mechanics.
Outside of extending the training by several weeks, have there been any other mitigations that Spirit has put in place to try to bridge that gap between experience and skill that you're seeing today?
Not specifically. Again, we try to launch countermeasures relative to things like bar charts, which is specific instructions, breaking the work down to the simplicity that we can, and then working with each of the mechanics and the line side teams, which we have that as well as Boeing, working with each of the teams to better understand their defects, root cause, and then corrective action plans associated.
Can I just add to that a little bit? One of the things that we have done is we've brought in what we call workplace coaches. These are generally retired mechanics who've done that type of work before. They don't want to come back as full time, but they will come back in. They will oversee some of the builds, some of the IPs that they were familiar with when they built the product.
Who is ultimately responsible for training Spirit personnel to work on Boeing products, both in Wichita and in Renton?
We have a core training group in Wichita that is responsible for training our personnel. And it would be for both the folks in Wichita and Renton.
Are any Spirit employees required to have certifications to perform work?
Yes. Again, we're kind of mainly talking about sheet metal mechanics and 737, but I have a whole fabrication division. We have inspection to where everything from non-destructive inspection, certification, and then to the higher levels of a mechanic relative to certifications for them.
Would you please give us an overview of what types of training are recurrent?
Oh, we have pretty much everything. So I'd start with we have an online training system. So periodically, every employee, there's a term in there that they will train every 6 months, et cetera, depending on what the training is.
How often is your training audited to ensure that it's producing the results that you want?
Yeah, I think it would be more of an internal audit. I don't know that we have anything formal, but we obviously are in constant communication with our training leaders and the activity on the floor and how the latest group that just went through training, how they're performing, et cetera.
And then my last question on this subject is, do Spirit production personnel in Wichita require any sort of special training or certification to install a med plug?
No, not specifically.
Going back to Boeing, please. Ms. Lund, can you describe your workforce demographic? And again, to reiterate, by demographic, I mean experience, prior experience, and manufacturing skill, longevity with the company, that sort of thing, and how it has changed over the last decade.
Yes. Similar to Mr. George, prior to COVID, we had a experienced workforce, which we still do, but a more experienced workforce. And when we were hiring new employees, most of our new employees had some aerospace experience. We would hire them from the military. We would hire them from MROs, or even a technical school, but someone who had some training in the aerospace. Coming out of COVID, when we really started ramping up our hiring, we had quite a bit of attrition, though 2020, the year during COVID. When we came out of that and started ramping up our staffing, we found that considerably more of our employees did not have that aerospace experience or applicable experience in the job. And both the number of employees that we were hiring and the lack of experience, I would say, really started that demographic shift.
So what kind of change assessments were made considering that difference in what you had previously in terms of experience and skill, and then what you have now?
We recognized by the end of 2022, and even had a risk assessment recognizing that we had an issue. And in 2023, we went back and tried to enhance our training program. We did enhance it. Our training program has two fundamental elements to it. The first is what we call our foundational training center. That's more what I will call our classroom training, our initial training when you come into the company. And then there's an on-the-job training that you get when you're down on the floor. We enhanced our foundational training in 2023. We made improvements, but quite frankly, what we heard from our workforce loud and clear this year when we began our quality and safety stand-downs is that we had more work to do. And since that time, starting with this year, we have made significant enhancements both to our foundational training as well as to our structured on-the-job training.
Are there any other controls or mitigations that you have put in place besides training to ensure the bridge between that experience and the current skill?
Yes. And so we'll start with training because that's important. In our foundational training, we have added over 300 hours of curriculum. We have gone back and really overhauled the curriculum. We've added significant elements on the safety management system, the importance of safety and being an aerospace mechanics. We've started there. When it comes to on-the-job training, we've really moved to what we call now structured on-the-job training with several elements. We have an electronic dashboard. We track every employee. Every employee is assigned a peer mentor on the floor when they leave for structured on-the-job training. We no longer allow employees, mechanics or inspectors, to stamp jobs. We don't give them the authority in CMAS, as discussed earlier, to stamp jobs until they've successfully completed structured on-the-job training. That involves things like you have to have done the job you're going to be doing X number of times. On the 3-7, it's a minimum of 10 times for each job you're going to do with the peer mentor. You have to have done it with high quality. You have to have passed your compliance assessments showing that you can do these assessments. Your peer mentor has to buy off that you're ready. There's a self-assessment that now an employee has to say, yes, I'm comfortable, and a manager has to buy that off. So it's very structured. You don't get the ability to stamp until you pass through that. And then we've come back and also added workplace coaches. Since the time of the accident, we've hired 160 additional workplace coaches. We now have over 250 across our programs. They're on the floor. They're there on all shifts. They're available for any employee at any time to say, I have a question. Could someone come assist me? We have a broad array of skills and experience so that they can help with many different functions out there on the floor. And lastly, what I will say is, as a part of this, knowing that we needed to do more to our training, we went back to every mechanic who'd been there a year or less and every inspector who'd been there 2 years or less and did some basic assessments, ensuring they had the skills as well. It wasn't an ongoing gap. And if they struggled through those assessments, we provided more training, and we now are 100% through those assessments with those employees. And so we took steps there as well.
Apologies. Can I just ask for the Board of Inquiry, is that now after the accident you've done all of that or before?
The last part that I just talked about is since the accident, and it's part of our improvement plan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How is the training documented and archived for personnel?
The exact system it's housed in, I can't speak to, but what I can speak to is we do have required training. We have safety required training, both personal and product safety required training. And we do keep those records. We have required learning. We have a system that comes to each one of us called My Learning. There's required learning. You go in and do it. If you're doing it in a group setting, someone goes in and records your taking of that class. So those records are there, and we can ensure that all employees have received all the required training.
And to be clear, is this in as of last year, or when did this start taking place?
This has been a long time system. I don't have the exact date, but for many, many years, as long as I can remember, Doug.
Can you speak to the differences in training for inspectors and quality personnel?
Yes. When mechanics come in, everyone goes through sort of a foundational training where to ensure they know how to read a drawing, they know how to access the systems, this kind of a thing. For mechanics at that point, they peel off so that it's really more about their job function that they've hired into. For inspectors, we have a higher level of training for things like our process inspections, our instructions, our BPIs. It's important to us that the inspectors have that higher level of familiarity with all of our BPIs, our requirements that they can pull product data. We call that pulling the drawings, the specifications, et cetera, that they have more familiarity with those kinds of activities, and our training is set up around that. We also have some additional specific training. Inspectors are the people who write rejection tags. We work with them on that. We have a training element for how you correctly identify the location. We call it a 3-point location on an airplane. How you identify a 3-point location on an airplane. Things like that are included in a quality inspector training.
Do you have any sort of metric that tracks the effectiveness of Boeing's training program?
We've been really working since the accident, for the sake of clarity, to make sure that we have a closed loop system. So we now are tracking feedback from the peer mentors and the employees when they come out. We track the employees' self-assessments. We ask them how they're feeling, and then we track the quality of the work that these employees do also. We track the compliance activities. We have, by compliance activities, I mean things like maintaining your tool control, storing work in process parts appropriately, checking your area for FOD, ensuring that the area is per process. So we're checking those records as well, and we're feeding that all back into our training process, as well as certification issues or failures. If we see employees who are taking the test to get their certifications not passing, we're now feeding that back into training so we can strengthen that training as well.
So to be clear, these were things that were not in place prior to January of this year?
We would more informally track it prior to this year. We would get feedback from the floor. That's how we knew we needed to improve prior. But it wasn't the formally documented closed loop process that we've put in place since the accident.
Has Boeing ever sought external audits and validation of their training program?
I am not aware that we have sought an external audit for our training program. We have external trainers who come in some locations, but I'm not aware of the audit process there.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson?
Next group of questions is for Spirit Aerosystems. Prior to the accident, what type of final inspection was accomplished at Spirit before the fuselage was shipped to ensure the product Spirit was producing was delivered to Boeing and it conformed to the highest standard?
So throughout the build process, Spirit performs several different kinds of inspections. So for each IP that we spoke of earlier, the build production paperwork, there's in-process inspections that occur along the way. What that means is in order to proceed through the build, certain items may need to be inspected and recorded. So for instance, hole diameters, verify the shim gaps, those types of things. Upon the completion of each one of the jobs, then there's a final inspection that's performed by a Spirit inspector, validating that the job has been completed, all the in-processes are completed as well to satisfy the engineering requirements. Upon completion of all the IPs that make up the fuselage, at the very end of the line, there's we'll do a final FOD walk. Boeing actually participates in the final FOD walk prior to our implementation of final product verification. So Boeing and Spirit, first Spirit goes onto the aircraft, validates that there's no FOD, then the Boeing team comes in after that. They do a FOD sweep as well. Once that's completed and everybody is satisfied, then the fuselage is shipped to Boeing.
And that was before September of 23?
Correct.
Has the process changed since the accident, and if so, how?
Yes, the process has changed in that now there's an additional process called final product verification. So everything I just spoke up to this point remains the same with the exception of the Boeing FOD walk at the very end of our assembly. What you saw in the video is the units go from the end of the line onto a rail car and up to Renton. Now the procedure is once Spirit finalizes the build and final inspections of the aircraft. The aircraft then goes through what we call final product verification. Final product verification, we basically take that completed fuselage. It is inspected by the Boeing team and the Spirit team. Defects, anything that was not found in the initial manufacturing and inspection, Boeing and Spirit will record. Spirit records the defect, reworks the defect. Boeing then goes and buys back, ensuring that the defects have been reworked to standard, and then the unit is shipped.
In general, what changes to the processes or policies have been implemented since the accident at Spirit?
So several things have been implemented. The final product verification is probably the biggest change. In addition, there's also in-process inspections that have been added. So for instance, currently I believe the number is 50 Boeing in-process validations. What that means is Boeing has identified 50 places throughout the build of the fuselage that they would like to perform an inspection on after Spirit inspects. So for instance, the first 5 steps of a procedure, Spirit will validate that the work is done properly. Boeing then will perform an inspection, and they will also sign off on our system, allowing it to move forward.
Okay, Ms. Lund, what type of receiving inspection is accomplished on a fuselage once it arrives at Renton? This is September 23, remember?
Yes. In the time frame of September 23, when a fuselage arrived at Boeing, either on flow day 1 or what we sometimes refer to as flow day 0, which is a informal position. Really, it just meant let's pull it early and look. We did a inspection of the fuselage to look for defects that had come up before in our production system. It primarily related to things like skin quality. We would check to make sure that the skin was flat, that it was conforming. We would check the fasteners to make sure that they were per specification throughout the airplane. We would check for FOD, as was mentioned, to make sure that the airplane is clean. And so at the beginning of our flow day, we did a relatively comprehensive inspection of issues we had seen in our production system before, so that we could have those documented on pickups or rejection tags at the beginning of the flow and know what they were when we started our build process.
Okay, so back in September, if there was a discrepancy, how was Spirit notified?
Spirit has a team that works in our factory along with us. A resident team, as was mentioned, and led by some Spirit management and Spirit direct or contract employees. So when Boeing would write these discrepancies, we would then pass them along to Spirit. The pickups, most were on pickups, a few were on rejection tags if something were found that needed to be. Most were on a pickup document. We would pass those findings along to Spirit and then begin the work with Spirit to arrange times to make sure that we had them rectified.
And just to add for clarity, if there was a discrepancy found, it was and is documented as a nonconformance in Boeing's system.
Mm-hmm. Yes, on the pickup, the NCR pickup that we discussed in our system.
And is that communicated back to Spirit Wichita?
Yes, it is. At the time, September 23rd, September of 2023, we had several elements going. We actually had at that time what we called a daily grinder, just what we called the daily meeting. But every day we would have a call with Boeing Wichita and our production team on the 737 program, informing Boeing Wichita of the issues we had seen that day so that we could quickly get it back into Spirit's process and ensure they were aware of the findings we had every day.
So let's fast forward to current. What steps have you taken to ensure that discrepancies from Spirit are identified and corrected prior to fuselages moving to Boeing?
I'll take that one.
Okay, great.
As Mr. Graybon indicated, one of the changes we added to the process, effective March 1st, every fuselage goes through what we call final product verification, which is a dedicated area in Spirit's factory where we have Boeing inspectors typically spend a couple of days going over that fuselage front to back, outside and inside, to identify any discrepancies. Those are documented in Spirit's system, reworked by Spirit, and bought back by Boeing inspectors. Just to add a little context to that, as Mr. Graybon described earlier, the delivery of that fuselage from Spirit to Boeing occurs in Wichita. So we actually take ownership of that fuselage when it goes on, when it's on the rail car exiting Spirit's factory. So we want to have that acceptance verification at the location where it's manufactured.
What changes to the process or policies have been implemented since the accident at Boeing? I know it's a broad question. I'm looking for improvement. So
broadly, yes. So broadly, when we started to implement our changes and post accident, we set about casting a wide net to get feedback from many sources. I briefly referred to it earlier, but we implemented what we called quality stand downs. We had over 70,000 BCA employees go through this quality stand down. This quality stand down was an 8-hour full shift day and a meeting where we started off with a kickoff, but we then took all cross-functional teams. This was engineering, manufacturing, quality, supply chain professionals, finance, HR, everyone, to the airplane to work in cross-functional teams. We taught everyone on the manufacturing floor how we do a compliance walk and a safety walk. We then provided these teams, just for helping and understanding, I'll use an example of a landing gear team. The people who buy the landing gear, design the landing gear, purchase the landing gear, install the landing gear, service the landing gear. All of them came together. We provided them with all of the defects that have been created in their area recently and had that team work on suggestions of how we can improve quality or product safety. We took all of that feedback. We had over 30,000 suggestions come through that activity. We also took all of the feedback from the FAA in the audits that they had come into our factories and conducted. We took feedback from our customers. We took it broadly from a very broad group of people. And then we looked at these areas, and in very broad levels, we made changes in 4 key areas. The first is investing in our training. I talked about some of that earlier in how we've changed our training. We held people in training. We've revamped our curriculum, our closed loop system. And so really significant changes to training that are continuing and ongoing. The next is we've started a process really working on simplification. Simplification of our processes and procedures, as was recommended to us by the FAA, as well as our own employees. During our audit out brief, the FAA conducted what they call a special audit item, an SAI. That's the name of the audit they conducted. And as part of the out brief, they recommended a simplification of our processes and procedures. We are undertaking that. And we are also working on simplifying our installation plans, making sure that they are simple and clear and easy for our mechanics and our inspectors to read and access. We then really worked on eliminating defects in a couple of key areas. First and foremost is our supply chain, strengthening our oversight of supply chain, with a large part of this being the examples that we just gave for things like Spirit. And then also strengthening our compliance systems, our own compliance, particularly as led by areas where we'd had recurrent auditing findings, internal and external, and that we knew needed to be enhanced. And then lastly is really elevating our safety and quality culture. We took the feedback from the AXA 103 legislation. We have started employee engagement teams, which we have set aside an hour a week for our teams on the floor with cross-functional help to raise their issues, make sure they're getting help with their issues and that they can work their own issues. As a part of this, we are also working on how we better manage traveled work. So all of those have begun to be implemented and are in various stages of that.
What specific changes have been made to BPI 1581 to simplify it?
I will give you a high-level overview. I will also say on tomorrow's panel, my colleague, Mr. Hector Silva, will be on the panel representing the quality management system, and he will be able to speak in even more detail to this if you would like to revisit it tomorrow. But at a high level on BPI 1581, since the accident, we've made a few key changes. We initially went and said, to start with, only leads or team leads would be able to initiate a removal. We have since said, and we said at the time, there's a training program that we put in place. Now, any employee who passes the training or assessment program of how BPI 1581 works and shows they have a competence and a knowledge, a working knowledge of this BPI, can now initiate the removal. So the first change was the very first change was we put out what we called a read and sign, a summary of the requirements of the BPI to every employee working in the factory floor, mechanic and inspector, having them reread the requirements of the BPI and sign that they understood it. We then strengthened the requirements of who could write the BPI. We did that so that we could just say to people, you know, you're going to need to go get your lead or a trained person to write this for you, so that they would reach out, go get someone with that qualification to write the BPI. And then most recently, we have also added a quality check that says you are okay to remove, okay to proceed with the removal. You get someone who's qualified, they write the removal, and then a quality employee then looks over it and says, yep, you're good, you're okay to proceed with the removal. So we have added those additional steps in the BPI since the accident.
Thank you. Mr. Catlin, do you believe that the efforts to change BPI are enough?
Well, I would like to point out that in September of 2016, the quality okay to remove was part of the removal process. And in September of 2016, the Boeing company removed it from the process, and now they've added it back in. BPI 1581, as I said, has grown from, it has doubled in size from 28 pages to 58 pages. The majority of the changes to BPI 1581 was to add a complex removal scenario where manufacturing engineering could be invoked to write a removal with step-by-step reinstallation processes, which very rarely ever gets used. But the bulk of the changes that has grown 1581 have been reasons why not to write a removal. There's an entire exhibit in the back of the BPI that gives you tons of reasons why you would not need to write a removal. And it really should get back to the simplicity of, if it's a previously installed part and you're going to remove it from a commercial airplane, you need to write a removal.
Thank you. Dr. Woods?
If I may, could I just comment? I want to make sure that I did not leave the impression that we are done simplifying BPI 1581. I agree with Mr. Catlin that we do need further simplification of that BPI. And so I want to comment that that is part of our ongoing work. It is by no means, in our opinion either, simple enough or sufficient.
Thank you. Dr. Woods?
Ms. Lund, you've touched on in the past Boeing's comprehensive product safety and quality plan going forward, and you've also touched on briefly the 6 key performance indicators or target areas in which Boeing is now focusing on going forward. Given the FAA inspections, given your internal audits that have been conducted on your production system, what prevented these same targets from being identified before the accident occurred?
Those 6 key performance indicators. And I don't know if it would help. I do have an exhibit listing them, if that would help for the sake of this conversation, perhaps up. That is exhibit 6, please. Boeing exhibit 6.
Just a point of clarification. That's in Boeing
Yes.
Boeing's presentation.
Boeing presentation. Thank you.
Not Exhibit 6
Sorry.
to the public hearing. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Page 6 of the Boeing presentation. I appreciate the help with the language. Okay. The 6 key performance indicators that we have agreed with the FAA that we will use to watch production health, the number of proficient employees. This will help me answer your specific question, Dr. Woods, very clearly. Number of proficient employees. We, as I mentioned previously, have always looked at staffing as a requirement when we go up in rate. This is similar to staffing, except to say, have they passed all proficiency requirements? So have they completed their new structured on-the-job training, et cetera? So do you have enough of the employees that you need in order to work at the rate? The arrow just basically shows the direction we would like it to go. We would like more proficient employees. The next is supplier shortages. We have always used supplier shortages as an indication of the health of our production system. We think this is representative. It causes disruption in the production system when we have a supplier shortage. So that is the one that we agreed with. The next 2 are really quality related. The first is notice of escapement rework hours. That is rework hours being done in the Boeing production system, typically final assembly, as a result of a notice of escapement. That's an escape that comes from a supplier, either a fabrication internal supplier or an external supplier. And so that just tells us how much rework are we having to do for notice of escapements into the factory. The next is a total quality measure. How many total rework hours per airplane? We have also looked at this historically. What we have done, what's really new here is setting the control limits, rolling that into our safety management system to understand when we need mitigation activity, when the risk has exceeded. And as we pass one of these control limits, we pass the red control limit, we now run a safety risk assessment and put documented mitigated plans in place. That's really the change, not the metric itself, but the agreement of the control limits and the targets and the action we take. Next is travelers at factory rollout. That is, did we get the majority of the work within our control limit completed in the factory? And then lastly is really our output metric at the end of the line. How many defects do we find at the time of ticketing? And with the 737, this is defects found by the FAA at the time of their ticketing activity. So what I will say is these metrics have been in place with small changes to them over time. What has really changed is the control limits, how we work through our safety management system when we pass one of those control limits, as well as the fact that the FAA now has transparent visibility, real-time visibility into our system where they can watch these metrics. They update on a daily basis, where they could watch these metrics real-time across our programs. So those are the real changes. It's the agreement of just these 6 and the control limits and how we work with them in our safety management system.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Brazy, the tech panel concludes its question.
Thank you, Dr. Woods. Madam Chairman.
Thank you very much. We're going to move to the parties. I just want a word of caution here. This isn't a PR campaign for Boeing. What I want to know, what we want to know, is what happened in March, April, May, June, July, August, September, leading up to this, leading up to what happened in January. You can talk all about where you are today. There's going to be plenty of time for that. We want to know these safety improvements. But what is very confusing for a lot of people who are watching, who are listening, is what was going on then. This is an investigation on what happened on January 5th. Understand for everybody? Great. We're going to move to the parties. And we are going to start with questions from the Airline Pilots Association. Each party will have 5 minutes to question the witnesses. We'll have multiple rounds as time permits. Parties, please remember you must limit your questions to the topics listed in the agenda. Please also refrain from asking questions that call for speculation. Finally, remember that only your designated spokesperson may question the witnesses. I'll now turn the floor over to Alpa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our question is for Ms. Lund. Earlier, the Boeing Speak Up program was mentioned. 2 fully trained and qualified pilots and in-flight crew flew this crippled airplane to a successful landing. They filed voluntary ASAP reports, which stands for Aviation Safety Action Program. ASAP reports are confidential and de-identified and generates improvement in safety in the operation. Is Speak Up similar, and how is it implemented and governed?
Speak Up is similar to the ASAP process. Speak Up is a confidential system. It is when you log into the Speak Up system within the Boeing system, there is an option to submit anonymously, and it is always confidential. The way it's administered when the employee writes the Speak Up, it is assigned to really a function or a program, a part of the organization who will handle it. They do come across confidentially, I will say. I personally read all of them for the safety organization, and I have no access to the employee's name who submits them. The investigative team themselves, if they're confidential and came in with a name, would be the team who has access to that so they could go discuss it with the employee. And we track it in our safety management system reviews. We track the completion, the actions. We do it by function, by billboard, and then at program levels. The one other comment I will make related to ASAP, as I understand it, is the elements of ASAP where the unions and the companies and things work together is the element that we were working on when we formed our tri-party agreement last year with the FAA and the IAM to ensure that we were trying to find similarities to that same process of the ASAP with the union representation in the loop as well as the FAA.
Thank you. Prior to COVID, manufacturers allowed airline quality control inspectors to observe the build process. Airlines had inspectors stationed in the factories. Has that process been brought back to the quality assurance of the build after COVID? I believe this is both for Boeing and Spirit.
Yes, and we can both take it. I will start by saying we do have airline inspectors in our factory and at our flight line. We actually did have it pre-COVID. We have it today. We have quite a few customers. We have customer inspections throughout our build process where the customers can come and inspect or say good to go themselves, or they can delegate that to the Boeing quality organization. But it is currently in process.
Okay, thank you. It's been described during interviews with employees and FAA inspectors that experience levels at Spirit have decreased over the last 5 years. How is Spirit addressing on-the-job training for technicians when the majority of the experienced technicians have left or retired?
I mentioned that earlier, that we've expanded this to 6 to 8 week training. We are going to do an additional step. Elizabeth had mentioned similar to this. So another 2 weeks of specific OJT into the area that they're going to go into so that they could be more aware of the requirements, the airplane and the requirement of their future work.
Follow-up question to that. What training records show standardization or proficiency from that on-the-job training you described?
I'm not familiar with all of the details through the training group, but I'm sure that it's collected, but I'm just not familiar with it.
Thank you. My follow-ups to the IAM. What changes to technician training have been implemented from an IAM viewpoint to mitigate this risk?
Well, we've never been impressed with Boeing's training at all since somewhere around 2008. Prior to 2008, there was pre-employment training that was required. Then there was extensive skills process center training that was required. Now that's all changed. Prior to the January 5th door plug blowout, Boeing's training at their foundational training center was in really bad shape. There has been changes, but I don't know that it's enough.
Thank you. And my last question to Ms. Lund. All the extra on-the-floor training experience discussed earlier sounds pretty positive. IAM discussed the degradation of BPI training from formal training to bulletins and now tips. How will Boeing prevent a reduction in these after-accident improvements?
Thank you. Sustaining these gains is super important to us. We are documenting much of this in command media to ensure that it is formalized. We are auditing against these improvements with our internal audit team as we make them. First and foremost, we're making the commitments to ourselves and then to the FAA. So we're auditing against them to make sure that they maintain. We are watching the metrics. That's why we're working on these closed loop feedback loops. And ultimately, we will use our SMS process and our SMS architecture, that as we change our processes, we will evaluate the risks from changing those processes. We will run SRMs and SRAs so that we have clear visibility of the risks occurring as we make changes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to go with Alaska Airlines.
Thank you, ma'am. As far as this first panel on the overview of the manufacturing, we did have a series of questions. The technical panel did a very good job of clarifying the things that were on our minds, so no further questions.
Great. Thank you very much. We'll go with the Association of Flight Attendants.
Thank you. This question is for Boeing. All 737 exit doors, including mid-exit doors, have a door proximity switch that illuminates an indicator light in the flight deck when a door moves even slightly out of its locked position. However, Exhibit 9A indicates this warning system appears to be partially installed, but not used on the 737 MAX 9 mid-exit door when a door plug is installed. While door plugs are not opened during daily operations, they will be opened many times for maintenance over the fleet's lifetime, introducing the possibility of an insecure closure. An operative door proximity switch could provide an additional layer of safety by alerting the pilots to any door plug movement, resulting in subsequent maintenance action. The structure group chair's factual report documents that door plug separation on Flight 1282 occurred at only 16,000 feet, where the pressure differential between the inside and the outside of the aircraft was slightly lower than it would have been at cruise altitude. While the aircraft is certified to withstand a sudden decompression at any flight altitude caused by a hole slightly larger than an aircraft window, the hole created by the departure of the door plug was more than twice that size. A door plug failure must be extremely improbable, which the FAA defines as a condition so unlikely that it is not anticipated to occur during the entire operational life of all airplanes of one type, with a probability of less than 1 in a billion. Alaska Airlines Flight 1282 suffered door plug separation just 73 days after aircraft N704AL was manufactured. Is the system also excluded on the 737-900 ERs and with door plugs? And considering the potential catastrophic structural failure that could result from a door plug separation at cruise altitude, why was the decision made to exclude this and any other warning system on mid-door plugs?
With the caveat of not being a door design expert, I will tell you to the best of my understanding where we are. So You are correct. We have a door warning sensor and light on doors that notifies in case of that it's movement or not fully closed. It was not included, as I understand to the best of my knowledge, on the mid-exit door plug because the plug was intended to be structure, not something that opens and closes. We absolutely agree with the standpoint that it needs to be extremely improbable, that changes need to be made. Upon my conversations with our engineering experts, they have looked at activating the sensor for the plug. They don't think that will work necessarily as we would want. They are making changes to that plug. They are working on some design changes that will allow the plug to not be closed if there's any issue until it's firmly secure, that would hold it securely in, as well as simple changes to make sure things like that the fasteners are lanyarded on. So they have done a review assessment of ways to improve it, to make sure that we make it so it can't move again. And these are the changes that are in work because they felt that those would be even more secure, and that's what we're proceeding to work on.
So it sounds like you're implementing some physical mitigations. Are those going to be retrofitted when they're developed?
Yes, they will.
Do you have a timeline for those mitigations?
I understand it from my discussion with the chief engineer that they have approved the design changes to begin. I don't have a time frame. Rough estimate, I would say within Boeing, I expect them to be implemented. I know this is a very rough estimate, but I'll say within the year. We will then make them available for retrofit in the fleet once the design gets certified in production. Ideally, it will be much quicker than that. I just don't have the detailed plans. We don't have the actual design completed so that we can flow it out.
I do have more questions, but it looks like I'm running short of time, so I will yield.
Thank you very much. Federal Aviation Administration.
Thank you, Chair. A few questions. First one to Boeing. Can you explain your delegation of authority to Spirit for changes? What types of changes must be reported to Boeing from Spirit?
So in our supply chain, there are suppliers that do have design responsibility for product. In this case, Structures has design responsibility for the 737 fuselages, or most elements of the 737 fuselages. We have the oversight of that delegation from an engineering perspective. There are requirements for what types of changes would need to be brought to Boeing, so basically a major change versus a minor change. And anything that would fall into that major category or significant category, anything that would require certification changes to the product would have to come through Boeing.
And next question for Spirit. Regardless of customer demands, if your workers identified significant safety issues, what procedures or processes did you have to hold the line to address the issue? So you can look at it as a did and do, if you will.
So are we talking strictly through the manufacturing process? So in the manufacturing process, as far as holding the line, if a mechanic or an inspector identify an issue, they can you raise your hand. We have an issue. The quality inspector will come over, determine what the impact is, based on what type of defect has been found and what the what's required in order to correct the defect. We talked tags earlier. A tag would be written. Engineering would disposition what needs to take place in order to bring the part back to conforming. At times, the decision will be made that aircraft can move while we're waiting on things such as parts to come back in. If a special part is required, something like that, there's an order of precedence. The order of precedence dictates whether or not the next job can take place, or whether or not the fuselage can proceed and then the part can be installed at a later time. As far as additional raising of your hand, Spirit has something that we call Quality 360, which is an anonymous process where anyone within Spirit, it doesn't have to be an inspector or a mechanic, it can be anybody. If they have a concern, regardless of what the concern is, they file that concern, and then we have an internal audit team who looks at those concerns. They do an investigation and determine whether or not, whether they determine what to do with the results of the investigation.
Thank you. And then for IAM, Lloyd, was there a high turnover in mid-level management at Renton facilities?
Yeah, after the two plane crashes and COVID, Renton was empty for a long time, for 20 months. When I was representing our members down in Renton from January of 2023 through May of 2023, according to the numbers provided to me by Boeing management, 60% of the Boeing workforce, including management, had less than 2 years with the Boeing company in the Renton facility.
And then Lloyd, also, was IAM involved in promotion of workers to quality inspectors?
Well, we have a system. It's called the employee transfer. I can't even think of it right now. The ERT system, employee requested transfers, which is a system that has been worked into our contract with the Boeing company that would allow somebody to go and take courses that would turn their red lights to green, which would allow them to file an ERT to be able to self-promote themselves through the Boeing company. So somebody could go from a manufacturing position to a quality position by accomplishing the courses and then filing the ERT, which would allow them to take that open position. The problem is that we have issues in our labor agreement that prevent a lot of our manufacturing people from following through the ERT process because it would freeze their wages for an additional period of time. And so we're seeing a lot of people filling quality roles from the street rather than internally because of the complications in the ERT system and basically holding people back.
Thank you very much. It looks like I'm out of time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gerlach. Going to IAM.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. I have some questions for Spirit. Has Spirit shifted in-process inspections performed by quality inspectors to mechanics to make conformance decisions on the work they perform? For example, inspections for bond and ground, face seal, shimming, or inspection on close tolerance holes?
No. So quality is responsible for those inspections. So the mechanic has responsibility for their work and the quality of their work, but a mechanic cannot sign off on an electrical bond. That has to be performed by a quality inspector with electrical bond certification.
So in-process inspections for close tolerance holes and shimming, those are all performed by inspectors?
Those are performed by inspectors.
Thank you. Does Spirit use statistically based sampling plans to verify conformance in place of a quality inspection?
Are you? If I understand your question, do we use statistics to say this is okay to remove an inspection? Is that the path you're on?
Not okay to remove, but a statistical monitoring system, process monitoring, instead of a second set of eyes to look at the operation or the final work of the operation.
Yeah, well, Spirit will look at quantity of defects found or escapes throughout the line. So, for instance, if there's a repeat escape, something that's found outside of position, we will add, where we can, we have the ability to add an inspection back in the location where the work is to be performed. In addition to that, if that work were to move or it would travel for any reason at all, we have a quality alert notification system. It's called a QAN. That in our MES system, in order for the job to be completed and to proceed on, that job has to be checked through the MES system.
Let me add to it. We have not replaced inspection with SPC data.
Thank you. This question is for Ms. Lund, Boeing. We had lots of discussion about BPI 1581. In fact, that's just one BPI. There are many on how to build the aircraft. BPI 1581 defines the removal process. There are BPIs that define when rework invalidates previous okay to install inspections and many others. So what has been done since the accident by Boeing to ensure comprehension and training of mechanics and QA within Boeing or contractors from Spirit to comply with BPIs each time the BPIs have been revised?
I previously commented on our current system of alerting mechanics of BPI changes. We are working on improving that. We don't have that fully implemented. When it comes to Spirit mechanics, we have implemented an assessment process that when a Spirit mechanic comes to work in a Boeing factory, we put them through the same assessment we put a structures mechanic, a Boeing structures mechanic through before they can go work on the floor. So we do now a Boeing hands-on assessment of that mechanic, including following the processes to ensure that they can pass that same level prior to going to work on the floor. We have put out quality alerts or tip sheets, depending on the location, for issues that we have found issues with since that time. But that is how we are updating and keeping our employees updated and working to improve that process.
Thank you. This question is for Mr. Catlin. It's more of a situational question around how something might be installed and inspections. So when insulation blankets are installed over existing structure with an okay to install inspection, what does that inspection accomplish?
Well, if we use the 8789 airplane, the okay to install installation plan lists everything that the mechanics, the quality inspector, and the customer coordinator or live customer, whichever it is looking for. And they're looking for loose or missing parts. They're looking for open holes, loose or missing fasteners, damaged fasteners, FOD, missing CIC, chips, scratches, nicks, dings. They're looking for everything in that closure area, which on that IP was station 727 to 887 from stringer 17 all the way across the top of the crown to the floor on the other side. So it's an extensive inspection that covers a large area.
What happens if there is a need to perform rework, like on the 5 rivets behind the already installed and stamped complete blankets?
So if the blankets had been installed and there was rework that needed to be performed in the closure area per BPI 2573, which is perform conformance decisions or something, section 4.2 or 4.3 would require the invalidation of the okay to close. It would require the stamps be removed and that okay to close be reperformed by manufacturing, quality, and the customer.
So in BPI titled Apply Authority Media in Common Manufacturing Execution System, or CMS, it states, when disassembly of work is necessary, remove shop authority media before inspection. Would this require QA to remove the stamps associated with the okay to install insulation blankets?
Correct. Yes, it would.
Would that have driven, once the rework is complete, would that have driven another okay to install inspection on the blankets before it covered the structure, including the MED plug?
Yes, it would. It would have caused for the okay to install in that area to be reperformed, which would have caused manufacturing to go in, verify everything that they had on the previous okay to install, which would have been loose or missing fasteners, open holes, missing safety and devices. It would have then caused line quality to re-inspect the entire area, including the med plug, and then it would have caused customer coordination to perform another inspection. So it would have put 3 sets of eyes on that door plug prior to that blanket going back in.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you very much, and we'll go to Spirit.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Graymon, so with some of the changes in the workforce that we've had and some of the challenges, can you maybe speak to some of the investment that Spirit's made and the automation and incorporation into both production and inspection processes?
So there's been a significant investment. We look at things, what can we automate in the manufacturing world, and what can we use to help our inspectors inspect. In the video that you saw earlier, we have tools such as Spiffy. Spiffy it measures fastener head heights, although it doesn't cover the entire fuselage, but it does cover section 41, which is the nose of the aircraft, which is where complex contour, it's very difficult to measure sometimes. Spiffy is, I believe, installed on 10 out of the 14 locations right now. In addition, we have something called an H-tree scanner. An H-tree scanner looks at an area about an 8.5 by 12. In that, it gives you basically a topo map of whether it's a skin depression or fastener installation. And it looks to 1,000th of an inch or so. On the manufacturing side, automation, you saw a lot of our auto fastening equipment that we're using. We utilize that type of equipment to help improve the product, and that's been going on long before this incident. I'm trying to think if there's any other things that we've done. I think that's it.
Can you also maybe talk, Mr. Graymon, to the initiative that Spirit took on in January 2023 and then kicked off mid-year that year, having understood the challenges with the newer mechanics and the different workforce with the employee proficiency process that now is campus-wide?
So Spirit looks at, there's training in place that what we do is we test our employees. So for each one of the training programs, they'll take a pre-test, they'll take a post-test to determine how proficient they are. We then take an entire list of the mechanics through a matrix, looking at different skill codes, and we check off on a rating. I believe it's 1 through 4. The proficiency rating of those mechanics. So the idea and the concept behind it is looking at the proficiency of the mechanic, and you put the right mechanic in the right place. The build is unique in that some areas do not require a long-term, highly skilled, seasoned mechanic, where other ones do. So when you look at things like lap joins that you saw in the video, laps and loops, a lot of hand-driven fasteners. Those are typically our more experienced mechanics, the ones that will have a higher proficiency ratings. And then we install things like workplace coaches. Workplace coaches then help bring people up to speed and help them understand the build, help them see where there are deficiencies, and then improve on it. Does that answer your question, Ms. Meyer?
Yeah. Can you talk to what we still have left to do, maybe with that process, to get the right person in the right job?
Yeah. So it's I don't want to. We're not there yet. So a lot of talk about the skill sets and the skill set being different post COVID, and that's very true. We do have a long way to go. What we are trying to do is ensure that when people are in that position or in a position, can we keep them in that position? Turnover causes us to move some people around, and it's the same with inspectors. The idea is, can you become proficient in an area? And if you can become proficient in an area, that means your quality will get better over time. And when your quality gets better and the quality inspectors are all looking at the same thing, everybody starts seeing the same thing, and then it becomes more routine. The idea will be, as time moves on, we'll become where we were just a few years back, where a single mechanic can do multiple jobs across the factory.
And then real quick, if you could just talk to how important it is to get the feedback loop from our customers and the customer's customer, a little bit on that QAM process quickly, so that we had in process before as well.
Yeah, so I think it's important to note that we've talked about the final product verification process, and that was all post the incident. Beforehand, I think either Ms. Lund or Mr. Ackerman spoke about the grinder meeting. There has always been a return loop between Spirit and Boeing with any defects found in the Northwest. So yes, they will talk to the Boeing on-site or the Spirit on-site team up at Boeing, but then that information is sent back technically through our SQUIS system. SQUIS is a supplier quality information system. Those defects are then tracked and they're looked at. Boeing now, with the addition of some of their inspections, they are looking for things that Boeing Renton talks to Boeing Wichita very well right now. We're also in that loop, but the idea is to put two sets of eyes on the product. Boeing runs green lines. Boeing looks at skin depressions. All those things that they're seeing in Renton are now being inspected in Wichita and looked at with multiple sets of eyes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Back to Captain Jangelis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is for Mr. Catlin. Does the IAM have confidence in the Speak Up program as defined by Boeing?
It is in its early phases. It needs help. At this point, no, we do not have confidence.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alaska?
No further questions. Thank you.
All right. AFA?
Yes, I have a follow-up for Ms. Lund. Can you share a little more information, as I'm not an expert on the mid-exit, about who made the design decision not to have a backup or redundancy for that door? It has a single point of failure, essentially.
I don't think that I can provide the answer on who made that decision. I wasn't part of the design team, but I could certainly find the answer to that and get it back to the committee or the panel or you if that would help.
We'd like that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then also for Ms. Lund, when you had required reading for things like changes to the BPI prior to 2017, were employees reading them during paid time?
The required reading program, and I'll defer to Mr. Catlin, I think he said it was actually as far back as 2008 or 9 or 2000 something early that it was removed. But yes, back in that day, and I was involved back then as well, it was, the required reading was put out on paid time.
Can you help us understand why that decision was made to remove the required reads? And how do you then validate that employees understand the changes, like those made to the BPIs, and ensure that the change is performed as expected, or that the work is then performed as expected?
I apologize that I don't have the background on why it was removed. I was not in a role anywhere near that at the time, so I apologize. I don't have the background on why. In the past, I think we have, prior to our recent activities in the past, we have really counted on our audit activities, our oversight activities, and things like that to ensure that our employees were proficient. We would roll out the information. We would communicate when there were issues. We would redo training. We did have our training of various parts that would come out on an ongoing basis, but we need to strengthen that communication.
So if I understand correctly, employees don't have a designated time while they're at work to absorb that information and learn the new information at this time.
I will say we do work with the BPIs and the data with our quality inspectors. We do have times where we review some of this information with our quality inspectors. With our manufacturing teammates, I am not aware of a time set aside where they can really discuss things like that.
And then also for you, but a different question, you've provided a lot of information about your safety actions that you have been implemented or that you've implemented since the accident. You've been implementing SMS over the last few years. What part of your SMS would have been responsible for identifying the types of gaps that led to the accident?
I think when I think about the SRMs we have in place today, one is on traveled work. I think the fact that the defect rework traveled through the factory is an element that we now have a safety risk management for and a plan for. So there's one element of the SMS that I think would have helped. I think the supplier oversight, particularly the supplier oversight elements of issues that we saw on a recurring basis, using the data analytics elements of the safety management system to proactively trigger an SRM and make sure that we had we're working proactively on some of these recurring traveled work things, I think would be another element of the safety management system that would have helped. And then lastly, I think the fact that our removal program, that part did work in 2023. Prior to the accident, we had several speak-ups on the removal process, and we had started some activity on the removal process. We had started an SRM on the removal process. We simply did not get the elements implemented prior to the accident.
And if I may, you've mentioned SRAs, safety risk assessments, quite a bit, and that you're performing a lot more of them. I was curious about the trigger for an SRA for times when out of order work is completed, and then also are frontline employees via their IAM representatives included in the SRA process as a stakeholder?
It's triggered on traveled work. We have an element. We have elements of this traveled work process that, and again, to answer your direct question, that was implemented after the accident. This was not in place prior to the accident. But that lists the critical jobs, and we do a safety risk assessment if anything is impacting those critical jobs, and then again on the total quantity. And IAM employees are part of assessing, can they complete the statement of work in the next position safely from both personal product and safety product. It's a cross-functional team of engineering and our IAM represented employees who make this assessment that it is okay to move some statement of work. So they are involved at the floor level.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gerlach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple questions again for Boeing. What is the quality inspector's role in the build process? Not now, but back when the airplane was being built.
I think at a high level, the answer is somewhat the same. And the answer is the quality inspector's role is to, once a mechanic completes their job and stamps it as complete, typically afterwards, the quality inspector comes behind and validates that that work was completed per drawing and per process and is compliant, and then they stamp it. At times, it may require they do a live witness of the job being completed, but typically they come after the job is complete and validate that the part of the airplane is now conforming and stamp that.
And there's, in the paper for installing, removing and reinstalling that plug, there's quality stamps for that as well.
On September of 2023, when a removal was written, a quality inspector must stamp off the closure of the removal. That has always been in place. So what was not required then was the requirement for quality to stamp off before it's removed to make sure the paperwork is correct. But it was always in place that before a removal or when a removal was complete and it was reinstalled, that a quality inspector would validate that the job had been reinstalled correctly.
And then you talked a little bit about safety risk assessments. Does Boeing perform a safety risk assessment when a BPI is changed? Did they back then, and do they now? And then just kind of a follow-up, how do you decide when to perform a safety risk assessment?
To answer your question on every BPI back then, no. In September of last year, we were growing in our SRM, and we were evaluating those that we thought caused or posed a higher risk. As we are now expanding it, now we are looking at broadening it you virtually all kinds of changes like that to take a look. It was not all changes a year ago. That's where we are moving toward right now.
Thank you. And then for Mr. Catlin, is IAM involved in safety risk assessments as well?
No, we have no role in them.
And that's all the questions I have, Chair.
Thank you very much. We will move to IAM.
Thank you. This question is for Mr. Catlin. Boeing referenced that manufacturing isn't getting work time to review BPI changes, but that QA is. So, Mr. Catlin, is Boeing providing adequate time and resources for QA to become familiar with BPI revisions?
So in my experience and the members that I represent, since they've done away with required reading, there is no time set aside. For our manufacturing personnel, they have a set amount of time before they have to be clocked into a job after they clock into work. And then they're on a bar, and those bars are not accurate. They will say that this job's going to take 2 hours. It actually takes 4. The bars that our manufacturing personnel work to are not fair. They're not accurate. And there is no time set aside to do required reading or for anybody to focus on what changes are being made. They're not receiving a weekly notification of what BPI's pros or policies have been changed that affect their job skills or their skill code. So I have no knowledge of any time set aside for our IAM members to study BPI changes.
Our quality alerts that were referenced, since required reading is no longer required, are quality alerts enough? Are they detailed enough to describe all changes to revised BPIs?
Well, the big problem is that with required reading, you had an acknowledgement button that you had to select after you were done going through all the changes and reviewing what changes had happened to the BPIs. I reviewed 3 quality alerts that were released last year that affected BPI 1581. I think it was 055, 056, and 057. None of them have acknowledgement controls on them to show who's read them, who it is that has received them, or who it is that has rostered training that they have received them and understand them.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Spirit.
No questions, Madam Chair.
All right. Well, we still have some time for your panel, so let's just see. Does ALPA have further questions? And I just want to say, Ms. Lund, Mr. Ackerman, thank you very much. I know you're purposely now trying to differentiate what time period, and just to clarify, it is very important to us to determine changes that you've made in process improvements and throughout over this period of time. I didn't want anyone to misunderstand that. It's just a little blurry, so this clarification of time period is actually extremely helpful. So thank you very much. ALPA.
We're good, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Good. Mr. Tidwell.
No question.
No questions. All right. And AFA?
Yes, I noticed a difference in the responses about the SRAs between Mr. Catlin and Ms. Lund as far as whether or not their IM's included in those and that you're getting the frontline perspective.
What I will offer, I am interested in Mr. Callan's perspective in this. As I mentioned, these are the changes that we have implemented. We've rolled them out flow day 1 through 7 on the 737 program, and the 787 program has 4 build positions. We have rolled them out in the first 2 build positions of the 787. We intend to roll them out through all of our factories. But as Mr. Catlin mentioned, he is in Everett. We have not yet implemented this on our 6-7 and 7-7 programs in Everett. That may be why he has not seen it. This is a project that we have rolled out since the accident in conjunction with the FAA, and it is still being deployed. So that might also result to that floor level SRA. I will defer to Mr. Catlin to comment on that.
I can't speak to what has happened in Renton since January 5th. So I don't know what they're doing down there. We have two other representatives that represent, or three other representatives that handle the Everett factory. So I don't know about Renton.
Thank you. And this is a rather broad question for Mr. Catlin, but did IAMs observe any safety gaps in the manufacturing process that you felt needed to be corrected prior to the accident? And then can you provide some examples? And what steps did IAM or your members take to get those addressed? And what was the outcome?
Well, that's a big question.
Yes.
Yeah, so there's some major issues that the IAM has had over the last several years. So in January of 2019, Boeing implemented their quality transformation plan. Between the two MAX crashes, they decided that they wanted to implement something they named verification optimization, where they went through and removed tens of thousands of inspections off of airplanes throughout their production cycles. We know that they removed approximately 3,200 inspections off of the 737 MAX line between 2017 and 2019. They removed 7,800 inspections off the 777X. They removed tens of thousands of inspections off of functional tests, 6,600 close tolerance hole inspections off of the 767, 777 programs, not even including the okay to close, okay to install. I mean, there was tens of thousands of inspections. I was selected to represent the IAM as a verification optimization representative in Everett. We had extensive debates with the Boeing company, and we were told, thank you, but we're going to do it anyway. So we were forced to turn to the FAA and begin filing hotline reports with the FAA, which ended up driving a very large enforcement investigation record that was issued on May 18th of 2021. After that, there were still several hotline reports that I was continuing to file. The FAA asked me to begin using Speak Up because my hotline reports were consuming a large amount of time, and Speak Up was new. So I agreed, and I began filing Speak Up reports, which were immediately being closed. So I turned around and filed hotline reports, and they were substantiated by the FAA, and that's what drove the tri-party agreement. So yeah, we've had extensive issues with safety and quality at the Boeing company going back to 2014, 2016, 3 FAA compliance findings issued in November of 2017 stating you can't replace quality inspections with manufacturing verifications, only to have them roll out a new BPI 6631 where they removed tens of thousands of inspections and replaced them with manufacturing verifications.
A quick follow-up for Ms. Lund. Have those inspections been put back, or are there plans to put them back?
We now have more inspections per airplane on a 737 than certainly any time within the last 10 plus years when we look at average number of inspections per airplane. So I will say we have added in a lot of inspections. We are continuing to add in inspections. For complete clarity to your questions, when we say were all inspections put back in, verification optimization was originally designed to remove inspections where there was going to be another inspection looking at the same thing right after it. Nothing was going to be closed, you'd be able to see. Or we had inspections for things that happened off the airplane. We did remove some off the airplane inspections that are not related to the build of the airplane that we have not necessarily reinstated. But in terms of instating inspections on the airplane, we inspect more items on every airplane today than we have previously. And so, yes, they are back in, and we are continuing to add.
Do we want to follow up for Mr. Catlin, or are we out of time?
You are out of time. Is it one follow-up?
No, I just want to know if he has a response to Ms.
Go
Lund's
ahead.
statements.
Yeah, I don't agree with anything of Ms. Lund's perception of what verification optimization was. 6,600 close tolerance hole inspections. There, once you install the fastener, there is no reinspecting that. Removal of shim inspections, carte blanche across all programs. Every shim of 4,000 or greater does not get inspected to this day on the majority of our airplane programs. Those you cannot inspect after the fasteners have been installed. If they're face sealed, once those fasteners are installed and they're pulled up, there's no re-inspecting that. Functional test inspections, they were removed off of the just-in-time tests and the installation plans in the thousands on every airplane program once you've passed that. And all of this was rejected by the FAA in EIR 2021 NM 420001, encountered conditions 4 through 7, assigning conformance decisions, assigning manufacturings to manufacturing is not acceptable to the FAA. And so we have a very different perspective of verification optimization.
Speaking of the FAA, Mr. Gerlach, you're up.
Thank you, Chair. With regard to those inspections that you've added or moved to a different place, do you still have quality inspectors there doing those tasks?
Yes, we do. And we've added inspectors as well. We have more inspectors on the 737 program than we have in history as well. And we have twice as many as what we had in 2017 at a high rate today.
And so what you're saying is there's a pretty significant change from back when this aircraft was manufactured to where we are today.
Correct.
And then with over to Spirit, did Spirit have a voluntary reporting system prior to this event? Do you have one now?
Yes, the Quality 360 was a voluntary reporting program. I don't know exactly when it started, but it was prior to the accident.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, those are all the questions that we have.
Great. Machinists?
No further questions, thank you.
Spirit?
No further questions.
All right. I just want to make sure, because you do have 10 more minutes. Alpa, any questions?
No, Madam Chair.
Alaska? Nope. AFA?
No further questions.
All right. FAA?
No further questions, thank you.
IAM? Spirit?
No further questions.
Great. All right. So I want to be cognizant of the fact it is so difficult to be a witness at a hearing. So I want to make, would you like a break? Anybody want a break for about 10 minutes? You want to keep going? You're okay? Do you need more water? I see water running out up here. Okay, we have chocolate going up here, so if you want some, that's okay. All right. So we are going to move to the Board of Inquiry, and I think we're pretty all familiar with how this goes, so I don't need to go on. We have, we have till 2, but we can keep going. And then, of course, we can go back to the technical panel, back to the parties, and then back to us at any point. I'm going to yield myself 5 minutes to ask questions. I just want to clarify, Mr. Johnson did a great job and I want to go back a little bit just so I make sure I understand on the inspections. So, Spirit, let's start with Mr. George or Mr. Graybon. Whoever wants to take this. In 2023, spring and summer, what inspections of a fuselage occurred? I know you said there are inline inspections, there's some final inspections, and inspections before it goes on to a train to Renton. But could you go through what inspections were occurring there? And then you could also add what changed then.
Yeah. So back at that time frame, Spirit performs in-process inspections where the quality inspector throughout the build, there's reference to say close diameter holes. There's throughout that build, there are locations where specific inspections need to occur. And that usually occurs whether it's a close tolerance hole or it's going to be covered by other structure. It's the validation that the build up to that point has been proceeding the way it should. That includes some engineering defined shims, structural shims. there are inspections that require the measurement of the gap, the measurement of the shim prior to the installation, because it can be face surface sealed over and you would no longer be able to see that. So those in-process inspections always took place. Final inspections are when the IP is put up for sale to be completed. What that usually means is there's in-process inspections throughout that process, and then the final is validating that the job in its totality has now been complete. Usually you can there'll be more inspection points at the final inspection, just because it's going to look at the job as a whole. So those all took place. We did have there's a lot of communication about quality alert notifications. Quality alert notifications did exist prior to the door incident. Quality alert notification prior to that, we had something that we called a playbook process, where a quality inspector would look for very specific things. Usually they would have been an escape to Boeing. It would have been considered, say, a green line, a repetitive escape. That would be anything that had already progressed to a certain point that would then be inspected at the end of the line prior to the unit being shipped. Then we also had FOD inspections. The FOD inspections took place before the accident as well.
And at what point does the rigging of the mid-exit door plug occur?
The mid-exit door plug rigging, the pre-rig process occurs at the end of the line. Post-accident, we determined that our planning did not match the process as far as the location. The procedure itself was the same. The location where it happened in the factory was not. The planning was then adjusted to ensure that the mid-exit door, it's pre-rigged in the integration location. However, it has to remain open due to our camo process. It is then closed at the end of the line, and that's where the arrestor bolts are installed.
Okay, and so in that process where you do pre-rigging and at some point you close it, at the end, are you checking for any sort of hardware at that time? In 23, were you checking for any sort of hardware around the door plug that may have been missing or not installed? How did that happen?
So if the structure around the structures throughout the fuselage, it's either it comes from suppliers or it's built within Spirit. Any structure that was built up through the IP process, through the Boeing or through the Spirit build process, that's where the in-process and the final inspections will occur. So that was all looked at. If a part was received from a supplier with designated inspection authority, you don't re-inspect that part. However, if let's say a defect or what looks to be a defect or a non-conformance is identified by either a mechanic or a quality inspector, they can go look at that defect, determine whether it's acceptable or not acceptable. If it's acceptable, there's no paperwork written. We don't record conforming product. If it is found to be a non-conformance, we would write up paperwork, whether it's a pickup or a tag requiring engineering disposition.
Thank you. I have more questions on this, but Member Graham.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to start with Spirit, and let's go back before the fuselage. Let's talk about the edge frame. Is that manufactured by you or a supplier?
That is a supplier.
Okay. How do you accept that edge frame? And I want to say back at the time of the accident.
Yeah, so the edge frame is, that supplier has inspection authorization, meaning that they have the ability to buy off on the installations, or the entire build of the frame. When Spirit receives it, we will, because they're a delegated company, we install the frame. We do not necessarily perform another reinspection of the frame. However, if a defect is noted, it can be again written up and reworked at Spirit, or In some cases, we can bring the supplier in to perform the rework.
Okay. So back then you didn't inspect it at all as an acceptance. But if you saw a nonconformity, you could write it up or do something about it.
Yeah, if a nonconformance is found, we write it up and we can rework it, or we can have the supplier rework it. But we do not necessarily reinspect everything that is provided to us.
Okay. Has that acceptance process changed at all since the accident?
No, the inspection process hasn't changed. There has been, regarding the door frame in particular, we do have additional inspection points put around the installation of the mid-exit door.
Okay, very good, thank you. Let's talk about the fuselages that you build for Boeing. You basically have two different fuselages that you make for Boeing, is that correct? On the 737 line?
No, actually we have 5 or 6 minor models.
Okay, so you have the MAX 8 and the MAX 9, correct?
We do. We have a freighter, we have a business jet. But, I mean, the platforms are very similar.
Okay, so you assemble the 6 independent sections of the fuselage at an integration station, I believe you said?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have to have different jigs for the different size 737s?
No, and you saw in the picture, the system that we have is, we call it AIT. It's mobile. It moves with the length of the airplane, and it has targets on it, and it's all automated.
So it knows the different size fuselage. Yes. Okay. Do the employees know the different types of fuselages that are coming?
Yes and no. Meaning, are they in great detail? Do they know that they're coming? No.
No.
But we have a firing order, and the whole team has a good look ahead on it.
Okay. So there's a different size fuselages coming at you with, it would be fair to say, with a MAX 9 that 2 additional door frames are going to be on that airplane?
Yes. So that particular ACC or control station that installs those, they're very much aware that those are coming down the line. Yes.
Okay. So these can go on any one of the 10 integration stations, correct?
Yes.
So are the employees trained on how to build each different fuselage?
Yes, they are. The planning paper directs them on each one of those.
Okay. Has anything changed as far as training goes with the MAX 9 door frames or anything since the accident?
Yeah, there's been, again, we've gone through the process of as designed, as planned, as built, which is we've gone through the entire thing in terms of sequence and location, like Scott talked about earlier, relative to the door. On the door frame, I don't think we've changed anything relative to the build or the inspection.
Okay, I'll ask that in the next panel. Let me go over to Boeing right now. Let me ask you about, you talked about flow day 1, 2, and 3. And does a 900 go down a different line, or can they go down any one of the 3 lines?
They go down any one of the 3 lines, all of our minor models.
Then the same question is, every employee trained on the differences and what they look at differently or perform work on in each model? They are.
Yes.
Has any training for that changed since the accident?
As I referred to our overall training, that has changed. Our specific minor model training has not per se, but our overall training has changed significantly since then.
Okay, great. Thank you. My time's up.
Thank you. Member Chapman.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Lund, you shared the diagram of your production lines, and you made reference to the term flow day, which I assume is not literally a 24-hour day. I assume that's sort of synonymous with workstation or something like that. Is that correct?
When our factory is, it's capable of moving at a 1-day pace. When they originally named it many years ago when we made the 737NG, that's because we lay out our daily work statement such that it could be completed in one day, and then it moves to the next day and the next day. That said, we frequently hold it in a position more than one day.
Thank you. And you indicated that the door plug would be checked initially at flow days 1, 2, and 3, and then there would be a final check, I believe you said, at flow day 9. How detailed would those checks be, and would they include specifically checking to ensure that the bolts needed to ensure that the plug is held in place are present and properly secured?
Those checks are intended to check for rigging. In flow day 1 through 3, we check both the inside and the outside. We make sure that the gaps are right, that there's no protrusions, that we check it in general. I don't know if it calls out per se check for the bolts, but I believe the bolts would be checked and noted in flow day 1 through 3 when you look at the inside and the outside to check that area. On flow day 9, that is an external check only.
Okay.
That is to make sure once the airplane puts its weight on wheels, nothing has shifted and that it's still flush and rigged correctly on the outside. So it would not check at flow day 9.
Okay, so a little bit of an open question, but it sounds like at the early stage, there would have been or should be a check for the bolts.
Correct.
From my understanding, and maybe for others as well, 3 systems that have been mentioned, or at least are mentioned in some of the documents. I believe you referred to it as CMS, the Common Manufacturing Execution System, the Ship-Side Action Tracker, and then there's a term, Line Side Control Center. Can you please describe the relationship of those 3 systems and the extent to which documents would be captured in any or all of them?
Sure. The vast majority of the documents will be captured in CMS. That, again, is our system of record. That is where our installation plans are. That is the system that our employees log into, stamp their job in. That is the system you can use to access the drawings and the specifications. That is CMS. That is our system of record. That is a communication system. That is the system that we use when somebody on the floor needs help. Mr. Catlin gave a great example. There was a plan that needed revision, so you put it in SAT, you ask someone to come and help you get this revision that you need. The last one is the Line Side Control Center. That is a group of employees that sits in a table kind of like the one you were sitting at, beside a build position in the factory with cross-functional representation there that is there with some people on the floor who could help the people on the floor real time if something comes up. And so the Line Side Control Center is sort of a group of people. The SAT is the system that we use to communicate when we need help, but the system of record that our documentation and our sign-offs and thing on will be CMS.
Thank you. Now, if there were going to be a removal, something would trigger required documentation, I assume, and that documentation would be captured in CMS. Is that right?
That is correct.
Could it also be reflected somehow in the SAT system, or might at least the fact that there's going to be a removal, would that be reflected in SAT?
Sure, it could be referenced in SAT as the need for a removal or whatever, but the document itself would be housed in CMS, and that's the system it resides in.
And then, Chair, I have some additional questions. I'm just going to hold until the next round. Thank you.
Sure. Member Brown.
Thank you. This probably goes to Boeing. There are clearly a lot of steps in building a 737 MAX airplane. Can you say again how many different facilities are involved?
Our 737 MAXs are all built in our Renton, Washington facility. There are a few different areas of it, as you can imagine, within our Renton site, our wings building, our final assembly building, but they are all located in Renton, Washington. And then they can deliver out of one of 2 locations. They're built there, they roll out, they get ready to fly, and then they can fly to one of 2 locations to deliver. One is the Seattle Delivery Center, just a few miles away from Renton in the Puget Sound. The other is our Everett Delivery Center, which is just a few more miles north in the Puget Sound. But they're all, the Boeing build is in Renton, and then the supply chain network is Spirit, and as Mr. Ackerman mentioned, the suppliers that we get our parts from.
Okay. How many employees are in the production line where this aircraft was assembled, both at Spirit and when the fuselage arrived in Boeing's Renton, Washington facility?
In terms of, I'll call them production employees, manufacturing and quality employees involved in the Renton floor, I believe there are around 7,500 or 8,000 production employees in the Renton facility.
Okay.
I'm going to round it to 2,000 on the 737 fuselage.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit about Boeing subcontractors in this process, and who are they and how they're selected?
Mr. Ackerman.
So for clarification on subcontractors, are you referring to when we have a supplier's employees or supplier's contractors in our production system doing warranty work?
Correct.
I'll start by saying that there's fairly limited examples of where we do that. Spirit is one, doing structural warranty work when we identify a defect that was as a result of Spirit build. We will have we have a number of employees that are essentially resident in Renton. Spirit manages those employees. We oversee that work, and we will stamp that work. There are a couple of other areas where we have similar arrangements where we have suppliers doing warranty work, but I would say Spirit is the largest.
What is that number in terms of oversight for those employees? Do you have a number of managers? Because between Boeing and Spirit, you work very closely together, correct?
We do. I don't know the total number we have in Renton off the top of my head, but I would say in total, Spirit and all other companies combined would be less than 100.
Was there any impact following the divestment of Spirit Aero Systems in 2005 on the inspection, transparency, and communication process between the two companies during manufacturing? This is in 2005, so that merger divestment.
Yeah, I would say I was not involved or working in anything relevant to 737 production in 2005, so I would not be able to talk to changes over that time period.
Okay. What governs your quality control inspection procedures with Boeing subcontractors then?
What governs our overall inspection procedures? We have, similar to what Mr. Graybond described, we have many of our suppliers that are delegated. That's where they are delegated to do inspection on our behalf. We monitor that through the audits we do on site. We monitor that through product audits or production system audits. We oversee that by looking at the data, and we can make changes to that, and often do, to remove that delegation or put inspectors at a supplier to do that that inspection at the source.
One other question: how do you determine the proficiency of the people reviewing and managing that risk assessment?
The auditors that Boeing employs to have at our suppliers. We do training of our supplier quality representatives. We look at the results of the outcomes of that. We look at the results of the audits relative to the defects we're seeing. So we have a continuous employee proficiency monitoring program.
Thank you. No further questions, Chair.
Thank you. Member Inman.
Thank you. Ms. Lund, I want to go back to something, and I'm trying to figure out if I caught it the right way or not. You discussed that you had ramped up some inspections, but you had decreased some inspections off-site or audits?
My comment was during the verification optimization off the plane. So, for example, if you needed to set up a stand off-site, off the plane, I'm sorry, not off-site, off the plane, that is not necessarily a stamp anymore. I do want to be clear that the inspections on the airplane are higher.
I understand. But what about outside of the after delivery? Has that changed in any way? Do you still stamp after delivery?
The way our process works, and if I don't answer your question, please help me. The way our process works is we stamp the airplane in our production certificate up until we ticket the airplane. After we ticket and deliver it, if we still need to do work on the airplane, we do that under our repair station ticket, much like an airline would do it under their repair station ticket. So it changes from our PC 700 build once an airplane delivers to a repair station at that time. Okay,
because the troubling thing I think that came out in the documentation is in regard to removals since April 23 of 2018. There were 62 instances of a door plug being removed, MED plug, but 24 of them were while they were initiated while the airplane was in the Renton. But 38 of them on 13 different airplanes were initiated in field locations after the factory rollout, pre-flight, delivery center, or storage sites. My question is, are we going to solve for a different problem later on? Because we're fixing things in the production line, but I don't know if we're fixing them after they get past your door.
Thank you for the clarification. In all of those locations, the delivery center, the storage site, and the pre-flight, the rollout, the post-rollout, they are all under PC 700 and all covered by these same processes and the things we're talking about fixing. All of those are covered by those same processes, the same stamps, et cetera.
Would they be integrated on the same, I guess, through the same review, your quality reviews?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. It was also noted immediately after the crash, and I want to point out Alaska was one of the first Part 121 operators to start a safety management system. They sent someone directly to the plant, an auditor. What were the results of that, or what were found?
I cannot speak to the results of the audit from the Alaska audit in our production system per se. I can't speak to that off the top of my head.
Were your team involved with that?
We absolutely are. We work closely with Alaska Airlines.
Did they make suggestions?
Alaska Airlines has made many suggestions, absolutely.
But do you know what they are?
Yes, their chief auditor has been to visit us many times. I've personally met with her. I've met with her at Alaska. I've met with Max at Alaska. I've met with them back at our site. We are implementing them. We've taken those feedback and we work with her and give her updates on all of the improvements that we've made across the board. I think maybe where I'm hung up is I wasn't quite referring to that as the exact results of their audit. And maybe that's the word, but I'm working closely with Brooke and with Max on Alaska on following up on all of those commitments.
Okay. Were you the site manager or the plant manager during the time of that audit?
I was not.
Who was?
The program manager of the 737, the vice president general manager was Ed Clark.
And he is no longer with Boeing?
That is correct.
Okay. I just noticed because he isn't in any of our interviews, so I don't know if he was made available or not. We'll move on to it. I'll come back to that probably in a little bit if it's okay, Chair. A couple of just easy questions for right now. Has the plugs always been made in Malaysia?
Yes.
Why?
It's part of the Spirit supply chain. We have parts manufactured all around the world.
And how
they have capability of building the door.
Do you have capability in Wichita of building a door?
We could. I mean, Spirit manufacturers. We build many parts. We could essentially build probably every single component that goes into a 737, but it's limited by space and capacity.
Okay. I'll wait for my next round. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to go back to my questions on the inspections. You mentioned in-process inspections. You mentioned end-of-line inspections, inspections of tasks, going back to 2023. And let me just cut to the chase here on what I'm asking. After this occurred, Boeing worked with FAA to develop a MOM. There were inspections of door plugs on other aircraft. There were identified incorrect number of washers installed at various locations, clearance and gaps that were out of limits, loose fasteners at various locations, incorrect fastener grip lengths, missing cotter pins, and minor damage to components. So my question is, in 2023, what was in place at Spirit to catch that before the fuselage went to Boeing?
In 2023, the work instructions, with the work instructions and the in-process inspection were in place. The details of some of the things that were identified, such as, let's say, a shanked fastener where it wasn't all the way seated, that should have been caught in that there are requirements that you're checking fastener head height. Those are there, and if those were missed, then it's an escape from Spirit. But there was, independent of the MOM inspection that you referred to, the MOM came after the incident, where additional inspections were, an additional layer or several layers of inspections were put in place.
Understood. I'm just trying to understand, was it a problem with the documents or the instructions, or it was just missed in some cases? Were the instructions clear that hardware had to be in place, that it needed to meet certain specifications?
I would say it's a combination of both. There was a lot of clarity added to the inspections to look at very specific locations, as opposed to looking at the job and it's in totality. So I would say it's a combination of missed inspections by the inspector, as well as additional clarification was needed through the inspection process.
Okay, great, thank you. And so what is in place now to address that?
The inspections are very detailed now in regards to the MOM inspection that added the additional inspections. Those are now incorporated into the Spirit inspection process. So there's validation steps. Yeah, okay. There's validation steps throughout the installation and the pre-rig and the final closure of the door. Everything that was found through the MOM process that was needed to be added into the inspection process is now documented at Spirit.
And Boeing is there now to ensure the adequacy of the inspections before it leaves to go to Renton, correct? But was not before.
That is correct. Specifically for the mid-exit door, all configurations, plug-in door configurations, Boeing does an additional inspection into on top of what Mr. Graybon just shared.
And I'm curious, what sort of process, you mentioned the mid-exit door plug, but there are discrepancies and defects in other areas. What exists outside of the door plug to ensure those defects, escapes, non-conformance, whatever you want to call it, don't occur before they leave Spirit?
We now do, as of March 1st, 2024, a full inspection, a Boeing inspection. We do it in conjunction with Spirit inspectors, but there is a full Boeing inspection over a couple of day period. At the very end of the production system, after the fuselage comes out of their factory, it goes back into a different area of the factory where we do that inspection. Any discrepancies are documented in Spirit's quality management system, resolved, and then re-inspected by Boeing.
In Wichita?
In Wichita.
So I'm going to ask both Spirit and Boeing, what's your confidence in, percent confidence in this, that in a fuselage leaving, going to Renton without these types of hardware missing or loose hardware or other sorts of defects? What's your confidence in what you're receiving, Boeing?
We have seen, as a result, as we put these inspections in place, we have seen significant improvements, and that reflects in significant improvements in rework hours that we have in our Renton factory. So we are seeing a very positive effect of having those inspections in place.
So would you say 100% No problems? We're not worried?
We're always going to strive to make sure we have a very robust system, and any risk that we see in that system, we will take immediate action to address.
Spirit?
I think so the inspection process is a manual process. There's a human element to it. No matter how many defects Spirit and Boeing find in Wichita, there will be a number that make it to Renton. That's just it's a statement of fact. That's the way the metrics look. On average, about maybe 9%. The defects are not, or I'm going to say, you can never call a defect minimal. However, the defects that are being found now in Renton are not significant structural defects. We're looking at mainly fastener head height, maybe sealant, things like that. But whenever there's a human inspecting an airplane or anything else, there is going to be a level that you're not going to get 100% a perfect airplane out the door.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Member Graham.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to go to Boeing. Let's go back pre-accident. You talked about the acceptance of the fuselages when they show up at Renton, and they are inspected either on flow day 1 or flow day 0, as you put it, at the time. Who would inspect those?
The Boeing quality inspection team.
How many people are we talking about?
I don't have the exact number, but I'm going to guess 10.
10, okay.
Approximately.
Several people out there. Okay.
Yes.
And any nonconformance or defect that is conforming would be, I assume, documented at that point?
Correct.
Yeah, and those defects that are, we don't call them ugly, we call them cosmetics. Sorry. Yeah. I worked for a manufacturer before.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
No, but okay, so any nonconformance at that point would be documented, correct?
Correct.
Usually an NCR and then an NCO written on top of that, most likely for the work to be done.
That's correct.
And if it's all work that's on that fuselage that came from Spirit, you would have Spirit work on all of those nonconformances. Is that correct?
By and large, that's correct, yes.
Okay. So we have a nonconformance that needs to be worked on, and it's determined that to get to that work, a medium exit door needs to be removed. So a removal then needs to be written. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what form does that go on?
That goes on a removal form, which is housed in CMIS.
Okay, so you got a removal form. And who would write that removal back then?
In September of 2023, any employee could write a removal form.
Okay. And then that's put into the system, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In the case of work being redone or being worked, it's a Spirit had to do the work, then a Spirit employee or a contractor of Spirit would stamp off their work and ask for a Spirit inspector to buy that work off. Is that correct?
In 2023,
yes.
The process was such that a Spirit mechanic would stamp their work. They would ask for a Spirit inspector to stamp their work, and then a Boeing inspector would come along behind it and stamp the work.
Okay, then stamp that work. At any point prior to this, would say the Spirit mechanic know that there was a removal written? And maybe that's for Spirit.
Probably so.
Can you repeat that?
Yeah,
question?
So if there's a nonconformance where a removal, like the door has to be removed so they could, say, repair rivets, right? Mm-hmm. Would that employee, that mechanic that goes and does the rivet work in this case, know that they actually see a removal?
Yes, Spirit cannot perform any work until the paperwork is in place authorizing Spirit to touch the airplane.
And that would include a removal of the door?
Be the paperwork supporting the removal, whatever the removal supports.
Okay.
I might just ask, and this will probably be discussed in the next panel. Yeah. Typically, in my experience, and we'll discuss it in the next panel as well, Spirit comes and says, I need access. Okay. And when they need access, they are not allowed to open and close things or things like that. So they come and ask for access. access, and then the Boeing employees figure out what access they need. Do you need to open a door? Do we need to remove the plug? Whatever the answer may be, but their typical ask is for the access, not for the paperwork on our side required for it.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. And then when it is time for a reinstall, I assume a Boeing inspector would give a okay to install. I mean, is that correct? And to reinstall the door?
In terms of the removal paperwork today, that was one of the changes since the accident. At the time of September 2023, a Boeing inspector would inspect the final installation and put the final stamp on a removal. So when a removal had happened, it had been reinstalled, the inspector would come and give the final stamp. Since that time, we now have the inspector do the okay to remove up front and the stamp at the end.
Okay, so it has changed. All right, thank you. I see my time's up. Thank you.
Thank you.
I actually went over, so, okay. Member Chapman.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, thank you to all of you. I've learned a lot today, and this has been very helpful. We appreciate your patience and your time. I just have a few additional questions. Member Graham actually covered a lot of what I had intended to ask about. So I'm sorry to go over this again. I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. So prior to the accident, any employee on the line was authorized to initiate a removal and to generate the removal documentation, correct?
Correct.
And that documentation would have gone into CMS, would have been captured in CMS, right?
Correct.
And was there then, and is there now, a way for anyone to remove a document from CMS?
Because CMS is the system of record, once I will use this term, a job is fired. A job is loaded in the system, it's become active. A job cannot be removed from CMS.
Okay.
If it's in the planning up front, before it's become active, it's something that's planned for a week from now, but it hasn't become active, that can be adjusted. Once it becomes active, it's fired, it's an order on the floor, it cannot be removed.
Okay, and prior to it, so once it's active, it cannot be removed?
Correct.
Prior to it becoming active, if it were removed, would it leave some sort of signature,
trail,
some sort of footprint?
Yes, I believe it would.
Okay. And if I could just ask the folks from Spirit, what are your processes? Who at Spirit would be authorized to initiate a removal and to generate the documentation? Does it differ from Boeing's process before and after?
Yeah, manufacturing initiates the removal process.
Okay. When I know that there are 20 plus Spirit employees at the Renton factory, I believe. Is that correct?
Member Chapman, can I just clarify, was your question for Mr. Graybone, was that at the Renton factory or in Wichita?
In Wichita. What's the process in Wichita?
Thank you.
Yeah, what I refer to as Wichita. Spirit does not write removals at the Boeing facility in Renton.
And how about at the Wichita facility?
Yeah, in Wichita, operations, Spirit operations initiates the removal process.
And I assume you have a system that's analogous to CMS, is that right?
Yeah, yes, we have the MES system, manufacturing. I just lost my train of thought.
That's all right. I think
execution system, manufacturing execution system. It's the same. It is a mirror image of Boeing as we were once Boeing. A lot of their systems are similar to ours.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for catching that. Yes, I appreciate that. So one last question here. Where inspections are performed, again, we're back to Renton now. Where inspections are performed, it's my understanding there are 20 plus Spirit employees at Renton. To what extent are inspections done or required to be done by Boeing inspectors versus Spirit inspectors, or a combination of the two?
I'll take it for now. Boeing inspectors, as I mentioned, did and do the initial inspection of the fuselage when it arrives. As I mentioned before, in September, the Spirit employee, when they did rework, would do their rework and stamp it. Their inspector would stamp it. Our inspector would stamp it behind it. Since the accident, Spirit's quality no longer stamps their work. Their manufacturing stamps their work, and now a Boeing quality is the final stamp to ensure that the rework is conforming.
Thank you. Does that square, Spirit, with your understanding of the process?
I believe that's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Brown.
Just for clarification for me, based on, and this is for Boeing and Spirit, based on what you said earlier about some of the steps in building an airplane, can you talk about sort of the risk assessment Boeing placed when the fuselage arrived in Renton, Washington? Just tell me about that process and the risk assessment before.
So to ensure I understand your question, are you asking about sort of the way we think about risk of the fuselage coming in and what things before?
23, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So the way we would think about risk is the first level of risk would be mitigated through our supplier oversight program. We have had people on site at Spirit for a while, but that risk is exactly why we were doing those inspections. We were taking a process for anything that we had seen as a defect in our build and checking for it, even though we were working every day to get it back to Spirit. We were working with them, we were feeding it back, but that's not an instantaneous process, and that wasn't foolproof. So as a layer of mitigation and protection, we were doing that full inspection at Boeing to ensure that things we had found previously were looked for to make sure that they didn't exist again, and if they were, that we would get them documented and fixed.
And if I may add to that, I mentioned earlier my testimony about the escalation we started in May of 2023. When we framed that, the things that we chose to drive Boeing inspections into Spirit's factory were around product level safety, sensitive structure, aft pressure dome, vertical fin fitting. We looked at across the build where are there critical structural elements or manufacturing processes that, when you're complete with assembly, would make a defect hard to detect. And those are the areas. So it was that product safety approach that we used to determine what areas we were going to put inspections in Spirit's factory back in May of 2023. Okay, and where are you now? What since the accident? We continue those. There are some where we went through a process of inspecting, in some cases 30, in some cases 50 airplanes. We did not find any defects over the course of that inspection regime. So in some cases we've stopped those inspections and we've replaced them with different inspections. And then, as I said, as of March 1st, 2024, we added a full tip-to-tail inspection. But those in-process inspections remained. Including the mid-exit door.
And at Boeing, we have taken that inspection we used to do at Boeing, moved it back to Spirit with our employees at Spirit to make sure that the defects get back are fixed prior to shipment. In addition, from a risk safety standpoint, and this goes beyond the fuselage and beyond Spirit, but I think it's important post-accident. Our engineering team did an assessment and picked several systems that are critical to safety. They were systems such as things that could cause a rapid decompression, a major structural failure, flight control systems. And we have added inspections at the end of the manufacturing process, most between our first flight and our delivery process, where we would do an intermediate inspection anyway, in addition to the mid-exit door inspections, where we are going in and inspecting these critical systems as that final set of eyes to make sure that nothing is missing. Longer term, we're doing complete design build assessments of all of those. As Terry mentioned, that's where you take the design, the build, the planning, the inspection. You make sure there's no latent defects, there's nothing that's not there, and then you come up with mistake proofing design changes. That's part of the design changes I was mentioning on the plug itself that we will be adding. We're doing that across all of our critical systems systematically as part of our future improvements as well.
Thank you.
Great. Member Inman.
Thank you. We were talking earlier about the number of employees in Washington for Spirit. And I just want to clarify, you said that there were 20 employees, is that correct?
20, I said roughly 10. It could be a little more or less involved in the initial inspection of the fuselage.
I was speaking of Spirit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay if you want to answer some more. I think you've had plenty.
No, it's between 20 and 30 generally. And from there, it can go down, it can go up.
Okay. And you call those employees. How many of them are actually on Spirit's payroll at the time of the accident? Or the production, excuse me.
I would say at the time of the accident, they were all contract employees, and they are today.
Every single person that represents Spirit?
Yes, but prior to that, we've had a mix. So it hasn't always been that way. We've had a mix of direct and contractors, let's say back in 21, 20.
Pre-COVID?
Yes.
Why is there, I guess it's just an obvious question, why are there no actual Spirit employees in Washington managing all of these contractors?
There's a lot of talent in Seattle relative to contractors. They're very highly skilled. They're very mobile. They're easy to attain and easy to release when we need to. That's the biggest reason.
I think we do need to add that the person overseeing all the contractors is a Spirit direct employee.
So there is someone there. I thought from the group factual report, the overall manager, that one.
There is, and you'll meet him on panel 2.
Yeah,
he's sitting at the witness table. I think he's he's happy he's still got the job, I believe.
Yeah, you'll see him on panel 2.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I have sorry for the interruption. We have one request for a break, and we're actually slipping into the next panel. So we could defer some of this line of questioning to the next panel, perhaps?
No, we're going to continue to go. We can take a break real quick we'll do 10 minutes after Member Inman is done with his line of questioning. But we're going to continue as long as this panel we have questions for this panel. I mean, we've only been going 40 minutes, and with all due respect to the staff, you had 2 hours. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
We should. I don't want the staff mad at me. Can we take the 10-minute break? Can we take the 10-minute break?
We can take the 10-minute break right now. We'll go to 1:50. I just want to be clear that our job does not end at NTSB, and we have a chair's call at some point for a fatal highway crash that we're going to have to break for. So we'll just keep an eye on that, but we will come back at 1:50. I think okay, the former chair, was always about promptness. So he's taught me that. So I'm in that. So we're going to go ahead and start. I know we have Mr. Catlin coming. Here we go. So let's keep going. I know that Member Inman had some additional questions. We'll just start his 5 minutes over again. Go for it.
Thank you. So we noticed and this is coming from the operational factors, the group chair's report, there were 11 revisions or enhancements to the Boeing process on performing parts or assembly removal that occurred from 2013 to 2023. Does that sound familiar?
Yes, that sounds familiar.
Out of those 11, it didn't really define how many were, and I can get into it a little bit later, but how many of those were self-identified that you changed just as Boeing's own internal processes?
I don't have that exact split out. I know some were. And I believe the gentleman tomorrow will have all of the details, but I know some at least were.
Okay. And I know you had referenced earlier that you started about 3 years ago an SMS process?
Correct. We started to implement it around 2019. I think then we really started to increase the implementation and got our voluntary program approved by the FAA, I think last year.
Okay.
22 or 23.
And it noted that in June of 2023, you initiated a safety risk management on removals specifically. And it was ongoing, and that 3 actions were actually completed. I think that led to a July 24th quality alert from Boeing regarding documentation requirements.
I don't know if those two are 100% related, but everything you said is true. But all of those events happened in that rough time frame. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So if with quality alert came out in July of 2023, and yet there was no adherence, obviously sometime in September, what's the process for changing the way quality alerts are actually being looked at and understood?
Good question. As was noted before, quality alerts could come out kind of in 2 ways. Some would be information only. Some would require the read and sign. And after this, it became clear that a non-read and sign, we needed more accountability. So both in terms of improving the way we communicate changes and the way we ensure they're received needs to be more accountable. As I mentioned immediately, well, shortly after the accident, we did put out that read and sign in order to address that very point.
Okay. And do you feel comfortable that that's getting the point across? Because I'll be honest, I get a lot of things from our department that says read and sign and just open it. That's fair.
That's fair. I think we need to do more. I think we need to do more. There's room for improvement in our removal process in terms of simplifying the process itself, in terms of fixing some of these additional steps, and in terms of ensuring our employees understand. One of the things we are also now starting to work on, Lloyd had mentioned that in the initial training, there's not much training. That's another change that we've made to FTC, is to put some of this BPI training in there, how you access it, what you do. That's a gap that we found as well, because it was real. We are working on this issue, and I think more work to be done.
Well, I think everyone here would agree there's always work to be done. But I'm going to go back to the Renton facility in regard to some FAA audits from October 22nd to September 2023, so roughly a 10-year period, that there were 68 alleged noncompliance documented with the FAA. 10 of them were regarding document control, handling and storage 10, design control 1, but none of them were about the Boeing process, part or assembly removal. So I guess I'm just trying to tie this into a bigger picture. I know you mentioned that we have work to do on the door assembly and removal. I'm getting the impression there's work to be done everywhere.
Correct. We have taken that history of our audit findings and our most recent audit findings. As I mentioned, the SAI, the FAA sent roughly 24 inspectors in our factory for about 6 weeks on all 3 shifts and did a comprehensive audit. And we've taken those findings as well, and all of those are in our efforts to go improve our processes and understanding.
I'll wait till the next round, Chair.
Thanks very much. I want to return to something that the technical panel asked about, just to make sure that our factual is correct, because I feel like I heard something different from Mr. George about lubricant used. Certainly we understand lubricant has to be used. So I'm just going to read this to you to make sure that it's accurate factual information. On January 17th, the investigative group went to Spirit. This was in 2024, prior to a mid-exit door plug being closed on a different fuselage. The installation mechanic was observed using a lubricant, which was Vaseline, and When asked about it, Spirit Aerosystems produced an engineering evaluation that stated the use of Vaseline would not negatively affect the aircraft. I just want to make sure, was that your document? Was that Boeing's document? Was that something Boeing signed off on?
I'm not familiar with your comment on it wouldn't harm the airplane, although I agree with it. But I'm not familiar with that, so therefore I don't know where it came from.
Is there an engineering evaluation, regardless of what it said, that Spirit produced our employees about the use of allowing the use of Vaseline?
What I said earlier was starting this May, there's a green line, engineering green line.
No, I'm going back in time.
Yeah.
Was there a document that you produced to our employees on January 17th when the investigative group went out that said an engineering evaluation that said Vaseline could be used? Did you provide that to our personnel?
Not that I'm aware of.
So you're saying that's not accurate?
I'm saying I'm not aware of that.
Oh, so that might exist. You personally do not know.
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to clarify. We reviewed engineering data and saw a note allowing the use of dish soap, not Vaseline. Are you aware of that?
Not specifically. And again, I don't know where the origin would have been, where that came from.
Okay, Ms. Lund or Mr. Ackerman, do you allow the use? Were you aware that they were using Vaseline versus dish soap?
Not at the time before the accident. Post-accident, as we were observing the build of the mid-exit door, had the same observation. Over the next couple of weeks, there was a Spirit engineering evaluation that I was aware of, concurred by, I believe, Boeing Engineering, to allow the use of dish soap, and that, I believe, is what Mr. George is referring to, which was added to the build plan later.
Yes, understand dish soap. I just wanted to make sure there was not some sort of discrepancy. Do you ever find discrepancies in documents between Spirit and Boeing on what is approved?
Yes, we do.
And then you work through that?
And then we work through that, yes.
Okay, great. I just wanted to understand that. For Spirit, you have 3 contractors: Launch, Technical Workforce Solutions, Aerotech Aviation, and Strom. This includes a Director of Customer Relations who oversees 4 managers, 20 mechanics, and 2 quality assurance personnel. What's the relationship between, or how do you ensure oversight, Spirit, of the 3 contractors? And then Boeing, how do you ensure oversight of Spirit and 3 contractors? I'll start with Spirit.
Yeah, so for the oversight, Madam Chair, I don't think we can talk to the details until panel 2. Panel 2 will get more in depth, because our witness is the manager of those people. I think I'm afraid of giving an inaccurate answer.
Totally fine. We'll come back to that then. Quick question, because I 2 questions. You have lockout, tagout, or called lotto. When you go to a barge, you end up. Can you talk about that really quick? When you go to a barge, which is essentially a work area, you have lockout, tagout, where you use a badge to come in and come out. Explain that for a second.
Sure. There's 2 processes related that I think you're talking about there. The first is, in any position in the factory, when an employee who doesn't normally work in that area every day isn't assigned in that area, they use their badge to enter the area, and then they use their badge when they exit the area. And that provides a level of visibility or control of who's there. It is related to lockout, tagout. Lockout, tagout is a process we use once power goes on the airplane, and it's a live airplane. So when you use your badge to enter an area that's a live airplane, there's a position called a GC who educates you and informs you. Power's on the airplane, it's off on the airplane. If you need to do work in an area, they make sure that there's no power in that area you're working in. That's how we control the safety. And that's why one of the many reasons why we do want to know when someone goes in an area, so they can be briefed and we can ensure before work starts in an area that it's safe for the person to work there.
Okay, great. I have more questions on that. Member Graham.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Catlin, I didn't mean to leave you out 2 rounds ago on the question I had on training for employees at Renton on the different models of the 737 back prior to the accident. Do you feel there was enough differences training for the employees to do the work on the different models?
Well, when it comes to training, I think there's 2 things that need to be looked at. There's training under Part 21 of the Code of Federal Regulations and Part 25 of the Code of Federal Regulations. Part 25 is the engineering side of the house. That's where you get your training on your BAC engineering drawings, your BAC specs, and how you build the airplane. The training under the Part 21 side of the house is on the pros, policies, and BPIs that we follow when we build the airplane. Back in September of 2023, our foundational training center was in trouble. We had so many new people coming in, they were being pushed through. We were seeing about a 60% failure rate coming through foundational training of people who were being hired who couldn't complete the training, and they were being terminated from the company due to not being able to pass their certification classes. To create a good, solid, functioning mechanic or quality inspector, just because you send them through a class and you get them a certification does not mean that they are skilled at performing that activity. Using bond and ground, for example, bonding and grounding is a critical part of the aircraft build, and our bonding and grounding processes are broken up into 20 different specifications. So for somebody to go through a class that teaches them how to do a -7 bond or to do a -6 face seal bond or a FAY bond doesn't mean they're actually skilled at going out and being able to accurately perform the work, but they are certified. So I do think that we need a lot of work in our Part 21 side of the house in training and BAC specifications, PDD, product definition data. But when it comes to actually training people in our BAC, in our policies, pros, and BPIs, we need an extensive revamp of that training at the Boeing company.
Okay. Thank you for that. Turn back to Ms. Lund. Since you come from the quality organization, there's been some discussion about travel work and all that. I assume you probably have some pretty good metrics on knowing what your primary drivers for travel work are. Would that be a fair assessment?
Yes.
Is supply shortage one of them?
Yes.
Does Boeing ascribe to lean manufacturing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Chapman.
No further questions for this panel, Chair. Thanks.
Member Brown.
No further questions for this panel.
Member Inman.
I do. I apologize. In fact, Ms. Lund, just to ask, it's a great title. I know you've had a lot of questions. It's probably not been a great couple of months.
Things have been challenging. Yes.
Fair enough. Who did you take over your role from?
I took over my role from Carol Murray.
And Carol Murray had the same portfolio that you did?
Close, not exactly. She obviously didn't have the improvement plan activities that I have now because it was prior to the accident for the most part of her tenure. But in general, she had a similar responsibility.
What were your roles before this?
My role before this, most recently, was the leader of all of our airplane programs. So the leaders of the 3, 6, 7, and 8-7 programs reported up to me.
So that was also the 737 MAXes?
Correct.
And I apologize. I guess I just want to, because I want to bring up, if we can, one of the exhibits. I think it's 11M, at about page 604. Maybe. I know Member Graham was asking about lean processing. Can you make that a little larger? Is that possible? So this is the interview of James Phoenix, who was the manager of the Boeing certification from the FAA. He had retired, I believe, in December of 2023. And actually, do we have the right page pulled up? 604? That's 60, okay. The next page, that's 603. Thank you. Sorry, scroll up a little bit. Slowly? Okay. So they're talking here about how at line 8, it changed quite a bit. He wanted to comment that before he took over from 2015 to 2017, a couple of ex-Toyota managers that were brought in to try to build the airplanes the way Toyota builds cars. I think that's that lean manufacturing discussion. And if you'll drop on down, please. They were not successful. And then he goes on to talk about, we embarked on a significant program to get them to put inspections back in, and we did that through compliance and legal enforcement. They complied with all that, but slowly, very slowly, did they reintroduce quality inspections. And that didn't really change, if we'll go to 605, until the MAX accidents, where it brought a lot of things. But I think the big quote out of that, you need a lot of leverage to get Boeing to change. And then when Boeing changes, it's very slow. And it took a long time for them to really understand that their quality system needed to improve. I guess my question is, Ms. Lund, is this a cycle that we're going to see every 2 or 3 years or every 4 years to where we have to come back and look at a different thing? I'm not trying to put you on the spot with that, but it seems to be a recurring trend.
Member Inman, I feel like that's a fair question. We are committed that this will not be a recurring trend. I'll clarify just a couple of thoughts. We have been on a lean manufacturing journey for quite a while in Boeing. And in fact, the 737 program, more than 5 years ago, 7, 8, 9 years ago, really was our leader in lean manufacturing in the company. And at that time, there was really good performance. Our quality numbers, our quality defects were down. Our supplier shortages were down. By the metrics we talked about earlier, you would have seen really some pretty robust performance. We got away from that over time. So as it mentions the 2 executives that were brought in, they did work on several initiatives, but I just wanted to counter that lean has been with Boeing for a while. We really do believe in lean. One of the premises of lean that we really believe with is the number one way to improve lean is to improve quality. Those two are integral, and we believe in that. So I'll just wanted to clarify that. In terms of having to see this again, we are committed that you won't. Administrator Whitaker has asked us many times, what is our sustainment plan? How can he and his team, many of whom are located here today, be sure that this won't be overturned in a few years, that these things won't be taken away? And for each aspect of the changes and improvements we're trying to make, we have given some metrics and a sustainment process. And as I mentioned earlier, part of the basis of it will be command media. The FAA will have approval authority of that command media. That's one of the elements. The SMS system is one of the elements. It's becoming required, as I'm sure the committee understands, in the future, but we're doing it voluntarily already. Use of that for the changes of our processes will be another method. So we are continuing to work on these areas that will give confidence both to us, but to all of you and the FAA as well, that these changes will stick.
Can I make one suggestion?
Sure, please.
Stop talking about leaner in quality and start talking about safer manufacturing.
Agree.
My time's up, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. When investigators asked a Boeing executive about quality assurance on the 737 line, he said that supplier performance was the #1 issue. We dug a little deeper and asked about whether that was quality from a quality perspective or a shortage perspective. The response was quality. Spirit, and I'm quoting, Spirit was the #1 driver in terms of #1 defects in the production system. Defects Non-conformances, escapes was not an unknown issue. Manufacturing defects, in fact, were well known dating back to 2018, 2019, as reflected in numerous Boeing internal audits, FAA audits, and interviews with your own employees. In fact, in 2019, FAA found Boeing failed to adequately oversee its suppliers, Spirit, to ensure they complied with the company's quality assurance system. I have to say, when we went through the transcripts, it was pretty striking to me, and I'm just going to read a few. One Boeing employee, not a contractor, said, "Planes come in jacked up every day." Planes come in jacked up every day, meaning you were, at the time, receiving quote-unquote jacked up planes. Another employee, all the planes that come to us always have an issue with structures, skins, open holes. Another employee said, on questioning of our investigative team, if you think of your family, tomorrow you got on an all-expense paid trip or wherever your dream vacation is, and you can package up your family and you can go there, and you knew you were flying on an aircraft that had come out of this facility, how would you feel about that? She responded, 70% I'd be worried. 70% I'd be worried because I know I work inside here. In fact, you stated that there is a history of knowing quality assurance concerns with Spirit. Would you agree with that? This has been a known issue with defects, non-conformances, escapes. Is that correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, it was in fact, I'm a little bit, and we can get into this, and I'll let you think about this question in the next round. You stated, we know there have been quality escapes. We know there are lack of documentation removal issues. Just out of an abundance of caution, put end-of-line inspections in place. I just want to understand why not earlier. But actually, before I do that, can we pull up the KPIs? And I'm going to ask, while that's being pulled up, employee proficiency is this was part of this, comprehensive 90-day plan that FAA required. KPIs, first one is employee proficiency, while Leonie pulls that up. Employee proficiency. So we had various production rates, and I will just say, in looking, it looks like you were at 26 per month at one point, around 21, 31. At some point, you were up to 42. Oh, granted, that was down to from 52. So production rates were kind of up and down. And then you had employee turnover, massive employee turnover, especially after COVID. That's documented throughout the exhibits. So you obviously indicated there were some training issues. This is all information that Boeing has been collecting and has seen over the course of a number of years. So concerns related to, we have a new workforce, and believe me, we're seeing that too here. You have a new workforce, you have training issues. Would you agree that was something that was evident for years?
Yes, since COVID, yes.
Okay, so we've talked about supplier shortages, escapements, and reworks. That's something that has occurred for years.
Yes.
Yep. Rework hours per airplane. Obviously, you have a number of reworks that has been documented for years. You have had traveling work in the factory, correct?
Yes.
And then defects at time of ticketing. So obviously, you know about the defects. I guess my point is here, these are all known issues. They've been known for a number of years. This is all information that has been fed into Boeing. And now it's part of this. These are your KPIs to ensure to know the health of your production. How do we know these are the right numbers if they were already available to you for years?
We look at many, many metrics, as you could well imagine, well beyond these 6. We have metrics that go down to various levels of the organization that roll up to here beyond this. And we have worked on improving these metrics for years. These are the ones we watch. We would love for things like rework hours, escape hours, supplier shortages to be zero. That, of course, is the target. I don't think that will happen in aerospace. Some defect could happen. We have a system that will make sure it's okay. So we will continue to work on these. We will continue to work on driving them down. What our conversation really was across Boeing and then with our regulators at the FAA was here is a handful, 6 metrics that can represent and tell you how our overall health is. It's a window into the production system without having to look at 100 or 200 metrics that we can spread out across everyone that says, are we operating in the control limits of our baseline system, or are we out? I don't want to imply that we just started working on these. We have not. They have been available, and we have worked very hard to continue to drive these down.
May I ask one follow-up question to my colleagues? Okay. Yep. So these are metrics you've had for a number of years. They have existed. Why does it take a door plug coming out of a plane to now say, hey, these are the metrics, this is how we're going to determine health, we've got a serious tragedy that occurred? How do we know this is the fix? This is it. This is how we're going to ensure, system health.
I think what's changed is small changes to each one of those, but putting them together as a package and saying it's really the control limits, using the control limits as part of our safety management system, triggering a safety risk assessment when we trigger one of these upper control limits so that we have a mitigation plan, we have a safety risk assessment, and then providing the FAA full access to this. In the system that they have access to, they can see the safety risk assessment, they can see the mitigation plan, they can see performance to the mitigation plan. We're continuing to improve it, but it's there, it's 100% transparent, it's agreed to with these control limits, with an agreement of when something hits this level, action needs to be taken, it'll be documented here, and that it can be seen real time.
I have a follow-up, but I'm gonna let first check. Nope. Remember him in.
And I know I'm standing between everyone and lunch. I've been trying to be helpful with the bathroom breaks. Yeah. So actually, Doug, we're going to go down the row a little bit. If that's okay. One thing that we learn about in every one of these incidents are a lot of other things that went right and what went wrong. And we spoke earlier that we're not going to talk about the actual day of the incident, but a 6-year-old unaccompanied minor, if you read into the report, has donned his own oxygen mask, was sitting there quietly. He wasn't filming on YouTube, anything. So hats off to that child. What I'm concerned about is we also learned during that is that from 2019 to 2023, incorrect parts were being put on not only all the MAXs, but I believe the NGs, approximately 680 airplanes, in regard to the strips that hold the oxygen canisters in place. Are you aware of this?
I am aware that there was a change to the actual engineering of the passenger service units, and that change, the parts that were being produced were produced conforming to the engineering of the passenger service units at the time. We are aware that we had fleet reports that there was migration of the oxygen bottles on the passenger service units. That was pre-accident. Mm-hmm. That was in 2023. I believe it may have been 2022. We had taken action to reverse that design change. Our engineering team took action to reverse that design change, and we had put an alert out to the fleet.
So I know it was so it's a non-conforming part. Is that correct?
It was a conforming part. It was conforming to the engineering.
But it wasn't working right.
Correct. That's why the engineering change was reversed and went back to the original adhesive.
If we're going to take immediate action on things, this was first reported in April of 2023 by one operator who was doing a pre-delivery inspection, and then reported again later in that year, and then was found in this instance, I believe in the Alaska 1282, every one of the oxygen generators, except for 2, had migrated out of their position. Now, luckily they worked, but every one of them but 2. It wasn't until approximately April of 2024, over a year after the first report, that a draft MOM went out, and that was only because an AD was coming from the FAA. Why does it take so long to make a change whenever it's just simple things that people need in an emergency like oxygen?
I don't have the details on that particular investigation. I know that the investigation started and it reached the conclusion in 2023, a few months after the initial report, and the design change had been implemented shortly thereafter.
But if you're in charge of the supply chain, you weren't read in on why that needed a change?
I was not directly. I was our safety organization, our engineering organization were leading that investigation.
But it had to do with the supplier part. So in general, Correct. Are you made aware whenever there's a safety issue that involves supplier parts?
I was aware of that report, and that there was a need for a design change to revert the design back to the original configuration.
But you weren't aware, sorry, earlier you said you weren't aware of this investigation.
I wasn't aware of the details of that investigation. I wasn't aware of the specific timeline on that investigation. I was aware that there was an active investigation that resulted in having to change the design back to the original configuration. Okay.
So whenever an operator comes to you in two separate situations and says, we've found a flaw or issue, shouldn't that trigger an alarm? Because it looks like the investigation didn't happen until those oxygen canisters came into NTSB, basically into our possession, and they were noted in the chair's report about a month later.
I believe those went into our safety process. There was what we call a cost written that identified the potential for a risk, the potential for a safety issue, potential for a risk, and that went through the safety process and ultimately was determined safety, which drove the action both for production and into the fleet.
And whenever the safety bulletin went out, how many, do you have the rough facts, how many actually had to be changed out, or how many were
I don't have the data on that, no.
Can you get that for us?
I can, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I just have one question, and the rest of my questions can go to the next panel. But again, I want to make sure everybody gets their time to ask questions. Just, Ms. Lund, I read in your June 25th press remarks that as a result of the new pre-departure inspections, that you have seen up to an 80% reduction in defects. I'm just curious, 80% of what? What were that? Did you track the number of defects that you were seeing?
This is the pre-inspection coming out of Spirit to those we're finding here.
Yep.
So although the numbers may be similar for the inspection, but because we're catching them at Spirit and reworking them at Spirit, when we get the fuselage here and we do the review and write the detailed pickups, that's where we have seen the reduction, showing that we've made significant improvement through this process at Spirit.
Understand. So what was the total you were seeing, though, at Spirit? Were you tracking how many defects were occurring before this process, or even up to the end-of-line inspection that you just created?
At Spirit, we weren't tracking it prior to this process and prior to the implementation of this process. We were not tracking that then.
Not the internal Spirit findings by Spirit Quality.
Correct.
So 80%. So what was the 80% based on? I'm just confused.
No, off the inspection we were doing here in flow day 0 or 1 that we were finding here. So it's a flow day 1 to flow day 1 comparison. Flow day 1 when we weren't inspecting at Spirit compared to flow day 1 after the inspection and rework at Spirit.
Okay, so then what was the total in flow day 1 that you were seeing? What's the 80% of what?
I've not refreshed myself on those numbers. What I will say is they varied widely on fuselage to fuselage, and I have not refreshed myself on the exact numbers.
Understood. Okay. I will move the rest of my questions to the next panel, but Member Inman, if you have questions, go for it.
What's for lunch?
Good. Good. Okay. All right, so we are going to break for lunch. For a couple of us, we have conference room, one of the conference rooms for the chair's call about a particular crash. And so we'll move to there real quick before we have lunch. So we have, oh, I said it was a highway crash earlier. Yeah. We will break for 1 hour. We will come back at 3:30. Does that work for everybody? Yes? Good? Go eat. I know it's late. Eat a lot. But don't fall asleep when you come back. And thank you to the first panel of witnesses. Appreciate it. Are the witnesses for panel 2 here? If witnesses for panel 2 are here, if you can make your way up, but we've got to Doug is changing around the names as we speak. I'm going to hope the media room can hear me and see if they're, look, they're all waving. Perfect. Did anyone leave a purse up here at all? Just want to make sure. It was Dave's. Are the parties okay to proceed? Machinists, do you have all your people? Okay. Give it a couple more minutes and then we'll start up.
And one other housekeeping, that we should be allowed to bring water through the security screener as of moments ago. So now that you're here, it's great to tell you that. But if there's a problem with that, grab an NTSB person and we'll make sure that's more widely known.
right. We're going to go ahead and get started. Yeah. Okay, great. Just a little bit of a change here. Member Brown is launching to a highway crash in Florida. So our hearts certainly go out to those that were involved, and we will be thinking of them, and then certainly thinking of Member Brown as he travels to Florida. So he has passed his questions on to us. Our work doesn't end, unfortunately, and so he will be doing that, and we will take over his questions throughout this. But you might beat us on those questions. So, Mr. Brazy, will you please begin the introductions and swear in the witnesses?
Thank you, Chair Homendy. The second panel will address events surrounding the opening and closing of the mid-exit door plug. The panel will cover Boeing 737 MAX 9 production, specific to the accident airplane, the lack of documentation of the mid-exit door plug being opened and closed, the removal and reinstallation of the mid-exit door plug at Boeing Task Management, description of flow and component travel during assembly, assembly line flow pace and how it's determined, procedures for reporting and addressing discrepancies, anomalies, or concerns from the floor on up at Boeing and Spirit AeroSystems, what can be learned from the shipside action tracking for the accident airplane, the role of Spirit AeroSystems employees in Renton staffed by Aerotech, Strom Aviation, and Launch, and changes made following the accident. The NTSB technical panel to my right is composed of Mr. John Lovell, investigator in charge, Mr. Picholo Cruz, lead aerospace engineer, Mr. Nils Johnson, aviation accident investigator for maintenance, and Dr. Sabrina Woods, senior human performance investigator. Witnesses for panel 2 include Ms. Elizabeth Lund, chair, Quality Operations Council and senior vice president for quality at Boeing Commercial Airplanes, and Mr. Michael Riney, senior manager for manufacturing general support at Spirit AeroSystems. I now ask that the witnesses not previously sworn in, please stand to be sworn in. Raise your right hand. Please answer by saying I do. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please be seated. As a reminder to the witnesses, you will remain under oath until the conclusion of the hearing. We ask that you answer questions factually and avoid analysis. Finally, please push the microphone button to talk and push it again when finished. Chair Hamady, these witnesses have been pre-qualified and their respective experience and qualifications appear in the docket as exhibits. I now turn the questioning over to Mr. Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Brazy. Mr. Riney, what are your roles and responsibilities as the Spirit AeroSystems Senior Manager of Manufacturing General Support?
Yes, I work on site at the Boeing Renton facility. I'm a liaison between the Spirit and Boeing teams. Daily, I perform my involvement with the Boeing teams at their morning meetings, general meetings, and I also communicate any concerns from the Boeing team or help needed. Conversely, I also, if there are help needed from the Spirit team, I work to communicate those items and help. It's more of a customer relations type role. working between both teams to help integrate and communicate. There is also a support team of Spirit contract managers and Spirit mechanic contractors that report up through me.
Thank you. Where was the left-hand mid-exit door plug manufactured for fuselage 8789?
Subang, Malaysia.
Were there any issues during the manufacturing of the left-hand mid-exit door plug in Malaysia?
None that I'm made aware of. No significant issues.
When did Spirit receive the left-hand mid-exit door plug on 8789?
There's an exhibit that we'd like to share. It's a Spirit timeline that would help with referencing those dates. So as you can see by the timeline created by Spirit, the plug was manufactured by Spirit Malaysia March 24th. It was received into Spirit Wichita May 10th. Of 2023.
Was there a receiving inspection for that plug when it got to Wichita?
No, the inspections would be performed by the Spirit Subang Malaysia team during the build.
How does Spirit know that there weren't any issues during shipping?
During the uncrating process, if any items were identified by the mechanics, once it was transported to the area for installation, the Spirit mechanics or quality personnel have the ability to elevate those to area QA to have documented.
When was the left-hand exit door plug installed on 8789?
If you could pull up the timeline again, I believe it's referenced there. Yeah, I don't see a reference on that timeline, but I believe it was in the September of 2023 timeframe. I can get the exact date and let you know.
Do the installers of the mid-exit door plugs need special training or certification to install the plug?
No. There's on-the-job training that the Spirit personnel in Wichita go through to understand the installation and ensure that they are following the IP installation plan.
According to Spirit production paperwork, the left-hand mid-exit door plug is pre-rigged when it leaves Wichita. What does pre-rig mean, and when is the final rig accomplished on the mid-exit door plugs?
Pre-rigging involves working to a rig document. There's a drawing sheet number identified in that rig document, and we follow all of the inspections or gap requirements related to the rig document, but we do not perform the final rig. The final rig is under certain, the fuselage itself has to be in a certain configuration before final rig can be performed.
And what configuration is that?
With the wings joined to the aircraft and the aircraft weight on wheels. I believe engines may also have to be installed at that point.
What type of inspections are accomplished on the mid-exit door plugs upon installation?
There are fit and fare requirements on the exterior, which are the outboard or inboard the plug is from the fuselage cutout. And then there is a gap requirement around the circumference of the plug, also in the cutout. There are multiple other gap requirement inspections that are performed common to the stop fittings on the interior. And then, of course, the final installation and ensuring all hardware are installed.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cruz, could you yield for a second? Just because we're on this subject now, and I mean, we're kind of talking about it up here. We don't want to come back to it. What happens during pre-rig? What happens during rigging? And is that done in Wichita?
So pre-rig is just ensuring all of the requirements from the rig document are met prior to shipping from Wichita. Because there are configuration changes to the fuselage, a final rig has to be performed at Boeing in Renton.
Were there any issues in the installation and pre-rig of the left-hand mid-exit door on 8789 while in Wichita?
Boeing performed a rig verification on the unit when it loaded into the factory in Renton. There were no defects noted on the left hand. And that, I believe that IP for Boeing closed out on September 5th.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson.
Good morning, or afternoon, sorry. My questions are for Mike Riney at this point. Mike, Mr. Riney, who fabricates the edge frames for the 737 MED plug? Fuselage opening, I'm sorry.
There's a supplier by the name of QuickTech that manufactures the door surround structure.
Following up on Mr. Graham's question, what type of receiving inspection is accomplished when the edge frames are received at the supplier?
So once they're received to Spirit, I don't believe any receiving inspection is performed. I believe Mr. Graybon answered that earlier today, that QuickTech or the supplier has a internal delegation that allows them to perform the inspections on the completed assembly prior to shipping.
Okay. In the fuselage production documents, is there any inspection for rivets of the edge frames after installation?
No specific inspections are performed. If, however, there was damage or something noted that did require documentation, then Spirit Manufacturing or QA would request that be documented.
Why is it that Spirit did not detect the fastener issue, but yet Boeing detected it on its inbound receiving inspection at Renton?
So I think throughout the manufacturing process, Mr. Graybon also alluded to this earlier, that if there are items identified that are suspect and do not turn out to be defective, they would not be documented.
Okay. When was the last time Spirit accomplished an audit of its edge frame supplier?
So I believe we have a audit schedule for QuickTech. I believe the last audit, the actual on-site audit, was in January. That may have been a audit of their paperwork, though. An actual on-site audit took place in March, based on the feedback from the rivets that were identified, but no defects were noted.
But when you said January, do you mean January of 24?
Yes, I believe so.
Do you know when it was audited prior to that?
I'd have to refer to the documentation, but I can get that information for you.
In the January 2024 audit, were there any significant issues found? And if so, can you share them?
No significant issues were found, and a inspection of the door edge frame assemblies that were on site in Wichita were also performed, and no defects were noted.
What actions has Spirit undertaken to ensure that defects such as the discrepant rivets on the edge frame are identified early in the Spirit manufacturing process and not transmitted to Boeing?
As was discussed earlier, multiple improvements to the inspection process have been made by Spirit. There has also been the final product verification performed jointly with Boeing prior to shipping to Renton.
Mr. Cruz?
Thank you. Mr. Riney, could you please describe the Spirit process when Boeing production requests a vendor or supplier assist, starting from the assignment to the final sign-off of the work?
Prior to the incident, or in the 2023 timeframe, or post?
Yes, 22, yeah.
Okay. So prior to the incident, Spirit had contract mechanics and contract inspectors. When an issue was raised, Boeing would notify Spirit. There's a packet that we request prior to beginning the rework. This packet includes normally the rework materials as far as the NCR or pickup, drawings associated with the defect, and any associated parts. At that point, when the packet is received, the Spirit contract managers will then identify individual to begin the rework once it's accepted, and we ensure we have all the appropriate items in the packet. At that point, they assign it to a mechanic. The mechanic will then go to the airplane in question and will review if they've got access to the area to begin the rework. If there isn't sufficient access, they reach out to appropriate Boeing individuals to let them know what access is needed and if there's potentially removals required to gain access to that area. It can be at some points just somebody else performing work in the area, but again, there could also be access or removals required. At that point, since they cannot begin work right away, they will then go to the Spirit contract manager and request the new assignment. And at that point, if they are able to begin rework, for an example, if there's a mislocated bracket, they will get the removal, they'll begin the rework. If a whole check is required or an in-process inspection is required, they'll contact at that time the Spirit quality to come inspect prior to reassembly. And then we can stamp off in Boeing's CMIS system what work was performed, and then the final operation would then be completed by Boeing quality for the final review of the rework.
So after the accident, what changed in that particular process?
After the accident, we were requested to exit the Spirit quality team members, and at that point, Boeing quality would then take over all in-process and final inspections.
In September of 2023, how many Spirit employees worked in the Renton facility?
I believe there were 4 contract managers, 20 contract mechanics, and 2 contract QA.
I'm sorry, what was the last part?
2 contract QA, quality.
QA, quality. And what shifts do the Spirit employees typically work?
Usually it was a 6 to 2:30, 6 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. shift, Monday through Friday. But we did, on occasion, work weekends. That normally gave us a good opportunity to perform any rework while Boeing employees may not be in the area working.
So in Renton, how many Spirit employees are direct hires to Spirit?
In Renton, it's just myself.
Just yourself?
Correct.
And what's the reason Spirit chooses to hire contract employees in Renton rather than direct hire?
As discussed earlier today, there's a large availability of skilled mechanics in the Washington area. This allows Spirit to adjust our workforce levels based on the requirements of Boeing, whether that be up or down.
So how does Spirit ensure that contractors used to perform warranty work for Spirit that Spirit is responsible for are qualified and trained to be able to accomplish the manufacturing task at Boeing?
So I am responsible for all of the hiring of the contract mechanics. I personally review all of the resumes submitted by our contracting house, and I ensure that only those individuals with previous aircraft, specifically sheet metal experience, are part of those that we submit offers to. At that time, in 2023, the mechanics would then come to Renton, and we would have Spirit trainers in Renton to perform any required training and any certification requirements, sealing, bonding ground, as was mentioned earlier, or that type of thing, to ensure that they were qualified. We would then also perform any Boeing sites. We would request Boeing assistance for any site-specific training. They would need tool crib access for certified tools, or to access the LSCC barge check-in, check-out process.
So there is some type of Boeing training for the contracted mechanics?
Only for the required training to access the airplane.
Okay. Are Spirit employees familiar with the shipside action tracker? Are they allowed to gain access to that particular system, that Boeing system?
We do not have access to shipside action tracker. Any communication regarding SATs is through email or printed copies.
So what does Spirit use in Renton to keep track of all the work that Boeing is requesting?
There is a Excel, or it's a system at Boeing that tracks all of the Spirit coded items, and then we receive that in an Excel sheet daily, and it's reviewed for any new items that may have been added. And at that, I review those items so that I have an understanding of what is being documented and what may be requested to work. We do not always get the request to rework all items.
Are Spirit personnel allowed to sign off Boeing production records after Spirit's work is accomplished?
Yes, we do work with the Boeing team to get specific supplier access to CMIS. That does not give us access to all options within CMIS, only the supplier version.
And what is the supplier version like?
It still allows us to stamp off on the work, but we cannot put calls up for notification to QA if there's a revision needed to an NCR. For that, we must go to Boeing to help with.
I believe you said this, but I will ask it anyway. How is Spirit access to the aircraft and rework to be performed in Renton determined?
So that's normally once the mechanics receive the work to be performed, they will go out to the airplane and physically look in the area and ensure that they can begin that. If they cannot begin the work, then it's a matter of going back to the Boeing team and requesting that access, whether that's the LSCC or a Boeing manager that we coordinate with to help with. And at that time, it's purely on Boeing to understand if they have the individuals available to gain that access and how they would then prioritize when that access was given.
Does Spirit provide any specific training to its personnel regarding gaining access to previously installed assemblies?
If you're referring to removals, they understand that they are not allowed to perform any removals of structure that is not installed already by Spirit. Any Boeing installed installations, they know they can't touch. Even the Spirit installed completed items, in some cases, we will request removals for, just to ensure that we have all that documentation in place.
Was that a recent change, or was that same process?
That same process has been followed, yeah, for a while.
Okay. And when was fuselage 8789 shipped to the Boeing company?
I believe if you've got the timeline to pull up, I believe it was in October, or excuse me, August of 2023. Yeah, August 20th of 2023, the fuselage shipped, and it followed that train ride up from Wichita to Renton.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
All right, this series of questions is for Ms. Lund. When did Boeing receive fuselage 8789?
And if we could pull up the Boeing timeline, I think that will help as we go through this conversation. We received it on August 31st.
Okay. What inspections were accomplished on the fuselage when it arrived at Renton?
The inspection that was described earlier, the receiving inspection, was conducted during flow day 1. If I may, just to orient everyone to the chart so it's not confusing, and then I'll reference the chart. When you look at the chart, the blue timeline are business days or manufacturing days. The gray dates are weekends or holidays for which work is not necessarily scheduled. In the top line, you'll see the calendar date. Right below that, you will see the flow day as it was proceeding through the production system. So on September 1st, it was loaded into flow day 1 per the chart, and that is where we did the inspection. We did the inspection of the, as I described earlier, of the previous defects that we had found, a skin quality, a fastener, FOD, etc. And that was conducted on September 1st.
How were the 5 non-conforming rivets discovered on the forward edge of the frame on the left-hand MED plug opening? Sorry.
I'm sorry, did you say when?
No, how?
What during that inspection? During that inspection, it was noted that those rivets were non-conforming with our requirements or our specification, and it was written on a non-conformance at that point.
Okay. During the investigation and even earlier in this hearing, we heard the term vendor or supplier assist in production. Could you please provide a brief description of what that process is?
Yes, that's the process when we ask a supplier to come and rework a part or an assembly that they have delivered to us. That is under their purview. In this case, it's Spirit. Spirit has a large part of our vendor assist. Another example is we have seat manufacturers come and work on a seat, which is covered under a TSO. That is where we use the kinds of things we use vendor assist. In this case, Spirit employees are asked to work on Spirit product that where we find a defect that is under their statement of work or their responsibility.
For clarification, for the Boeing process, are vendors allowed to disturb previously signed off installations?
Not without contacting Boeing first and having Boeing provide the removal or ensuring that the removal or the appropriate paperwork is documented.
And if a removal is generated, it would be Boeing personnel that would perform that removal?
That is correct.
Similarly, are vendors allowed to reinstall assemblies themselves?
They are not allowed to buy off the permanent work. They're certainly not allowed to reinstall the Boeing statement of work. You take the example of a bracket, Spirit may reinstall the bracket. It would be bought off. If you take an example more like a plug or a blanket installation that is removed, the vendor does not reinstall that. Boeing reinstalls Boeing's work and then buys that off.
In the Boeing production process, what determines the need to generate paperwork under BPI 1581?
BPI 1581, as was mentioned earlier, is our Boeing process instruction document for removals. The document requires that any completed work that had been previously completed or installed on an aircraft when being removed or opened back up needs removal paperwork. In the document, as was mentioned earlier, there is a criteria and explanation for what things need it. There is a flow chart that talks about when it's needed. And then, as was mentioned, I believe, by Mr. Callan, there is an exception appendix in the back for things that do not need a removal.
Excuse me. I know we mentioned earlier that today all production personnel who want to write removals have to have training. Is that training recurrent?
We have recurrent BPI 1581 current training today, yes.
Okay. In the production process, what is the function of the door team at the Renton factory?
Our door mechanics are a specialized group of employees. We often give employees a specific job skill code if they provide a specific function. A door mechanic is one of those. It's a specific skill and function. And the door crew and the door teams fundamentally do all of the aspects associated with our doors. They rig our passenger doors. They do our rig checks for this mid-exit plug or for other doors. They do work associated with the doors. It's a specialty skill.
Do any other teams in the production system work on doors or door plugs besides the door team?
There are two door teams. There's one who works at the back of the factory, one who works at the front of the factory. The door mechanics and the door teams are the only ones who work on the doors.
Are there special qualifications or training needed to be part of a door team, either one the beginning or the end?
Yes, and the training for those door mechanics is provided, as described earlier, with the foundational training and then on-the-job training as well.
And that was true back in September of 23?
Yes.
How many door team members were working in Renton in September of 2023?
I apologize, I do not have that exact number with me.
You know how many managers there were for the door team in 2023?
I believe one, typically one or two. I believe one.
What shifts do the personnel that work on door teams typically work?
They typically are a first shift operation in Renton.
And what happens if you have a second shift need for door work?
If we have a second shift need and we know it, we will sometimes ask one of our trained mechanics if they can stay over and complete it for us on second or work with it on second. If we do not have skilled labor, the job will be held until the next day.
Okay. In the previous panel, you described the ship site action tracker process. A SAT record was created by Boeing personnel to track a non-conformance record cited by the Boeing quality in the early stages of productions on line 8789. Can you please describe in detail the issues that led to the need to open the MED plug for rework?
Yes, if I could go back to the timeline, I think that is a helpful exhibit to answer this question. Great. I might look up here. It's easier for me to read it. So let me know if I am not near enough to the mic. The 5 discrepant rivets were identified on September 1st, and the non-conformance was written. The holiday weekend came, for which 3 days passed. During the following week, Spirit came. Is this what you would like me to walk through this process that happened? Thank you.
Yes, please.
Spirit initially conducted the rework on September 6th, the Wednesday of the following week. They applied the stamp in CMS. After that, the Boeing inspector, as I mentioned, who came back after the Spirit completed their job, came back and found the work to be unacceptable. The Boeing inspector removed the Spirit stamp, which is what happened at the end of September 6th. You will see they removed it, and they requested again that Spirit come and appropriately, completely rework the rivets. On September 8th, Spirit replied in the system to that tag that the rivets were acceptable as is and did not need to be removed and replaced, that they were compliant with the process specification. On September 11th, Boeing Quality reviewed that again and found that to be not true, that the rivets were not conforming with our specification, and again removed those stamps, and again asked Spirit to rework the non-conforming rivets. As we continue through the process, a few notable events. On September 14th, you will see it was elevated to a tier 2 in our SAT tracker. The tier level process is a process we use to elevate issues on the factory floor. They get higher level management attention. So when it gets elevated from a tier 2, it goes from just a local team level issue, trying to work it to a level of management so that management can help reprioritize, provide assistance to the floor. So it was elevated to tier 2, which is a senior level of manager within the factory shop on September 14th. That is when the conversation began about what is required for Spirit to gain access to do a full removal and replacement of the rivets. You can see that on September 15th, in the communication tool, the Shipside Action Tracker, it was decided that we would need to remove the plug in order to have access to those, full access to remove the rivets and reinstall them. By September 17th, the work was still not complete, so the SAT team elevated it to a tier 3. That's an executive level in the factory asking for help to get this work completed because it needs to get done. As you can see, sometime on September 18th, the plug was removed, and we know that because Spirit began their rework on September 18th to remove and reinstall the rivets. That lasted one extra day. It's a Spirit needed additional rivets. They had drilled them out. They needed new rivets to finish the job. They didn't have the ones they needed that day. So we went and had those rivets brought down from our Everett location. Those were available to them on September 19th. So they reinstalled, replaced the discrepant rivets on September 19th. And that is when the rivet job with new rivets was bought off by both Spirit and Boeing.
I want to clarify one thing. The slide says removed, but it was actually open, not removed. Is that a true statement?
Yes. So in this case, I think we use both words. The mid-exit door plug has fittings, sort of showing the bottom, fittings on the bottom of the plug. What we typically do is open it. So with the fittings attached, the door rotates open, and that is what happened.
Thank you. Was the MED plug the pacing item for 8789?
Sorry, can we just have just quick clarification? Do you mean opened the 15 degrees or fully opened?
In this case, it was fully opened.
That's
so
thank
that
you.
It could lay flat.
Thanks.
Virtually flat.
Was the MED plug, the left-hand MED plug, the pacing item for 8789?
There were other statements of work still open at the end of the line. Specifically, one of our more critical statements of work that was still open was a wire bundle that needed to be removed and replaced. That was a critical item leading at the end of the line, and that job was complete on September 18th. So at the end of the day, Spirit, I believe, was, haven't checked exactly, probably the last job that was complete prior to the airplane rolling out.
Okay. Based on the SAT record, Boeing personnel had confusion on whether the MED was a door or a plug, and whether or not a removal needed to be generated to document the opening of the door or plug. Why was there confusion around this, I guess, is what I'd like to understand.
As I reviewed the transcripts, and of course not being a part of it or knowing 100%, but as I reviewed the SAT records and the correspondence, it seemed to me that the team, what happens is we often say to a door mechanic, we need someone to come down here and provide access. We have multiple airplanes in our system at any time with different configurations. I read this as just a conversation around what is the configuration of this airplane? Is it a door or is this a plug? To add just a little bit more information to my testimony on the first panel, there are doors and there are plugs. There is also a deactivated door, which is a sub kind of a door. It's still the door. Some doors actually open and close. Some are a door that are deactivated. So I read this as simply the employees asking which configuration is this airplane that we need access to? Is this a plug or is this a door? Meaning to me, they had not been to the airplane yet to go look at it. They were preparing, they were getting the employees there. It becomes obvious when you go to the airplane to look.
Are the production personnel at Renton trained on the differences between models or submodels, I guess was what we called them earlier, so that they would know the difference between a plug and a door?
Yes.
Knowing that Boeing has a comprehensive manufacturing process, were there other opportunities where the rivets were, or after the rivets were replaced, where the missing vertical restraint bolts could have been caught?
There are other opportunities where they could have been caught, but they were not. The primary path would have been the open paperwork, which we have said we don't believe existed. It's not in CMIS.
And to clarify, to date, we have still found no paperwork documenting the opening, or sorry, the removal of 8789's left-hand MED plug.
That is correct.
Mr. Cruz?
Mr. Riney, during the investigation, the team heard the term ship short. What is ship short?
So the term ship short refers to if there is a part that is not installed on the fuselage or Spirit provided end item prior to shipping to Renton. It follows an established process. The Boeing team must agree that they are willing to accept that end item into their production with that part missing, with the understanding that it will be provided at a later date. At that time, Boeing would then create an out-of-sequence IP to establish planning in their QMS for the installation of that part that was shipped short from Wichita.
Were there any items ship shorted on fuselage 8789 when it left Wichita?
Not to my knowledge.
So from your perspective, was there anything unique about the repair on the 5 rivets of the forged edge frame and the left-hand mid-exit door on 8789?
Probably the only unique thing was that the timeline of the identification of the rivets to the point of when they were actually removed and replaced. Outside of that, it's not a non-standard repair to remove and replace rivets.
So based on the timeline that Boeing provided, was there a Spirit and Boeing misunderstanding in the work that was needed to be done?
I believe from the initial documentation, the Spirit contractor incorrectly stamped what work was performed. In follow-up conversations with that individual, he stated that he had confused that airplane with another airplane that he was working on that day. He had stated that he had removed and replaced them when in actuality he did not, because he believed that the rivets met the BAC 5004-1 specification. When that was identified by the Boeing quality individual, I had written a unauthorized rework pickup because the incorrect information was identified on the original pickup. And at that point, the mechanic working with the Spirit contract manager at that point stated that they had believed that the rivets met the BAC 5004-1 specification. In the Boeing timeline, this is also shown, and that's where the disagreement with the Boeing QA was identified, and then they in turn rejected Spirit's statement and requested the rivets be removed and replaced. At that time, that's when the team identified to Boeing that to access those rivets, the MED plug would need to be opened. At the current configuration, there was only access to the tail side. The head of the rivet would be in the seal retainer on the on the door edge frame, and that's where we would need access to drill out the fastener.
And for the record, did Spirit personnel open and close the left-hand mid-exit door plug prior to and after accomplishing the rivet replacement?
No, none of the Spirit contractors have any training in how to perform that work, and we request that if they are not trained, that they do not perform any work. At that point, we have always taken the position to request Boeing assistance for opening of doors for access.
Leanna, Please bring up Exhibit 11E, Attachment 4, page 3, please. So during this is for Ms. Lund. During the investigation, Boeing provided a list of 62 other cases since 2019 where there was a removal documentation created for the mid-exit door plug while the airplane was in production or on the flight line. What is the difference, if any, between these 62 cases versus the lack of documentation on 8789?
Other than the lack of documentation, I'm not aware of what the difference is. Per the BPI that we've been referencing, removal should have been written per process for the removal of the MED plug. These are examples where it needed to be open. Perhaps the difference is the reason it needed to be open, but nonetheless it needed to be open. And in these cases, a removal was written.
Based on the previous answers to questions on who is allowed to work on the mid-exit door plugs, the door crew members working only on the day shift, and knowing no door crew member worked on the second shift on September 19th, what Boeing production plan or process was in place should a door crew member be needed to complete a plug or door related work on an off shift?
The plan would have been to have a door member stay over. As I mentioned, that was not done. So the door would have needed to been officially closed by a door member, which would have been the next day. This is a point to open up into what we believe happened that evening. And that is when an airplane prepares to roll out of our factory, we call them the move crew. I believe their team name is the aviators, but we call them the move crew, comes in and prepares an aircraft to move outside. Their fundamental job is to prepare it for the elements, to close the doors, to close the engine cowls, protect it if there's an open space on the airplane, protect it from the elements. And in this case, the move crew says that they believe that they pushed the door to, not intending to firmly reinstall it, but simply to prepare the airplane to be ready to move outside.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Riney, after assessing the issues related to this event on 8789, were there any changes instituted in the Spirit Supplier Assist process for Spirit personnel to prevent this type of thing from occurring in the future?
So for our team, again, as was mentioned earlier, there were specific changes that Boeing had instituted. They removed the Spirit quality team members, contractors. There was also, as Ms. Lund mentioned earlier, an assessment performed of the Spirit on-site contract mechanics. That assessment took place in January, and at that point, the individuals that passed the assessment were returned to the shop floor. There's been an increased level of engagement with the Boeing operations team, specifically with a operations leader working closely with our team, along with their Boeing operations peer counterparts to ensure that the work gets accomplished as early in the process as possible.
Thank you. Ms. Lund, what safety actions has Boeing instituted to ensure the unauthorized removals do not occur in the future?
We, shortly after the accident, put out the documentation virtually immediately that was the read and sign, ensuring that every employee had access to these removals, and then signed that they understood the removal process. So that action was taken shortly after the accident. We then revised the process, as was discussed briefly in the previous panel, where we have initially made it a team lead and then trained employees to initiate the removal. We also added back in the okay to remove quality inspection up front as we look through the removals to help us through this process as well. As it comes to the mid-exit door, we have implemented several changes, but the most visible is the day the fuselage arrives in our factory, we have a laminated blue and yellow tag that we hang on the mid-exit door plug. And in relatively large font, it says "Do not open," and in smaller font, it says "Without contacting quality assurance." That tag goes on the MED plug the day it arrives, and it stays on until the end of the process when we are putting the airplane up for its final customer inspection. It comes off for the flight and gets reinstalled, but fundamentally it stays there through our entire production process. And so we've added that visual for the MED plug so there can be no question that it needs a removal and what is to happen prior to removing it. We've strengthened the removal process. We've improved our training for the removal process, and we are continuing to work through the actions of that SRM on the removal process that we mentioned earlier.
Okay, one follow-up from before. When we talked about, when I asked you about the slide saying removed versus opened,
yeah.
So the left-hand MED plug remained hinged at the bottom, was disengaged from the tracks, the lanyards were unclipped, and the door was laid open onto a stand at approximately 90 degrees, but remained hinged at the bottom attached to the aircraft. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. What actions have been taken to ensure that removals are written to the highest possible standard? I know you kind of answered that, but I really want to punch this home because I think it's important.
Thanks. That is why we've required people to pass this training prior to being able to write the removal. One of the items that the NTSB has noted, and we noted as well, is that in looking at the consistency of our written removals, they are not the level of consistency that we would like. When they're there, there's not the level of proficiency and consistency in writing it. So that's why we've improved the training, and then we did that. That's why we put the assessment process in there, to make sure that before someone can write a removal, they can pass an assessment about what should be in a removal, what's the right process, what's it mean, that there's a level of proficiency, and that, as well as the quality okay to remove. The quality inspector now also will look at that paperwork and make sure that it's right and we're good to go before we start removing things from the airplane. So those are the primary two steps to address that very issue.
Thank you. That concludes the questions from the technical panel. Mr. Breezy, back to you.
Madam Chair.
Great, thank you. We're going to start with questions from the parties, and same process, and we will start with Alpa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our question is of Boeing. How many of the MAX post-accidents med plug inspections revealed problems with the original med installation?
I I don't have that data on me that started with the original MED plug installation. I don't know that answer.
Okay. Have any of your customers reported 737-900ER MED plug installation faults during heavy inspections? If it's the same door as previously testified.
Not that I am aware of. I do know that when we went out and did the inspections after the accident, we included the 900ER in those inspections, and we found some of the similar issues on the 900ER that we had on the MAX. But that is not the same as a heavy inspection, to your exact question.
We're aware of multiple MED plug installation irregularities discovered during the post-accident MAX grounding inspections, as you previously pointed out, including the right-hand MED plug of the accident aircraft. We'd like to know what Boeing is doing to ensure that they and their suppliers are providing a defect-free aircraft to the traveling public.
Thank you. As a result of our findings, that is why we've taken many of the steps that we have taken. So first, earlier in panel 1, both Doug, my colleague from Boeing, and Spirit discussed the enhanced inspections at Spirit involving the plug, the oversight of the inspections, the end-of-line inspections, and then when it comes to Boeing, we are doing additional inspections of those mid-exit plugs as well. At the end of line, we operate what we called the MOM. A MOM stands for a multi-operator message. This MOM was put out after the accident for the fleet to all go re-inspect their door, open it, make sure it's all good. Everything's good. We do that on every aircraft now at the end of our production system. So we still implement that final inspection to ensure that the mid-exit door plug is good. In terms of the other findings and discrepancies that were found, those are the ones that we have worked back one by one. This is why we've implemented our in-process inspections. We've implemented all of these potential issues that we saw, the real issues we saw in the fleet that potentially happen again. And those are in our end-of-line inspections that we now check for at Spirit as well. We've worked them back. We've added inspections at Spirit trying to come to ensure that we don't find any of those same issues again.
Thank you. My next question is for Spirit. From the NTSB Manufacturing Records Report, there were 26 Spirit Aerosystems personnel employed at the Boeing assembly facility, including 2 quality assurance personnel that did not recognize the fault with the rivets. From the first nonconformance record, the rivets were painted over and not repaired, resulting in a second nonconformance record. Were none of these employees at Boeing trained to inspect rivets, identify damaged rivets, and repair these rivets properly?
Yes, as I previously mentioned, the Spirit mechanic the contractor mechanic made an error in the statement that he had applied to the initial inspection, the initial documentation. The Spirit quality assurance contractor, they will normally work right alongside the mechanics. I believe that error transferred over into the application of the stamp on the inspector's part as well. The reviewing I think if you wanted to pull up one of the images, I think it's 11C, page 13, that does show one of the rivets painted. Based on the discussion with the mechanics, I believe they felt the rivets were acceptable. That may have required removal of paint, the secondary primer application, and then to reapply paint. And then that's why they then stated on the Boeing unauthorized rework pickup that they believe that the rivets met the requirements. I think that's image 3. I think I was referring to image 4, but yeah. So that's why based on that image, that's why I believe that they felt the rivets, and that's a number 5 rivet. That's a very small rivet, so you're looking at a blown up image, but that's why I believe that they felt that the rivet tails were acceptable, and why they then applied that information on the unauthorized rework pickup. But they are the training for the inspectors that is completed by the Spirit Wichita trainer would also go over these types of inspection, the BAC 5004-1-2, for fastener installation.
Final question, are the mechanics and the QA inspector not independent?
How do you mean?
Are they the same employee line, same, they both approve the same piece of work? Are they independent? Do they walk from a different department group, or are they sitting next to each other?
They are
signing off the same item.
They have a Spirit area within the Boeing factory that they work out of, but the Spirit contract mechanic is only able to stamp off on the contract, or the mechanic operations, and the Spirit QA is at the time was only able to stamp off on the QA operations, and it identified their stamps independently within the Boeing CMIS system.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. We will now go to Alaska Airlines.
Thank you, Chair Hammondy. A couple of questions for clarity. We talked about the initial rig at Spirit and not necessarily having training, but looking at fit and flush. And now we're in the Boeing factory. We talked about the final fit. So, Ms. Lund, what flow day is that final fit done by, and who is it done by?
There are two times we check it in our factory. The final one is obviously the latter, but there are some things we check for the final time earlier. In flow day 1 or 2, we do the rig check of the fuselage. We check it on the outside of the fuselage and the inside of the fuselage. That is done by our door crew. The airplane then proceeds down the line and becomes an airplane. It gets the weight on wheels, as Mr. Riney referenced. It flows down the process, and on flow day 9, the next to the last day in our factory, we do the final fit and fare, and that is an external only check. So our final internal rig check for gaps, etc., is done in the structures tool up front. The final fit and fare check on the exterior that we check after the weight on wheels is done in flow day 9, both by our door experts.
Thank you. And both of those are also pressure checks, right? Low and high?
The pressure check is actually done on flow day 7, I believe, pressure testing. That is where we pressurize the aircraft. We want to do that final check after the pressure testing to make sure that it's not moved and when it's seated or pressurized. So our pressure check of the aircraft is done on flow day 7 prior to our final external check on flow day 9.
I appreciate that. That's good information. On flow day 9, as we do this check and we find some additional rigging that needs to happen, is that going to be my door crew or is that another workforce?
Your door experts, again, your door crew.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Riney, you talked about Puget Sound area having some great technical experts to bring in as contractors. I agree with that. A great place to be. Are most of these previous Boeing employees?
They can be, or they can also, I think this is what we've seen after COVID. There's been an increased number of whether retirees from Boeing or even retirees from Spirit that have gone to contracting. And so that's where we can then pull from for immediate, highly skilled individuals to get into our workforce in Renton quickly.
I think that's great to use that resource. Is your training solid enough to let them know that the role has changed and the tribal knowledge, as you might say, of process has changed as a contractor for Spirit?
So I don't believe that we deal with tribal knowledge in our specific situation in Renton, because it is strictly focused around rework. So with the majority of our team specializing in fastener removal and replacement, or some small structure replacement or tool mark blends, that type of thing, it's not something that I believe lends itself to tribal knowledge, but more hands-on experience.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. No further questions.
Thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute break and come back and start with the Association of Flight Attendants. All right, how we doing? Ready to go? All right. We have a couple of clarifications that the technical panel wants to ask about before we go to the Association of Flight Attendants. So, technical panel.
Miss Lund, why do you say that the move crew closed the left-hand MED plug on 8789?
I said it, we think, we don't know definitively. My understanding is reviewing the transcripts and the interviews with the move crew, they have stated that they believe they pushed the door to.
So to clarify on that, I was part of those interviews.
Yes.
The timing for when they actually pulled the plug mostly shut, he said he left a gap, was actually the 18th. So it was the evening of the 18th when they needed to get weight on wheels so that they could set the height of the struts. And they had to move the stand away from the MED plug door in order to put weight on wheels. So they had to get the stand away. And in order to get the stand away, they had to support the left-hand MED plug off of the stand in the, I'll call it, almost closed position. And I came to the same conclusion you did initially. And then when we went through with the timing, it actually turns out it was on the night of the 18th and not on the night of the 19th. So the transcript does talk about him saying that he pulled it almost closed. And that is part of the docket, and that is available. But it happened on the 18th and not the 19th, and we have no knowledge, and I hope if you have knowledge, please share it. We have no knowledge of who closed the plug on the 19th, and I want to understand if you know something that I don't.
I do not have any knowledge beyond what you described. I will certainly go back and review those exact dates, but I don't have knowledge beyond what the interviews that you just described as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think that the transcripts show that it was reopened. That at some point it was closed, but not totally closed. On the 18th, then would have been reopened.
Reopened on the 19th to complete the rivet rework, right?
That is correct. And on the 19th, the rivet rework was done and completed by roughly 6:30 in the evening.
Correct.
And all of that happened well after the weight was put back on wheels and the door had to be reopened in order to do that. So thank you.
Correct. I agree with my reading of that as well. Yes.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. AFA, Mr. Heibel.
Just a clarification on the inspection of the door bolts, not necessarily specific to this aircraft, but after the aircraft is delivered by Spirit to Boeing, are the bolts inspected prior to them being covered if there's no rework done? Or is it
pre-accident in September, they would have been reviewed and inspected in two portions. Number one is the rigging area where they're looking exactly at that part of the plug. I believe it would be noticed during that rigging if something was not right with the door on the inside. The second portion during that same time, as described very nicely by Mr. Catlin earlier, when we call it okay to close, there is an okay to close effort also done upon a removal of the airplane. That's how it was done then. Now we have a specific review for the bolts themselves and the plug.
Thank you for that review. And if you can entertain just another question about lubricant, does Boeing provide guidance to operators and contract maintenance for what lubricant to use when closing the med door plug after maintenance for the MAX 9 and the 737-900ER?
I've not checked the maintenance document for that specifically, and so I cannot answer that specific question.
Okay. And then to both of you, there seemed to be a bit of a discrepancy about the labor market in Northwest Washington. Boeing described a dearth of qualified candidates, and Spirit describes a surplus. Is that just a difference in qualifications that you're looking for, or can you help us understand?
So for Spirit, what I described was after COVID, there was an increase in the availability of contractors. It appeared that either retirees from Boeing or MROs or that type of thing in the area would allow us to quickly pull those types of resources. I can't speak to those seeking full-time employment direct to Boeing, though.
Which is what all of our jobs are. They are full-time IAM represented hourly employees in the Puget Sound, and so it would potentially, I don't know, but potentially not necessarily be the exact same people who want to come work permanently versus a contract.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gerlach?
Thank you, Chair. Two questions. The first one, when the FAA issued the airworthiness directive that referenced the MOM, did you all go back and perform that AD on the production airplanes in the factory?
Yes, we did.
And then the next question I have for you, there was a Boeing employee, a team lead, door team lead. He stated that we do not open and close these door plugs. It's not something that we do. Did you say that there's a different door team that does that and not this particular one? It's in the transcripts, one of the interviews.
I would need to go back and reference exactly what he says. It is not their baseline statement of work to open and close it. That is a true statement for sure, as we've mentioned. If the rig is correct and it holds, nothing happens through transportation or the build of the aircraft. On most airplanes, and you've seen this as well, the plug does not need to be opened. But there are occasions where it needs to be open, and I believe that the door crew is responsible for opening the plug in the case it needs to be open, not baseline work, but when it needs to be open.
And in his transcripts in the interview, it says that he referenced AOG and SST as being responsible for opening and closing the door plug.
Our AOG and SST mechanics are, it's a group of highly trained mechanics. Our AOG team obviously is the team we send out on the road when an aircraft is AOG or when we need a highly skilled group of employees that can do multi-skilled work function out on the road, including some of the door crews. SST is a similar group to that, maybe not quite as highly skilled as broadly as AOG, but very highly skilled. We pull them from experienced mechanics. And so we, with the right training, can use AOG and SST to do those skills as well. We pull SST and AOG in to do what I'll call non-baseline work frequently in order to allow our actual employees to stay on the job. So I do know that we use AOG and SST. As you can imagine, AOG is not always available. Sometimes they are. SST is usually more available sometimes, but depending on their workload as well. But I do believe those employees are capable of doing it.
Right. So in all likelihood, they would have been the appropriate organization to go to have it open and closed?
We could have called them.
Okay.
Appropriately, yes.
Thank you very much, Chair. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you very much, Machinist.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question is for Ms. Lund. So we do see through the SAT data that there was confusion about the removal process on line 8789. My question is about the okay to install the blankets. Is it clear to Boeing that the okay to install the blankets that was complete and then had to be opened would have required a removal as well?
Clarification on my review of the data. My review of the data showed that when we did the okay to install the blankets, that it was complete less, stamped by the mechanic and the inspector, complete less the area around the plug where the NCR was. So it was not stamped off complete, it was complete less that area, which is a process, as you know, John, that we are allowed to do so that the rest of the work in the area can continue, but the final stamp doesn't get applied until that final work gets done. And I believe that in the case of this airplane, it was complete less by manufacturing and quality in that area.
Our evaluation showed that the blanket install was stamped complete on 9/1, even though the fasteners had to continue to be worked. And maybe that needs to be looked at.
I think it does. Just as a point of reference, when we went out at lunch, I heard this conversation. I had the team go look again. We believe it's complete less. We should go look at that and get clear on that.
Okay. When earlier there was discussion around removal or opening of the MED plug, is that terminology, do you believe that terminology to open or to remove, is that, you said it was interchangeable?
I have heard both. I have heard both. I believe we have heard removal because there are parts that are needed or a removal is needed, the opening because the bottom can still be there. There's clearly the option to actually remove the entire plug itself. That was not done. I have heard people use both.
I've heard you mention your company is working on, training and other corrective actions to solve these issues in the future. Because there was SAT traffic with management and other salaried folks in the LSCC on whether a removal was required, is some of that corrective action or training also being provided for management?
Yes.
Can you elaborate on that?
We have, as a part of our improvements activities, there is a training for our first level managers, first, second, and third level managers both. And a portion of that is leadership training that we're doing a great deal on it. And a part of that is technical training, including the technical aspects of our policies and procedures to reinforce and train on those very issues as well.
Thank you. This question is for Mr. Riney. When you were speaking about receiving products supplied by a supplier with source delegated inspection, what is the inspection process that you use, that Spirit uses to receive parts or assemblies from a supplier with source delegated inspection?
Yes, so normally that will entail, as part of the receival process, inspection of the paperwork to ensure that the parts shipped align with the parts being delivered, along with a visual inspection to ensure no damage occurred during shipping. But that's the extent of the inspection. We don't conform the incoming product.
Okay. I would ask Ms. Lund the same on parts or assemblies that are brought in from the supply chain from a supplier with source delegated inspection authority. What kind of inspections are in place for receiving, and what process, do you know what process is used to complete that inspection?
If it is source delegated with no probation or any other kinds of corrective actions coming from the Boeing company, my expectation would be that the inspection is done at the supplier, and then we will do an initial receiving inspection when it arrives at Boeing, be it certainly an ID and damage, and an initial visual inspection of parts when they arrive. And then, of course, there's the oversight process we talked about earlier with things evaluated as possible. That, of course, does not necessarily apply to a Spirit, as we've discussed earlier, with that is just such a large supplier. It's a little bit different.
And is it different because Spirit had many defects that you were aware of and trying to work to track down?
Yes, and we had been working it, as was discussed earlier, with Spirit. We had increased our presence and we had increased our oversight. So yes, due to that, certainly since the accident, and it's always been a little different with Spirit. They obviously they are our largest supplier by far. They provide the entire fuselage. The amount of work that's done is very large, and we have always had some permanent on-site presence at Spirit, which we do not everywhere.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Meyer with Spirit Aerosystems.
So this question's for Mr. Riney. So are there cases, Mr. Riney, where Spirit and Boeing disagree on what a defect is?
Yes, I don't believe that's uncommon. There are certainly some of the defect write-ups that we see. They may not be completely clear, may not have all the details of the specification, and after investigation by our team, determine that the items do meet the specification, and then we were able to show where in the spec that they would meet that. And it does go both ways, though. There are some items that we agree on, and then there are some items that we just don't end up agreeing on.
So can you give me some examples of those type of items where we might not agree on what a defect is?
One specific one, like we showed in the photo, it could be actually a cosmetic defect that's not fit, form, and function wise. It doesn't actually detract from the installation. And if there's not specific measurements included in the write-up, that type of information could be the whether the defect is a true defect or not.
So in Renton, if there's a disagreement that we can't meet resolution, who's the final decision maker in the Boeing quality system?
As you mentioned, because it is Boeing's QMS, they have final say on whether the item gets worked or not.
Okay, thank you. That's all for now.
Thank you, Captain Jangelis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question is for Ms. Lund. During the investigation, it was discussed how common the removal of the plug is. How often are mid-exit door plugs removed from an aircraft?
In the production system?
Yes.
The 62 times were the number of times that we found. It is not what I would call normal. That is not a large number of instances. And so only when there is a reason that is out of the normal. Most airplanes will not have that mid-exit door plug opened. And then in maintenance, it's opened as after a number of years to check the structure under a major structural check, but not frequently there either.
And thank you. When reinstalling the mid-exit door, can you reinstall the old and removed hardware, or is it a new set of unused parts, and are those required?
In terms of the bolts themselves, we've had this discussion. In order to reinstall the previous bolts, they would need to be conforming with no issues, no defects, no signs of wear of the previous installation. When we were doing our MOM in production and continue to, we have been using new hardware. We had the conversation if previous existing hardware could be used, and the answer that I received is if it was fully conforming with no defects and exactly the right part, it could have been reused, but we were installing new parts in that case.
Is it different on the assembly line versus on the ramp, and what verification process are mechanics using to keep track of removed parts and ensure that all parts get reinstalled?
Our processes are the same in the manufacturing system and on the ramp. The primary difference would be on the ramp, typically more parts are installed and you may have to remove more parts. Obviously in the build, maybe something's not covered up, it hasn't already been built out. On the ramp, if you need to access something, removals may be more frequent. The process is the same. The BPI is the same. The process is the same. When parts are removed, they should be removed. There should be paperwork with them and placed on a work-in-process rack, which is where they are housed. Again, I will talk about the way it was in September of 2023. The parts were labeled to go on the rack. There's a required tag that has to go on it that has the part number and the IP number and the employee's name, who's working on the job or has taken them off and then put on the rack appropriately. In our improvement activities, we are in the process of rolling out and have done it across one line in the 37 factory and are now expanding a more electronic bar chart type system that keeps that track of those parts more electronically, allows us to know exactly where the parts are, and better traceability and compliance to filling out the paperwork with those parts as well. So that's one of the improvements we have made.
So better parts tracking, is there a task card specific to the removal and reinstallation of the mid-exit door that the Boeing door team would have available to them that details all the steps required to perform the task?
When a removal is needed, there will be steps, or if required, what those steps are to remove them. Engineering can provide that. Manufacturing engineering can provide that if it's required to do that as part of the removal documentation. One of the complexities of our removal system is, this came up sometimes, there are two forms. There's a long form and a short form. Things that need retesting, that need questions from engineering, that need a lot of instructions, those go on the long form. And that is the kind of material that is provided on that form. The short form is something that would be very simple. I'll say a ceiling panel could be removed and then reinstalled without a retest. A seat bottom cushion, although that's an exempt one, but something that could be very simple to install or reinstall without a full retest or engineering statement of work.
So to confirm my last question, task card meaning a checklist of items that they do when they do work with the door, it's not based on mechanic knowledge or experience. There is a list of steps to do this process.
My understanding is, and I need to validate this, but that that is provided to the mechanic for items on the long form particularly. Yes, such as the plug.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Alaska, Mr. Tidwell.
Thank you, Chair Hammond. A couple of quick questions. Ms. Lund, can you talk me through the Tier 1, 2, 3 review process? And let's get specific to the status or what would have been elevated with the door removal and how it was resolved, and was it resolved at the right level in the process as it was defined then? Is that process the same today?
The tier 1, 2, and 3, we have an actual team meetings at the start of shift. Tier 1 is really the meeting between a manager and their crew. It's the start of shift crew meeting. You talk about what you need, what's going on in your crew. That's the baseline. Every day on first and second shift, there is then an escalating level of tiers. There is a meeting where the first levels meet with their senior manager. There's a meeting where the senior managers and executives meet across the factory. And then there's a tier 4 where it gets elevated to the highest level executives on the program. Mostly things get worked at the team meeting. When they go to a tier 2, an example of something that would go to a tier 2 is if an employee in flow day 6 needs help from an employee in flow day 3. At the tier 2, they would get together and say, hey, I need your guy from flow day 3 to come down here and help me do this work. And they would talk about the priority. So the people downline would say, yep, I'll prioritize somebody, get it down there to you. And so what happened in this case is it wasn't getting done. Mike attends some of our tier meetings. I've been at many a tier meeting with Mike. And if there is a spirit item that's been elevated for help and we need help, we often say to Mike at the tier meeting, Mike, we need you to reprioritize this. We need somebody working on this job today. And so the tier meeting is effective in that way. It's a communication tool. If something is lingering, it allows management visibility to get it done. So in that way, our tier meetings continue, and they're an important way of communicating across our factory. The part that did not work well is just how long it took to get this issue resolved. We've talked about the back and forth between whether the initial submittals were acceptable to Boeing. Mike is right, it is ultimately a Boeing call. It was not acceptable to Boeing. That went on too long. We've talked about that and are in agreement that it can't last that long. But once we got to the tier 2 and 3, I think the tier 2 was on a Friday, the tier 3 was Sunday, the work started and started moving. That part in getting help started to move. We need these things to not drag out that long. That part was not successful. It didn't work well.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Riney, do you have any different perspective on that?
No, I think when things are elevated, and as Ms. Lund spoke to, I do attend those meetings. When there are help needed requests, the only issue for us is we always will look to help from, while we may be asked for help, we will in turn always be asking for help from Boeing if there's access or that type of thing that's needed.
Okay, great. Thank you. One more thing on the lockout tagout program. Truly is a safety program, knowing who's on the barge or whatever their position is. It seemed like there was some different perceptions on how that process is used on the floor. Is this something that you audit or you're able to take a look at and see what the compliance rate is from a safety perspective, not necessarily what are the technicians, truly a safety perspective? Is that being reviewed?
It is being reviewed, and that's one of the, it's being reviewed. The role that I talked about earlier called a GC is the person who helps us control this on each aircraft. We are looking at the GC project process. I will tell you it's stronger right now in Everett than it is in Renton. We're retraining, we're strengthening across all locations, but particularly in Renton, we've gone back to the documentation and we are conducting audits. We're conducting compliance audits on the factory floor to ensure that we are complying with that LOTO program. that LOTO program, to your point, is safety. It is the key of keeping our employees safe, and we're really passionate about making sure that the airplane's safe before we have people work on it.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you very much. AFA.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Lund, You talked about concerns being elevated to management, tiers 2 and 3, via the SAT. Can you help us understand why CMS isn't also used to document those concerns? Since SAT is described as a communication tool primarily.
CMS is the system where the work is documented on. So anytime we work on an installation plan, a rejection tag, that is in CMS. That's the system that shows what work was done on the airplane, the employees that did it, that it was complete, that our jobs are complete, that our airplane was built complete. In terms of saying, hey, this is a priority, could you get somebody down here? That is what we use the SAT system for, because that is the communication. It's not the record that I did it, but saying, this is really turned hot. I need somebody down here, or I found something, and I need somebody who has the skill that resides back in a different part of the factory. And so it's the way we ask for help or talk about the communication when we find something, whereas CMS is really the record of the work that was done on the airplane. Maybe not the ask for help that came, but the work that was done on an airplane. That's the way the systems are set up.
Thank you for the clarification. No more questions, Chair.
Thank you very much. FAA.
Thank you, Chair. So going back to my previous questions about AOG and SST, would they have been required to write paper, the required removal paper, open and close that door? Would that have been in CMAS?
Yes.
That's the only question I have for you. Thank you very much.
IAM.
Again, on the process to determine whether removal was necessary, it was elevated. Was it elevated from Tier 1 to Tier 2 to Tier 3 to make that decision? Is that what the elevation within the SAT system was referring to, on who was going to make the decision for a removal?
My reading of the elevation of the SAT system was to get the work done. It was the people saying, we need this rivet rework done. The conversation came as the people were talking back and forth about, okay, what is it? Which model is it? Do we need a removal? It wasn't the elevation to get the decision. It was the elevation to get the work completed as it continued to proceed down the factory floor.
Thank you.
No more questions for IAM. Spirit.
No questions, Chair.
ALPA.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question is for Mr. Riney. Your comments earlier, you noted that your contract employees are changed with the fluctuating demand. Given that, how do you keep track of who's been trained on what tasks like door removal and installation?
So again, none of the Spirit contractors would do any door removals. The tasks that they would be assigned would be more rework related, whether it's, again, some examples, mislocated brackets, open holes, tool marks, that type of thing. That type of skill that type of the initial training or their onboarding would determine that from their resume and the assessment that's performed now. There's an assessment performed in Wichita and then an additional assessment performed in Renton by Boeing.
Earlier you stated that you only require sheet metal experience when you hire an inspector. Does an inspector have more specialized experience applicable to what they're inspecting?
So for the hiring of the inspectors, it would be their inspection history or what work they performed as an inspector. Of course, due to the type of work that we're performing, it would lend itself to be those types of MRO or previous Boeing work history, that type of thing. Not necessarily a specific inspection job that they may have had.
So to confirm, it's not just sheet metal experience you're looking for in your inspection?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Alaska.
No questions at this time. Thank you.
AFA.
No further questions.
Right? FAA.
Yeah, two quick questions. You mentioned the pre-rig, that's done by Spirit, is that correct, Mr. Riney?
Correct.
And then there is the final rig on the door plug, and that is done by Boeing?
Boeing.
And who does that final rig? And it's a Boeing employee, but what part of the team?
A door employee.
So the door team does the final rig? Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. IAM.
No further questions.
Spirit.
No further questions, Chair.
ALPA.
No further questions.
Anyone else have questions? All right, moving to the Board of Inquiry. Can you pull up Exhibit 11D? While she pulls that up, I do have a couple of questions just to clarify. We do not know specifically when or when this door plug was opened, and we do not know by whom.
Correct.
Same with closure.
Correct.
Okay, great. What I want to know is what happened to the hardware. So typically, when hardware comes out, you open a door and hardware comes out, where does it go?
It goes on our work in process rack.
And I heard you say you had a policy to use new hardware. So hardware that would be removed, would that be discarded, or I may have misunderstood that?
That is what we have done on this plug when we are doing our mom, now that we, post-accident, when we are fundamentally taking it out every time, double checking it, putting it back together. That's when we are always using the new hardware. When I inquired, would it have had to have been in the past? That was the answer I was given. If the hardware is in perfect condition, fully conforming, it could have been used again.
So it could have been used again on this plug?
Had it been in perfect condition, correct.
And in this case, if that, was that clear with all employees that you would reuse that hardware, or some employees might discard the hardware and get new hardware?
It could happen either way.
Okay.
Our general approach is when you take something off an airplane, you check to make sure that it's still fully conforming. That's a check that an employee does. If it has a non-conformance on it, it gets processed differently. It has a tag that goes with it. It gets put in a different process and either reworked or scrapped, discarded. If it's in perfect condition, it goes on the work in process rack and can be reused and reinstalled.
We do not have hardware for this door plug.
That is correct.
Okay, great. On the shipside action tracker, which I know is very redacted here, but I'm going to ask some questions. And just going back to some previous responses, I just want to clarify. The actions here started on September 1st. I just had them, Leani, move up to the 12th because I have some questions. Around the 12th is when access started to be discussed. I know earlier you said there was some discussion of whether it was a door plug or a door. I don't see that in the unredacted version, so I see there's a lot of references to access. Access is needed or no access is provided. Then I see a lot of references to door, but it seems to be unclear whether it's a door or a plug. Would you agree with that? But you've seen the other.
I have the unredacted
Is that clear?
version. That was absolutely a dialogue up front. Is it a door or a plug? I'm sorry, maybe not in the SAT. The access that was needed, I apologize for that. In the SATs, as I think about the SAT, it was we need help, we need access to the door, we need a stand.
I see. So where did that discussion occur, whether it was a door or a plug? Not in this, I don't see it in the SAT.
I want to be really respectful. In the factual report, on the public record, it was referenced that we had the SAT, but we also had looked at some text between mechanics or other things, and that's where I had seen that.
Understood. Okay, great. I have a question. I have a question about the tier change, and I know there have been lots of questions. And so, Leonie, if the tier change, we go from 1 to 2 on September 14th. If you can show that. Scroll up a little. Okay, it may not be here, but on the unredacted version, it's in bold, tier change 1 to 2 with $signs on both sides. And then on the 17th, it goes from 2 to 3, again, bold, tier change 2 to 3, meaning it's elevated. There's urgency. We need this addressed. Again, $signs. 18th, it goes back to 3 to 2 $signs. There are other automatic notes in here without $signs. Why the $signs? What does the $sign mean?
The $sign is what the system uses when it gets elevated in a tier level. So when it gets elevated to a tier level, the $sign references the elevation process of the tier process.
It has no reference to, I just want to make sure I'm clear, it has no reference to, hey, this has been going on quite a long time, this is costing us money, we need assistance.
I have no idea why the $sign is the sign that is used when you elevate it, but it is. It is the sign, it has been elevated in a tier level. Okay. That change was set up in the tool long before I got here.
Thank you. No, I just wanted to clarify.
Thank
Member
you.
Graham.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Lund, I want to thank you for taking us through the flow of the unit number in question. I do have some clarifying questions on that. You did state on flow day 9 that there's a fit and fare check. Is that correct? And it's external only?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the door work and the door being removed happened on flow day 10, and I think there was about 3 days in there. Would that have triggered this to be done again?
To be checked again.
In a perfect world.
In a perfect world, as a part of reinstalling that plug, we would recheck the fit and fare.
Okay. Did that happen in this case?
There's no documentation that I've seen that happened in this case.
Okay. For removing the door plug, is it only a door crew member that can remove and reinstall the door plug? Is that fair to say, or can somebody else?
Well, I would say we just had that conversation. I believe it is a door crew responsibility, but I was reminded, and accurately so, that people like AOG or other highly trained employees that are multi-skilled can also do it.
Okay. So I talked earlier in panel 1 about the process that when the nonconformity on the rivets was identified and basically a NCO was written, that would not necessarily trigger a removal to be written yet. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Who would trigger a removal to be written? Would it be Spirit going, hey, I need the door open so I can do the rivets?
Ideally, yes. And then the employee who realizes they need to open the plug, and we talk about this all the time, so I'll just respectfully say plug, not door, because the door is a different circumstance. But with the plug, when an employee says, I need to open the plug, that employee needs to say, before I open this previously installed assembly or action, I need to go get a removal. And so it's that employee's responsibility to, in September, write the removal or ask for help from someone to write a removal before parts are removed from the airplane.
Okay, so since a Spirit employee or contractor cannot do that, then it has to be a Boeing employee that helps them.
It does.
Okay, let me ask Spirit, do your people that worked on the rivets and inspect the rivet work, do they see the NCO?
Yes, they have access to CMIS, and they have the ability to stamp within CMIS.
And they have the ability to stamp it, correct. Do they see the paperwork for a door removal?
I don't believe that they saw that information.
Okay. Ms. Lund, do they have access to see that paperwork?
They didn't. My understanding, and Mike knows better than me, have access to see really the part of the paperwork that applies to their work statement only.
Okay. Now, when I asked you earlier about the process, when they finish their work, there is a stamp on the NCO by the mechanic that did the rivet work. There's a buy-off by Spirit's QA inspector. And then you said that Boeing would buy it off, but after the door plug is installed?
No.
Okay.
For the NCO, for the rivets in and of themselves, they would stamp it after the Spirit quality inspector for that NCO. That NCO just says, fix these 5 rivets.
Okay.
So they'll stamp that.
So the Boeing's going to come in and inspect the work and buy it off.
Yes.
And I think, if I'm correct, I saw that on the NCO on 9/19 at 1811, that a Boeing quality inspector bought off and stamped that, if I remember on the NCO correctly. At that point, the door, I believe, would still be open, the door plug?
I believe that is true.
What should that have triggered next? Should the inspector have called for a reinstall or what?
Yes. So the next step would be likely the manager in the area to say the next job that we need to go complete is the reinstallation of this plug.
Okay, the manager, but not the quality inspector.
Not the quality inspector.
Okay, so there was an opportunity missed there to see that there was, the removal paperwork was not there.
Correct. Because that inspector came to buy off their NCO.
We don't see anything from a manager stating anything like that in the documents.
Correct.
So we have a gap. Thank you, Chair.
Member Chapman.
Thank you, Chair. This is a question for both of you, if you could just kind of follow me through here. According to the manufacturing records and human performance factual report, the 4 bolts that prevent upward movement of the door plug were installed by Spirit on July 28, 2023. The factual report indicates further that that was done during the completion of a specified production order. Those details all appear, just FYI, on page 12 of the factual report. Do either of you dispute this narrative that the 4 bolts were installed by Spirit on July 28th?
I do not.
I do not.
And is there any evidence that you know of? I do not. Is there any evidence that you know of that the door plug was reopened between the date the 4 bolts were installed, which again is July 28th, and the date the fuselage was delivered to Boeing, which I believe was August 31st, 2023?
There is no evidence that I know of.
I do not know of any other.
So is there agreement between Boeing and Spirit that the 4 bolts were properly installed and in place at the time the fuselage was delivered to Boeing?
I believe they were.
Thank you. This next question, I'm not suggesting there's anything untoward about this at all. I just want to factually clarify. I think it's Exhibit 11A. No need to pull that up, but Exhibit 11A shows a photograph of labeling on the door plug, and that labeling indicates that it was intended for line unit 8799. The fuselage on which it was installed was actually 8789, so those two numbers don't match up. Is there anything particularly unusual or problematic about that?
No. Within Spirit's production system, the use of reallocations is available for us when there could be part availability or concerns with the original installation. There could be another installation that's used in its place.
Okay, thank you. Similar sort of question, not suggesting there's any issue at all, Ms. Lund. This, just for clarification, it's my understanding that there's a security video system in the factory, and that video is retained at least for some period of time. There is no video footage of 8789 during production. Could you just explain why that's the case?
I believe, I understand that security footage, it writes over itself every 30 days. And because the airplane was built in the September timeframe, the accident occurred in January, at which point we went to go look at the footage. It had been rewritten over itself because it's a 30-day time frame that it's kept for.
So this is frankly not unlike the cockpit voice recorder issue. It's been overwritten and it's no longer available.
That is correct.
Just for, actually, Chair, I'm going to save my questions for the next round. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll do Member Brown's questions later in the interest of time. So, Member Inman.
Thank you. So, Mr. Riley, let me just go back. You originally, at the very start, I know that seemed like hours ago, and it may have been a couple hours ago, said there were no significant issues in the manufacturing of the door plug that were found. Is that correct?
Correct.
What rises to significant?
In my mind, it would be replacement of structure that was original to the door.
The reason I bring that up, in the manufacturing records and human performance factual, it mentions that there were discrepancies that were found during the manufacture, specifically for the mechanics not recording the torque wrench and serial numbers in the production order, and for not providing the sealant/paint information in the production order. I did say they were later corrected in the system, but they were additionally found as an issue. Do you see that as a recurring issue?
No, there's processes in place to have those addressed by engineering when they're identified.
There's also processes in place to close the door whenever it's taken out.
Agree.
Okay. Can we, I also want to just go back, and we were talking about the timelines, especially I was interested about the question on the blankets. Did we actually identify that the blankets were installed? I know that it was okay to install on September 20th. Were they installed on that date, or do you know, Ms. Lund?
The blankets were mostly installed. I believe the picture that was shown earlier in the presentation showed a blanket kind of pulled back out of the way. So we were, that shows they weren't fully installed at that point. Then the okay to install was given. I believe it was on the 20th. And at that point, it did proceed. The blanket was dropped back down and the rest of the build proceeded.
Okay. Can we pull back up the Boeing manufacturing timeline that she referenced earlier? I'm just going back to this just to try to understand something on here. It was on 9/15, and again, it was flow day 10, where we talk about the tier 2. On the 16th and 17th, those were weekend days, right?
Correct.
But it appears that this got elevated to a tier 3 in the stat tracker, and I'm going to go to the stat tracker in a moment. And then it was also the door crew manager made notes, or other managers did. Was that a Sunday production time?
That would imply to me that people were working on Sunday.
So would that have also been another flow day 10?
It was sitting in flow day 10. The difference in a team day or a business day and a weekend is we don't load new jobs. It's not a day we typically move the airplanes. It's a day when we would complete incomplete work if we have a team working or catch up on something.
Would that be Boeing personnel or contractors?
Boeing doesn't have manufacturing contractors. All of our employees are fundamentally IAM employees. They're full employees. Sorry. And so it's Boeing personnel. And if Spirit were to work on that day, it would be their contractors, if we have heard.
Okay. So can we pull up then, just to I'll go ahead and get to that then. Page 26 of the manufacturing records, human performance. So this is actually kind of a chronology. I know earlier the chair was looking at showing a lot of different things in here, and I'm going to actually ask Mr. Ronnie again. Earlier you also said that you don't have access to the SAT. Is that correct?
Correct.
There's a lot of references in here in this group factual report. Now specifically, if we can drop down just a little bit. Okay, we can stop. So I'm going to go back to, say, the per Spirit management on September 15th, access and removal are needed. That is a Boeing employee putting that in there?
Correct.
So even on September 18th, doors being opened by a mechanic at 11 a.m. per Spirit manager, access is now available?
That would also be a Boeing employee inputting those comments.
And so they're entering comments on your behalf?
Correct.
Okay. And this is happening again on, I believe, the 18th was a Sunday? Sorry, 17th. We'll go back.
The 18th is a Monday.
Yeah. On the 17th, no access, and it was elevated at that point on this Sunday at 3:54 from a Tier 2 to Tier 3, which obviously, as you said, gets a lot more notice throughout the plant. On a Sunday, it's elevated. LSCC, and who is LSCC?
Glide Side Control Center, the group of employees who are next to the airplane that help.
Okay, they're going to coordinate with the first shift to gain the access, which includes opening and removing. And then at 6:15, the senior manager worked with the door crew manager to determine if the door can just be opened or if it needs removal. That gives me the appearance that Spirit and Boeing were all trying to get this plane done on a Sunday. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then at 7 a.m., whenever the first crew comes on, it was downgraded right then from Tier 3 to Tier 2, got it out of the management's review?
At least a level down, yes.
Saying that it was doors being opened by the mechanic. And I guess the question is, if the door crew manager was knowing at that point, was it the manager who would have anticipated writing the order for removal, or was the mechanic who was getting the instruction?
The mechanic typically writes the removal.
And so it's a mechanic?
At that time.
At that time.
Now it's yes.
So at some point between 7 a.m. and 11 a.m. on September 18th, that door was opened?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I'm over my time. I'll wait for a minute or two. No, I'll tee up another one. Thank you.
Great. No, you're fine. Mr. Riney, question, per contract for your contractors, what are the hours and days that they work?
When requesting contractors, we state that they need to be available either first shift or second shift. And it's typically a Monday through Friday work week, but there is overtime available.
There is overtime. You mentioned earlier Monday through Friday, typically, unless the weekend's required, from about, I thought you said 6:30 to 2:30 or 6
to 2:30 is
6 to 2:30.
The normal first shift hours.
Does it, we interviewed mechanics who reported working 6 to 7 days a week pretty regularly and normally working anywhere between 10 to 12 hours a day. One said that's just our typical schedule, looks like, but in an 8-hour shift contract. So on paper, it seems to be weekdays from, 6 to 2:30. There was reference to 8 to 4, but in reality, these individuals said they pretty regularly work 10 to 12-hour days, 6 to 7 days a week. Does that surprise you?
Not normally. They do work extended hours or multiple days, and that's normally by choice. If we have the work available, it's a voluntary basis.
A Boeing employees said there is pressure to get things done on the floor. One said, yes, it's always go, go, go. Another said their priorities are figure out why jobs are behind schedule. Job behind schedule, or JBS, seems to be a common acronym. And then they go on, that seems to be the big push. It seems to be more important than knowing your own employees, making sure we're on schedule. The contractor, in response to us asking about whether that person feels pressured to complete work or they're looking to do overtime, they had made very clear, many contractors had made clear it's not for overtime, but that there's pressure to do work. When asked who applies the pressure, the response is Boeing. Because basically it seemed like a block for them to install their lavs, a block for them to install the floorboards. So because they're trying to meet demand, it's pressure there. Like it needs to get done today, and the power's off on this plane, but we have to have it back tomorrow, and it's in this flow day or that flow day, and they have to get done. Another one said, when we're very overwhelmed with the work, it is pressing because everything we've cut down on some personnel, so now it's like in order for me to not have to deal with the worst situation tomorrow, I'd rather work 12 to 13-hour shift today to get it done because the pressure is very heavy. It does get heavy. I feel like, does that concern you, that there is pressure for your contractors, or that they feel pressured?
I think the very nature of why we're there, our entire job is to get out of Boeing's way. We understand that we are inhibiting them from their follow-on activities for their build. I don't see it as us standing over them, telling them that they have to get it done in an unsafe or a manner that would inhibit quality of the product. Their role is to perform the rework and allow Boeing to continue with their build.
Would you agree that these contractors and others who feel that there is pressure to work, that fatigue and that pressure can have an impact?
Yes, and that's why we offer the overtime as a voluntary basis. It's not a requirement.
Are you tracking how much overtime is being worked?
I view the time cards of the individuals.
From a safety perspective?
The mechanics that I talk to, they understand their role as the work that they're performing, and I believe that they are there to perform that role, and they have not elevated those types of issues, the fatigue or unwillingness to come in on a weekend or that type of thing.
Well, they certainly made very clear to our investigators that this is an issue. So if they haven't raised it, perhaps that's something you should be looking at.
I will definitely
from a safety perspective.
I will definitely follow up with them.
Okay, thank you. I know I'm at time or overtime, so member, not Chapman, Graham. It's a long day.
Hey, you works too. Just a couple questions, a couple more. Whether the door plug is just open where it goes out, 15 degrees on the lanyard, or if it's laid all the way out and removed, is a removal required?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because even to open it a little bit, bolts must be removed from the plug.
All four, correct?
I believe so.
Yes. I double checked yesterday.
Yes.
Okay. So,
yes.
So I think some people were a little confused. If you just open it a little bit, no, you got to take them all four out. That's a big deal. Where else would somebody on the line see the removal paperwork? It's in CMES?
Yes.
Okay. Would there be any mention of it at the ship's shipside action tracker?
There could be, as has been referenced here.
And that's just a communication like, hey, I need a removal,
yep.
or hey, I need a reinstall. Hopefully that would trigger somebody to be looking for that removal paperwork.
Right.
Okay. I want to thank both the witnesses. That's all the questions I have here. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Chapman.
Thank you, Chair. Just to put it out there, Boeing's initial review and reviews since have determined you've not found any paperwork indicating that this door was authorized to be opened and then authorized to be closed. Is that correct?
We've not found any paperwork. That is correct.
Member Inman went through the details of what's in the SAT record, which indicates that the door would have been opened, the door plug would have been opened on the morning of September 18th. 7 o'clock, there's an entry, the door is being opened by a mechanic. 7:17, another entry, the door is being opened per the door crew manager. At 10:05, there's an entry indicating that a Spirit manager confirmed that access was available. I assume what that means is that access was available to do the repair work on the rivets.
That is the way I read it too.
Okay. At what point during this apparent timeline should there have been a trigger for a requirement for the paperwork?
The paperwork should be filled out and completed before the act of removing the part from the airplane or opening the plug. So when the employee who is ready to open the plug, before they open the plug, they need to fill out the removal paperwork and then proceed with the removal. That's where it should have occurred.
So we have entries in the morning of the 18th, and these are basically for communications purposes.
Correct.
Indicating that the decision basically has been made to open the door. We never see the actual paperwork. We just know that the door got opened. So it was somewhere in that window that the discrepancy from what should have been the procedure occurred.
Correct.
Should the lack, I mean, ideally, should the lack of documentation have prohibited continuation of the work?
Yes.
And similarly, should the lack of appropriate documentation have prohibited the final acceptance to close the nonconformance order?
The nonconformance order that was bought off and closed really was for 5 rivets.
Okay.
And it was that Spirit's job and the Boeing inspector's job to, what they were confirming is what was on that NCO. And that NCO only said these 5 rivets need to be removed and replaced and are discrepant. They looked at it, they looked for the drawing, said, yes, it's good. The inspector doing that would not have necessarily known, now I need to go look for the removal. The removal is a different piece of paper.
Okay.
It has a quality stamp. It would have had the person come and stamp it when we reinstalled from the removal. That's where that quality stamp would have happened. In terms of removing the removals, I don't think that quality inspector, they were there to buy off that piece of paper,
Okay.
which was about the rivets.
So help me with this. Tell me if I've got this right. What should have happened once the decision was made to open the plug, somewhere soon after that, there should have been essentially a trigger requiring paperwork. The work should not have progressed, ideally, without that paperwork. And then once the work was completed, the removal documentation, that should have then triggered the closing and the signing off of the fact that the plug was closed and secured, right?
That is how it should happen, correct.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. That's my last question.
Thank you, Member Inman.
Thank you. I'm going to, and I hope I don't drive you crazy, but can you bring up 11L, please? And actually on the bottom of page 41. of the actual document. Uh, 41. Yep, at the bottom of that page. So we're looking at this, and this is one of the, basically a Spirit contractor who had been working at Boeing, I think through a couple of different subcontractors for about 5 years. And the question at line 20 is, you said you're working 6 to 7 days a week, yeah? You guys experienced a bit of fatigue, yes, because it's so demanding to try and keep up with all the work. Sometimes our jobs take really long hours. We'll scroll down a little bit. On to the next page. Sorry. Do you feel pressure to complete the work sometime? Yes. Who is that pressure from? Boeing. Basically seems like a block of time to install their labs. Ms. Lund, what do you think about that?
I feel like there is some inherent pressure to get the job done. I can understand why they feel that. What they're saying is, when you look at the bar chart that was referenced earlier, the next block is somebody else needs this job done so they can complete their job. One of the things we talk a lot about is in aerospace, there sometimes is operational pressure. There's operational pressure to release your airplane on time. There's operational pressure for us to build and deliver an airplane. What can never happen is to sacrifice quality or safety for operational pressure.
Okay. Can we go back to that exact same document, except go to page 54? And this was a little disturbing, and I know, Mr. Ronnie, you weren't part of this statement, but it kind of called out a little bit of what may be a bigger issue. Down at the very bottom, line 23 or 21, how do you feel the interaction is between Spirit and Spirit contractors and the Boeing mechanics? Well, basically, we're the cockroaches of the factory, so respectively. I don't know what was respectful about it, but it was a little bit concerning to see that. I guess, Ronnie, what do you have to say to it?
We're outsiders. We're in, as part of our team's presence in the factory, we're in the way. We're doing our best to get out of the way, as I stated earlier. These individuals, they're not Boeing employees, but they are there to perform a job. I have not heard specific instances that Boeing teammates are treating them disrespectfully. I think they just understand that their role is consistently between them and Boeing completing their work, and they are doing their best to remove themselves out of the Boeing team's way. But again, I have not heard specific instances where they've been treated negatively. If I would have raised those to the Boeing team, and I have no worry that would have been addressed.
And I realize one employee that's an independent contractor may not be the views of everyone, so I'll just handle that one for you. And I would note in several of the transcripts, a few of the subcontractors said they would suggest to their friends that they should go to work for Boeing first in different ways, because everyone has a different reason, flexibility, training, things of that sort. So I don't want to leave that just totally hanging, but it's a very descriptive sentence in a very important issue. And while I have a few more seconds, can we also jump to page 61? And I guess for the people that are watching, Mr. Ronnie, Ms. Lund, you all have seen all of this before, even before today opened up, right?
Yes.
We'll go down to the bottom on the questioning is basically starting with what safety management systems means. just something for me looks more like a system for safety is in the airplane. I don't know. I actually don't even know that word. Drop down to the next page, please. Safety culture makes more sense. And if you go down into basically line 12, I don't really think, I think it's just that they have on the walls and that they're talking about it like the 5 S's. And FOD is really, really a big thing. But other than that, they have posters on the wall. I don't really have a concept thing. Is that a little concerning?
It is concerning. There is no doubt about it. We, as we mentioned earlier, started implementing this safety management system. And I think part of it is that term. You'll notice through here that the employees can talk some of the specifics. They could talk the importance of tool control or compliance. But as we were rolling this out, we did not have it fully to the factory floor when either the AXA 103 panel or at the time of the accident had fully deployed to the floor. This is a big priority of us right now, taking it to the factory floor, helping them understand what the safety management system, helping them understand what their role is in the safety management system. And we had not fully educated the people on the floor, hardly at all, such that they knew what safety management system really meant for them. And that's a deployment of the safety management system that we're working on hard right now.
Chair, if I can have a couple extra seconds. Mr. Ronnie, this is not a name that's redacted. The person who gave this information to us, and as the chair said earlier, the party system is very important. I hope by me calling out this person in their statements, we won't be looking at a situation where they might face adverse action for telling us the truth during their statements. Does that make sense?
Could you state the question again?
Chair, would you like to speak for me? I'm done.
He wants to make sure that by raising these concerns that these contractors will not be retaliated against by Spirit or Boeing.
No.
Okay, so then I'm going to actually, Ms. Lund. Yeah.
I was just going to concur with Mr. Riney that they will not be retaliated by Boeing for that portion of the question.
Thank you. An excellent line of questioning. I'll have some questioning along safety culture and SMS tomorrow. But I want to continue on with that line of questioning. I did feel like the comment, this is a very experienced person, somebody who's been on scene in the factory for quite a long time, not somebody who's new, seems to do excellent work. So the term cockroach, which this individual felt, and I'll just give the entire context. The contractor said when asked the question about, it was about the relationship between Spirit contractors and Boeing personnel in the factory. And the response was, well, basically, we're the cockroaches at the factory. There's defects and they hold up your job. We're looked at as, it's your fault because how do you do the rework? We do get dogged a lot. And so this seemed to be not a surprise in the interview with Ms. Lund, who said, I do think, which we're working hard to fix, there's a little bit of an us versus them feeling at the front level within Boeing versus Spirit. On the front line, I don't think the front line loves supplier assist. I think their fundamental position that I hear from them on a regular basis is we shouldn't need supplier assist because they should send us these perfect fuselages regardless, and you can't argue with that. It is August 6th. This interview was done in March. What has Spirit done to get information from its workforce on possible pressure, on feeling like they are constantly reworking things in Renton and feeling pressure as this moves through flow? I mean, this was a 9-10 day flow day, which ended up to be 18 days to get this fix done, which can't be good for anyone. and yet you have personnel who are reporting pressure, working long hours, and quote unquote feeling like cockroaches because they're dogged. What have you done since March to address that issue? Have you gotten feedback from your employees? Have you welcomed feedback? You said you didn't look at the time cards for safety. So what have you done since then?
So specific to the feedback from the team members, I look to my contract managers to provide that if there's individuals that feel that they are having issues. I will personally follow up with them to understand what specifically I can do to help with that.
Well, do you know all those individuals said that there was no feedback system in place for them to provide that? If they don't feel, even if you have one, if they don't feel they don't have that they have a feedback system, how are you going to get that information? You're waiting for them to come to you.
I will discuss with my managers to ensure that they are soliciting that feedback.
Okay, where am I? Okay, question. NTSB has received reports of Boeing employees being isolated. Ms. Lund, can you address that?
I believe the employees that you're referring to in this instance were moved off the line after reviewing the interviews in the information, the text or whatever. There was information that there were 2 employees who were likely involved in the opening of the plug, particularly based on what we referred to earlier. Their manager, their executive manager, the way these decisions are made is by the executive manager. For example, I would be involved if it were a quality employee. I believe the NTSB got a statement from their executive manager, made the decision, which is a standard practice for Boeing. It's a practice that we do frequently, that when question arises about an employee's involvement in a safety-related issue, we will move them to a lateral position, same pay, same benefits, same shift, off the airplane while we finish our investigation. And this is in the interest of airplane safety. We do this as a practice when safety is involved. And that is what occurred with these 2 employees. They were moved, maintaining pay shift benefits, off the airplane while the investigation proceeded.
Are they in a lateral position, or were they put in a lateral position?
They were put in a lateral position in terms of pay, benefits, and shift. Currently, they are being paid on administrative leave, but same pay, and that was at their request.
May I ask 2 more questions on that? Were they put in something called Building 420, Building 421?
421 is the building where we build our wings.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that is the building. Instead of the 20, which is final assembly, the building next door is the wing building. They were moved to the wing building.
Have you ever heard of that being called Boeing Prison? Because it seems to be something, this is in the transcripts, seems to be something that is talked about.
I did not see it called as Boeing Prison. The jobs that they went to do were reworking tooling. Their initial project was to rework some tension barriers, straps that have tension in them. It's our tooling. It's an area that we use for employees who can't perform their statement of work due to light duty, or if we've moved them off the airplane, but it's tooling, rework, it's work that needs to be done by our Boeing employees. And I will say, I've been to that area, I've seen that area, I'm familiar with that area, and I was not familiar that they call it Boeing Prison.
It was referred to in our transcripts as Boeing Prison in a cage. Is one of the individual work from home right now?
My understanding is both are. Both are.
Okay, I'm going to come back to this tomorrow when we get to safety culture. Member Graham? Chapman? Member Inman?
A little bit more. If we can pull back up 11L, please, and go to page 73. Or actually, hang on that. That's fine. Just hold off. Mr. Ronnie, I'm just curious. You at the very first of your testimony, you started to say each day, and I think you were going to say Excel. You get an Excel or a spreadsheet, maybe. Is that correct?
It's a document that is provided by Boeing every morning that details, it's an Excel spreadsheet that details the defects documented the previous day. And it's a way for us to, because we don't have access to all of the Boeing systems, it's a way for us to understand what's work is still remaining open.
And then is that then put on what they call the board? There was a lot of discuss about the board.
Yes. So again, because we don't have access to the Spirit system in Boeing, we utilize a large monitor provided by Boeing where the mechanics, contract mechanics, will utilize a handheld scanner, scan the printed out paperwork, barcode. It will auto-populate, and it allows us to understand what mechanics are working where within the factory.
And it's an easy way for your people also to kind of see who's had discussions with other people. They may put notes in there or attach photographs.
There's no attachments. Sorry. Yeah, it's only notes of if they may be held for access or waiting on a part or that type of thing.
Okay. And so was that data, did we get to review that information on the board?
I don't believe that was provided as part of the
can we go
investigation.
Can we go to page 73 on 11L, please? We'll go down to the bottom and I'd note that this statement is taken on March 4th. And it talks about the Spirit Access Board where you make notes. The question is it archived? You know, it goes back each month. You go back and try to find. Yes, I do know. Recently, I think it was maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, I don't know what, somebody fumbled, but it deleted an amount of data like 2 to 3 months. Then we started right back up. You know how to autosave sometimes? They couldn't. I think they only tracked it back to like January, the beginning of January. Was that data fumbled or erased, or do you have any information of where it might be?
Again, it's not a lot of data. It's only for the manager to understand where the individual is assigned. So it's not any kind of proprietary data. It's not specific. It's mainly the line unit and the NCR and the date that the mechanic. It's more of a tracking system again for where the mechanic worked that day. Boeing has all that information available that they could pull through the mechanic's BEMS ID for when they stamp on the paperwork. But this is more just a tracing tool for the managers to understand what was being worked.
Do you remember when that data was fumbled?
Because I don't utilize it. It's mainly the contract managers. It's not something that is tracked by me. It's more, like I said, just a tool for my managers to understand who's working where that day. It's not a significant part of our process. It was just something that we put in place to help.
I'm done for it. Thanks.
Well, I'll check in a second because I'm hoping, Ms. Lund, can you clarify sort of the shield in, shield out process when you're on the factory floor?
Yes, the shield process is the name of the process we were referring to earlier. that when you walk into an area, if it's not your home area, the employees who work there every day are assumed to work there. But when you go to visit the area, whether you are a contractor or someone working out of position or even a manager, when we come into the area, we use our badge and we wand in the area. And then when we leave the area, we wand out of the area. And that process that we use to do that is the shield process.
Thank you. And the wanding in and wanding out, is it with your badge?
It's a computer system. The baseline is it's the badge. You use your badge. It comes up, it asks you what you're doing in the area, what area you're going to be working on, what you're going to be doing, and you fill that out, and then you have access to the area. And then when you leave, you check out through that shield.
And do you need some sort of pre-approval, or you can go in and out depending on your work?
It says if you're going to work on the aircraft and it's a live aircraft, you need to touch base with the GC. As I mentioned earlier, that check-in needs to happen. But from a management perspective, when I check in, I say, I'm going to walk around the airplane, or I'll be just walking, not performing any work on the aircraft, and I can walk in.
And is there some sort of way to track who's shielding in and shielding out? Where is that kept?
It's kept in the system from the shield data that we use to go in and out. I will say there are times the system goes down for whatever reason, then we go back to a paper system and we keep the paper records also.
How long do you keep those records?
I don't know the answer to that.
Understood. The reason why I'm asking is, in this case, if you were opening, removing, closing a door plug, you would be entering an area where you would be shielding in and shielding out, or wanding in and I'm trying to use the right.
Yes, right. Yes. Any of those words will work. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. And so on these particular days, do you know who shielded in and shielded out?
We have a record of employees who were in the area. Yes.
Is there ever a time where somebody doesn't shield in or shield out?
Per process, they should, but I'm sure there is. And as I said, employees who work in the area every day don't shield in and shield out. But per process, if you're entering an area that's not your homework area, you should use the shield system or the documentation.
The reason why I'm asking is we had seen throughout several interviews where some people don't shield out. They might go to lunch, they may go to the restroom, they may go on break. And so having that record, that's a process that doesn't exist. So a record that does not exist. Is that something you've looked at or you are looking at? Also a safety issue, but.
Yeah, it's a good question. We track particularly the entering in, so we know who's in the area. If you don't shield out, your manager actually gets a notification that this person didn't shield out, but that's several hours later. Or at the end of shift. I've gotten notifications at the end of shift that someone didn't shield out of an area. You go back, you check, you try to fix the record. I don't know if we have an active improvement activity right now on working, particularly as you mentioned, on the shield out, the wand out process, or all of it. I don't know if we have an improvement activity on that.
Okay, thank you very much. And just one more. Member Chapman had asked about the recording, the security video. Have you changed the length of how long you keep that at all?
I believe today it is still 30 days.
Okay, great. Member Chapman. Member Inman.
Just a quick question, and this is for, I often found people who are not involved in this so much like we are. One thing that we have not mentioned is actually being able to interview the door crew manager. And so that person is on a medical leave. I think we've established it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so it's not for any reason that anybody's been withheld for that door crew manager.
No.
And I think our investigators have verified that as well.
That's right. And that manager is still on leave of absence.
Truly understand. One other question. This may be about production itself and going back just a little bit. But we talked about when the door plug was originally created and put in. It looks like it's at the start, or sorry, not the door plug. When an open hole for a door plug, it started with the MAX line itself. Has anyone ever ordered it with the emergency exit?
To clarify your words, with a working door?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. A lot, a little?
I don't believe it's most, but we have airplanes in our line regularly that have the working door.
Is that something?
We have certain customers that order a lot of airplanes that have the working door. Yeah.
Spirit, is that something that's also you're reworking some of your procedures in regard to what we're seeing now? It may have been a confusing question.
So, if I understand you correctly, the door plugs and all doors were part of an enhanced inspection process that Spirit began performing.
The reason I mentioned it during the earlier display with some of your representatives, they showed a graphic of a plane, and what was in blue was Spirit's, but the entry-exit door, the main passenger door, was not in blue, it was in white. And I think we clarified that you also manufacture it, you just don't design it?
So there's design responsibility for the certain parts of the fuselage, and the forward entry door is one that Boeing has the design responsibility for. The other passenger doors and access doors, Spirit has design responsibility for.
So if you have the design responsibility for the door plugs, going back to Vaseline versus dishwater soap, are you responsible for that portion of the overall input, or is it something Boeing is?
I would have to follow up with our team to ensure that if that's something that we is part of a planning operation or part of a specification for what lubricants are allowed to be used.
Just in general, okay. That's all I've got, Chair.
I just wanted to clarify two things. Training for the door crew. In 2020, you mentioned, Ms. Lund, foundational training and on-the-job training. In 2023, was there recurrent training? Or is it all on the job after you do the foundational at that time?
We have some level of recurrent training across the board. There are certain courses that are recurrent. In terms of door crew specific, the majority of the training is on the job. I cannot answer with certainty right now whether there are certifications. If it takes a certification to do a job, that is a recurrent training. I cannot answer that specifically.
No,
sure our friends can, but I can't. I'm sorry.
Thank you for that. And my last question is, how do you prioritize work on flow days when there is rework? Is it constant reprioritizing? How does that work?
Yes, that's part of the negotiation we do. In each of our flow days, we have, as I mentioned, sort of a critical path, a specific statement of work. Those are the ones that will be prioritized because they're the airplanes that has a strong precedent network to the follow-on jobs. So that will tend to be a priority. Anything that needs to be done in position due to a product safety or personal safety issue will be prioritized in that position. For example, there are some areas where it becomes very difficult to access the airplane once you move out of the structural tool to get on top of the airplane. So that we like to do in position. Those would be the things that we would prioritize first. And those are the kinds of elements that will drive the elevation in that SAT system as well. If something really needs help because we need it done before it needs to move to the next position, that would be an elevated issue in the SAT. So we prioritize it based on critical jobs, critical flow of jobs, personal safety, product safety.
Okay, thank you. Member Brown has about 7 questions that, if it's okay with you, the investigative team will send them in writing. You can provide a written response maybe within 7 days. Does that sound reasonable?
That sounds very reasonable.
And then we'll put it publicly in the docket for people to review. Is that all right?
Happy to do that.
Perfect. Back to the technical panel in case you have some follow-up questions. Oh, we're good, right? Over here. Yeah, great.
No further questions, Chair.
Parties, do you have any further questions for this panel? ALPA?
No, ma'am.
Alaska?
No, ma'am.
AFA?
Not at this moment.
Mr. Gerlach?
Thank you, no chair.
Okay, and IAM?
Thank you. I just have a follow-up on the discussion around the isolation of the two door crew. Did the company evaluate and isolate any managers that failed to identify that a removal was to occur?
The manager would have been evaluated. It would have been the door crew manager who is out on medical leave. By definition, he was already not working on the airplane, so that evaluation process did not happen.
We saw in the SAT documentation other managers that were engaged in the discussion about whether a removal was required. So there was other employees that were engaged in that. Were any of those investigated?
I believe we, and I'm speaking for my colleague, as I'm stating for his statement on behalf of Boeing, I believe they looked at the group of employees that per the data, the collective set of data, appeared to have been noted as involved in or asked to open the plug. It was that group of employees that were reviewed.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you very much. And Spirit?
No further questions, Chair.
So no further questions from the parties. Technical panel's okay. Board of Inquiry? All right. That concludes panel 2 and day 1 of this investigative hearing. So on behalf of the Board of Inquiry and the technical panel, I want to thank all the parties for their participation. I really want to thank the witnesses. I know it was a very long day. We appreciate your patience, appreciate your being forthright with your answers to your questions. And just as a final reminder, we ask that all witnesses be present for the entire hearing, again, both days. So please be here back in the boardroom. Unless you've coordinated in advance with the hearing officer, you may be recalled. I don't believe we have any new exhibits, correct? All right, the transcripts are scheduled to be available within 7 days of the completion of the hearing. As a safety agency, we certainly take fatigue very, very seriously. So just a reminder for the Board of Inquiry to refrain from contacting NTSB staff after we leave here today so that they can get some sleep and rest and be prepared for tomorrow. But if you have additional questions or need assistance, Tim LeBaron, Dana Schultz, Dave Helson, and Brian Curtis are available to help you. To the technical team, you did an excellent job. Thank you. I hope you do get home tonight and get some rest. We stand adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.